Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei got balance breaker early. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. After being attacked and injured by the fallen angel Reynalle, Issei fell to the ground with a mortal wound on his body, to which Reynalle took Issei's body and threw it towards the trees near the park, where after crashing and breaking several branches, he fell to the ground unconscious and losing a lot of blood. He fell face up looking at the sky, but little by little his gaze looked lost where he showed that he was dying, but his right arm was on a small rock and with the blood coming out of his hand. Little by little his hand slid until it touched the ground, but when he touched the ground with one of his fingers full of blood, a small stone began to shine slightly, to which Issei, without knowing how or in what way, he found himself floating in what appeared to be water, but in reality it was a black space. He floated adrift without a fixed direction, wounded and little by little losing consciousness. Everything was calm and a great silence until something happened. "Who's there?" a deep, terrible voice exclaimed. "How strange, I hear a voice, but I don't see anyone," Issei said haltingly in an agonizing manner. "Wow, what do we have here?" said the voice again. "Someone is there, I'm sure, but who is it? I can't see it," Issei repeated with difficulty. "A small, simple demon. Seems you will die soon. You had bad luck. I feel sorry for your case, but die in peace and stop bothering us," the voice growled thunderously. "Well, it doesn't matter. After all, I'm going to die. I hope the president doesn't get upset about this. Goodbye forever, Rias." Gremory-sama exclaimed Issei, closing his eyes. "So Gremory, who would have thought that someone from the Gremory clan would have a servant as useless as you?" the voice laughed thunderously. "I'm sorry, Draig, I couldn't be the carrier you wanted," said Issei while shedding tears of sadness. "Go the security. It's the first time I've met a carrier of that subject. Even if he were awake, he wouldn't know who I am." The strange voice laughed again. "That voice is still there. Who is it? Where does it come from?" Issei spoke with great difficulty. "Wait," the voice exclaimed with interest. "What is that?" the voice said in astonishment. Issei continued floating adrift. Suddenly he felt like something or someone touched him, to which he felt as if something was leaving his body, but due to his severe injuries, he had no reaction of pain or anything else. The voice growled seriously while analyzing a dark blue energy sphere. "They came back while the blue energy ball disappeared. This is a problem. They came back and I need to go back if I want to meet them." Suddenly he began to laugh out loud. "Well, it will be interesting. Hey kid," addressing Issei. Issei did not respond. As he was slowly losing his mind and his life, he heard the voice, but could not respond. "It looks like you're about to die." "Well, I doesn't matters," the voice said with discouragement. In that, among the sea of darkness and silence, appeared what seemed to be a huge eye from which waves of energy emanated that when touching Issei's body he regained consciousness. Instantly Issei reacted, and as he could he tried to stand up and stood in front of the large golden eye that was in front of him. "Now you're conscious," the voice laughed amusedly seeing Issei standing up, but very hurt. "Who are you? Where am I? What's going on?" Issei exclaimed, very confused. "Wait, Aisha? Where is she? I have to help her," Issei said, looking everywhere, until the voice growled, attracting Issei's attention back to the giant eye in front of him. "Listen, brat, and listen carefully because you're testing my patience," said the angry voice, and the eye taking an angry posture. It's okay," Issei replied fearfully. "Do you want power?" the voice asked seriously. "What do you mean?" Issei asked in disbelief. "I will repeat the question, but pay attention," said the voice with annoyance. "Do you want power? Power to fight, to protect, power to rule?" "Yes, I wish to be powerful to help my friends, to protect those who are important to me," Issei exclaimed with conviction. "So, if you want it?" the voice questioned again. Issei shouted determinedly. "Fine, but I must warn you about a couple of things before we close the deal," exclaimed the voice in a serious tone. "What are those things?" Issei asked worriedly. "First, you must become my carrier to use my power and my knowledge, but there is a problem with you," the voice questioned. "Problem? What problem?" Issei exclaimed in despair. "Well, you are a devil," the voice continued. "What does that have to do with anything?" Issei shouted angrily. Well, what you should know is that the only ones who can use my power are humans, answered the voice, and you, being a demon, cannot possess my power and my spirit. This confused Issei a lot. Hey, a second, if humans are the only ones who can use your power, then why are you offering me the power when I'm a demon? Issei shouted, confused. What I mean is that if you accept being my carrier, you must give up being a demon, the voice emphasized. What? That's impossible. There's no way I can go back to being human, Issei protested, or is there? Issei said, confused as he looked at the eye with doubt. If you agree to be my carrier, you will stop being a demon and you will become human again, the voice answered. Really? But how? Issei shouted in astonishment. It is simple to understand. Every time you use my power, it will give you the strength you need to fight, and with each use, my power will invade you little by little, and with that the demonic power will abandon your body until it is eradicated, and by that I mean your evil pieces. Issei was startled by this. The more of my power you use, the evil pieces will slowly be sealed, and in the event that you are to become my bearer fully, the evil pieces will be expelled from your body, either one by one, or all of them simultaneously, and when the last of them leaves your body, you will become human again. Then you will no longer depend on a master to have power and act, but my spirit will dwell fully in you, and with that you will be so powerful in a way that you cannot imagine. And when he finished saying this, he began to laugh between his teeth. Issei was speechless, as the offer he was being offered was perfect for saving Asia, but he wasn't sure if that strange voice was telling the truth, so he hesitated whether to accept the offer or not. Will what he's telling me be true, or am I hallucinating because I'm about to die? But if what he says is true, I'll have the power to rescue Asia, although this guy told me that if I accept and use his power I'll stop being a demon, I'll leave the president and the others. Damn, what should I do? Issei thought desperately. By the way, the voice intervened quickly, I still haven't finished saying everything I have to talk about. If you accept, the voice refuted, taking Issei out of his thoughts. What do I need to know besides this? Issei quickly asked. The second thing you should know is that if you accept my offer, you will have to take on the task of destroying some old enemies of mine that are loose in your world. It is because of those guys that I am imprisoned in this place. It will be difficult, but my power and my knowledge above all will be of help to you, since that guy is immortal, and as powerful as a demon king or a god, argued the voice seriously. What are you saying? Issei shouted forcefully. If they are immortal and as powerful as you say, like a demon king or a god, then how am I going to face them? They will destroy me in an instant, and no matter if I am human or a demon, Issei refuted angrily. That is simple to answer, the voice replied very calmly, which irritated Issei even more. Apparently you don't know who you're talking to. He let out a sigh of disappointment. Could it be that people don't remember me after centuries of power? I don't ignore me, Issei continued shouting. Well, the voice continued speaking. Hey kid, do you accept the deal or not? How do you expect me to accept if you haven't answered my questions? Issei responded furiously. Listen to me well, scum, the furious voice shouted. I'm tired of you always challenging me. You don't have the power or the attitude to do it, and you care. If you accept the deal, you'll become my bearer, my spirit will enter you, and in doing so, you'll become immortal and powerful, just like those guys. Are you serious? Issei asked fearfully at the thunderous voice. That's right, the voice answered more calmly. After all, I think I remember that those guys can't be killed by anyone. What do you mean, not just anyone? Issei asked again, trying not to get angry again. Yes, that guy is immortal, and the only way to kill an immortal of his kind is for another immortal or someone superior to kill them. For that reason I am telling you all this. By possessing my spirit, that guy and his followers will be able to hit or hurt you, but not kill you, since my power will prevent that from happening, in addition to the fact that with the help of my power and spirit, your sleeping powers inside you will awaken and will maximize in a way that you never would have imagined, the voice answered. If that's all, then let's do it, Issei exclaimed happily. Let's sign that contract and we can rescue Asia. Stop, the voice intervened. My power is only granted to those who are worthy, but the simple fact that you have come to this place confirms to me that you are worthy of my power, so there will be no problem with completing the sacrifice ritual, the voice explained calmly. Sacrificial ritual? Issei asked, confused. Correct. Only those who are able to overcome this ritual are those who can appear before me to become my carriers, the voice replied. And what does that ritual consist of? Issei asked with some fear. It's simple, but listen carefully. To become my bearer, the voice explained slowly, you must sacrifice your most prized treasure. What? And what is that? Issei asked, confused. I don't know that, but said the voice while a platform with a crystal ball appeared in front of Issei. Touch the orb, and then you will know which is that most precious treasure for you. Issei touched the crystal ball and a pink aura began to emanate from his body, which slowly concentrated on the ball, until it showed something that Issei never expected to see. How this is my most precious and valuable treasure? Issei exclaimed, full of astonishment. And it was no wonder. The ball that contained Issei's most valuable treasure showed what Issei never imagined. His perversion. Issei's most precious and valuable treasure was his own perversion. Due to his astonishment, Issei collapsed and fell on his but without knowing what to say, because he would never have imagined that something that others considered bad or disgusting was a treasure for him. At that point the pink crystal ball landed on Issei's left, while another crystal ball emerged from the ground, but bright red, which emerged from the darkness and landed on Issei's right side. He saw them, but wasn't sure what that meant, until the voice explained things to him. Look, you have on both sides in front of you what you want to have. On the left side your valuable treasure, while on the right side you have the power that I offer you for being my bearer. You must choose, the voice whispered delicately, which of the two you prefer, but only one. When you choose it, there will be no turning back. When you touch one of the oars, the other will disappear forever. If you choose power, your perversion will disappear from you forever, and no matter how much you try, it will not return. Even if you had 1,000 naked women before you, you will not do anything to them, because your perversion will no longer exist. But if you choose to keep your perversion, the power I offer you will never return to you. You will never see me again, and you will be the same weak and obstructive subject as you are. Choose carefully, because it will only be once, the voice explained calmly. Issei just looked at both orbs without knowing what to do, but in that the memories of the events he had experienced in the last few days, including the encounter he had with Reynalle a while ago and how Asia had suffered and cried, that without hesitation he slowly stood up, while his eyes hid behind his hair. Let whatever happens, happen, Issei exclaimed loudly. Issei slowly approached the orbs, but a few centimeters away from them. They distanced themselves from each other, but they were within reach. He only had to stretch out one of his hands and he could touch any of the orbs. Seeing this, Issei just stopped in front of them, while he looked closely at both orbs, in that he remained fixed with an expression of longing at the pink orb. But it was fun while it lasted, and as he finished the sentence Issei touched the red orb, without stopping looking at the pink orb. The instant he touched the red orb, the pink orb broke into thousands of tiny pieces, and with that Issei's treasure disappeared forever. At that the red orb shone brightly. It shone that enveloped Issei's body, who screamed in pain. Because the power that came out of the orb and entered his body, he began to feel how his wounds healed quickly. The great power that entered his body made Issei feel as if his body was going to explode, to which he closed his eyes tightly. Suddenly he felt how his left arm felt hot as if it was burning. At the same time it shone with a crimson-red color, and after a few seconds in which the orb emitted the most intense energy and brightness, the orb gradually became smaller, and when it reached the size of a small marble, it entered Issei's body, who fell exhausted from so much power that he had just received. Issei was breathing heavily. Little by little he stood up. Little by little he opened his eyes and noticed that the place had changed. Before it was dark and gloomy, but now it was a white space like Naruto when he trains to control the Kyuubi. Issei was surprised by the change, in that he moved his hands, but felt something strange. Then he looked at his left hand and saw that his arm was covered by a red gauntlet, which covered almost his entire left arm. He turned to his right and was very surprised because there was a mirror, but it was not the fact that the mirror was there, but because his image was reflected. But in it, there was something different. It was his eyes. They were the same light brown color, but now it was as if they were shining. They were the same color, but brighter, and his pupil was slit vertically, like the eyes of a dragon. Beautiful eyes, hi, exclaimed a voice behind Issei. But what? Issei immediately turned behind him and looked at a huge figure. Although the surroundings were clear, the figure appeared in the shadows. You are. Yes, I am the voice you heard a while ago, but don't worry, now you are my carrier, I will not destroy you, on the contrary, I will help you, repeated the enigmatic figure. Who are you? Issei asked, still surprised. Why are you hiding? I thought that since I was your bearer, you wouldn't hide anymore, so why are you showing yourself as you are? You think that just for having closed the deal I would reveal myself to you? Issei's interlocutor laughed lightly. There is still much to do, and you still need to gain more power and experience to know all my secrets, but don't worry, everything in I's own time, the shadow explained in detail. For now I say goodbye, you still do not have enough power to fully connect to you, that is why I must rest for now. Wait, how am I going to use your power? You haven't told me that. I need it to help Asia, said Issei desperately. It's true, the power, I almost forgot. In your case it won't be difficult. Do you even know the use or function of the evil pieces? Said the shadow. Yes, I know every function, and I'm a pawn, Issei replied with discouragement. Well, that makes it easier to invoke him, the voice answered quickly. Really? Issei exclaimed, confused. Well, as you know, pawns have the ability to promote and acquire the qualities of other pieces, no matter what they are, right? The voice explained. Well, yes, but not all of them. I can promote to a rook, knight, bishop or queen, but I can't promote to a king. It's impossible, Issei answered, not knowing where the conversation was going. But in your case it is different. With the help of my power, you can make the promotion to king without any problem, and in doing so, you acquire the qualities of the other pieces at the same time: defense and unbreakable strength of the rook, the speed and precision of the knight, the inexhaustible magic power of the bishop, and the great powers and virtues that the queen possesses, all combined with my great power, results in an invincible pawn, at least until you become human again and master my powers as if they were your own, the voice declared proudly. I see, then I must practice and be careful with this new power, said Issei while looking at his hands. One more thing before I go, the voice interrupted. What thing? Issei asked. You must not mention anything of what has happened to anyone, not even to the security, he declared with an authoritative voice. But why not? Don't they get along? Issei asked incredulously. No, it's not that, but it's not yet time to reveal my presence. Remember that there are two subjects who know of my existence, so we must act carefully to avoid unnecessary fights, explained the voice. I see, is there anything else I should know? Issei asked. Not for now. When the time comes and you need to talk to me, you will find a way. By the way, a gift, said the voice, and immediately a bracelet descended towards Issei. Place this bracelet on your left arm. It will help you in your task of rescuing your friend, but remember the power boost is temporary. It only lasts a few hours, so don't use it until you are completely sure that you will be able to break your friend out of her prison. Good luck with your training, and I'll see you later, said the voice, and when it finished speaking, it disappeared from the space or mental passage. Training? What does that mean? Issei said, scratching his cheek. Suddenly the white space turned black. What the hell? Issei exclaimed, confused. The space that was once white and now black had Issei confused. In that enormous wall of fire rose from all sides surrounding Issei, who, feeling cornered, was preparing for anything. Wow, you're finally listening to yourself, you little scum, a strange voice spoke, but not as strange as the previous one. What the hell? For you? Issei exclaimed in astonishment. It took you a long time to realize, even though I reside inside you, you never heard me, but well, maybe because you are too weak to feel my presence, replied the voice angrily. But who are you? Insisted Issei. It's me, said the voice, and instantly a huge red dragon appeared before him. You are Issei tried to speak, but his astonishment made it difficult for him to speak, the one known as security. Wow, exclaimed the dragon in surprise. You know who I am? But the question that interests us is, how do you know? Questioned the dragon. At that moment Issei was stunned. He spoke without thinking first. He knew the name because the previous guy had told him that he possessed the security, and he had sworn not to say anything about the other guy, so he quickly invented an excuse to get away. Well, you see, the fallen angel who killed me told me that I was the bearer of a sacred gear. After they revived me as a demon, they explained to me that I possessed the boosted gear, which belongs to the Security. That's why I know your name. After the ridiculous explanation, Issei gulped. He just hoped she believed him. Growled the dragon. For now I will leave things as they are. However, I wish to know everything later, said the dragon, looking at Issei with some distrust, while Issei swallowed. Hey Security, said Issei, trying to get the dragon's attention. My name is Draig, the nickname of Security. It is used to designate my carriers, explained Draig. Cool. Hey Draig, can you teach me how to use this? Said Issei while showing the gauntlet on his left arm. What? Did you fully awaken the gauntlet's powers? Draig exclaimed, a little surprised. Well, yes, I think so, Issei replied worriedly. Fine, since you insist, said Draig, smiling. Let's see how much you can endure. At that same moment, the space turned into a huge valley with huge mountains, rivers, jungles, forests, all in one place. Seeing this, Draig began to laugh and suddenly rushed to attack Issei, throwing flames of fire at him, slashing at him, and when he could, trying to devour him, to which Issei with great fear and surprise did nothing but dodge them to survive. Hey, what the hell are you trying to do? Issei shouted euphorically at the dragon. Well, by training you, said the dragon maliciously. What do you call training? You're more like trying to kill me, the young man replied. The first thing I must do is strengthen your resistance and physical and mental strength, replied the dragon, and instantly spat fire at him, to which Issei dedicated himself to running. And $#degree. 11 months later. Issei was running towards a hill, running for his life, because behind him was a ferocious pack of wyverns that were chasing them hungrily and destroying everything in their path. The young demon stopped in front of a cliff, analyzing the situation, but seconds later the wyverns destroyed some rocks with which Issei blocked the way. Seeing this, the young man took a few steps back and then at full speed ran towards the edge of the cliff and made a huge jump, crossing it, and that was 58 meters away. After crossing, he looked behind him what had happened, smiled and continued running. In that the wyverns spread their wings and continued the chase. Once they reached the top of the hill, young Hayadu stopped, regaining some breath, because the long race that had been undertaken was leaving him exhausted and without strength. Hearing that the flock of wyverns was approaching, he knocked down one of the rocks with his foot and, using it as a surfboard, he slid down the hill and landed in a large red circle, which caused the entire environment to disappear, returning to blank space. Mental passage. Like Naruto when he trains with Killer Bee. Seeing this happening, Issei collapsed, exhausted and breathing heavily. I must admit that you have become stronger and faster, but it is still not enough to exploit all the potential you have and master all my powers, said the dragon in front of Issei, but for now it will be enough. For now, when you need to strengthen yourself, do not hesitate to call me. By the way, great idea of yours to make this training dimension, said Draig before disappearing. Issei tried to stop Draig from explaining many things to him, yet, as soon as he started running, he felt a great pain in his chest, which made him fall to his knees due to the enormous pain in his chest. But what the hell is happening to me? Issei said with intense pain in his chest. Then he let out a loud scream. Then Issei reacted. He realized that he was in the same place where Reynalle had thrown him, very badly wounded. But where am I? Said the boy, looking everywhere. Well, you're finally awake, Ibu, said Draig from his left arm. Draig, is you? How are you? Tell me, how did we end up in this place? The young man asked, confused. I don't know that. After you fainted, your body was losing a lot of blood. I tried to wake you up, but you didn't react. Suddenly something began to heal your wounds and I felt like your body was flooded with an enormous power, said the dragon. By the way, partner, what is that you have in your pocket? I've seen it for a while and I don't know what it is. I'm curious, questioned the dragon. Issei took a small white box out of his pocket. When he opened it, what appeared to be a note fell out. Issei picked it up and began to read it. Remember our deal, Hayate Issei. I hope you have luck rescuing your friend. Inside the box is a gift that will help you in your mission. Good luck. Don't worry, you have plenty of time to spare. With my power I altered the course of time, so instead of several hours, it's only been 20 minutes since that fallen angel attacked you, and you don't need permission to act. Just do it. It's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. Well, I'll see you soon, my new bear. After finishing reading that, Issei raised his head with determination. And whose partner was the note? said Draig curiously. I don't know, but it reminded me that there's something important I need to do. Can I count on your help? Issei asked the dragon. Sure, I want to know what you plan to do, and I'm even more interested in seeing how you do in a real battle with your new abilities. Draig responded with interest. Well then let's go, Issei exclaimed, starting to run. I don't know, but it reminded me that there's something important I need to do. Can I count on your help? Issei asked the dragon. Sure, I want to know what you plan to do, and I'm even more interested in seeing how you do in a real battle with your new abilities. Draig responded with interest. Well then let's go, Issei exclaimed, starting to run. Issei started running. He came out from the bushes of the park at full speed. The people of the park yelled at him to watch where he walked, to be careful where he went, but he didn't take it important. The only thing that mattered to him was to get to the church quickly, because his friend Asia was in trouble and he couldn't fail her, and now less so, because she possessed two enormous powers inside her, the power of the security and the power of some guy who didn't know who he was and who wanted him, but he was sure of one thing: he was a strong ally. For now, he just hoped that he wouldn't betray him later or claim something else, because he had already sacrificed his perversion. Speaking of which, Issei began to think if what had happened was real or not, because he didn't feel different. He felt the same as always, well, almost the same. He could feel a great amount of power running through him. He felt like the power made him feel strong and invincible. He only hoped that the power he possessed now was enough to save Asia. Also, speaking of power, the subjects the voice was referring to, if they were as strong as he imagined or stronger, the only thing he wanted was to be able to rise to the challenge. This had him thoughtful as he ran in the direction of the church. Partner, are you okay? You seem very strange to me, said the dragon, taking Issei out of his thoughts. What? Did you say something, Draig? Issei asked in his thoughts. Yes, you are. I notice you are very serious. Perhaps my training traumatized you, exclaimed the dragon in a mocking tone. No, it's not that. What happens is that I don't know what I'm going to face. Besides, that fallen one was my ex-girlfriend, and I feel a bit strange seeing her, exclaimed the young man with serious doubt. During a few minutes of silence between them, Issei decided to break the ice. Hey Draig, don't you notice anything strange about me? Issei asked seriously. No, why do you ask? Are you afraid? Asked Draig, surprised by his partner's question. At that, Issei remembered the encounter he had had a while ago with that strange being, about the new power that had been granted to him, the benefits and all that, but what really had him thinking a lot was the fact that he had sacrificed his perversion, or so he thought, because he had examined himself several times, but he didn't notice anything new, nor did he feel as if something was missing, so maybe it was just his imagination. At that, Issei looked at the road again. Well, it looks like we've arrived, Issei said with determination in front of the abandoned church. Right, now let's rescue your friend to see your progress with my training, exclaimed the dragon from the jewel on his left hand. Hey Draig, could you give me some advice before going into battle? The young man exclaimed to the dragon. Well, since you insist, first, remember your training. Second, let your instincts guide you. It's the best way to get through a battle without getting so exhausted. Third, remember the game pieces. It might help you in your battle, but don't do it too quickly or you'll exhaust yourself senselessly. The dragon explained carefully. Understood. Is there anything else I should know? The boy asked. Yes, don't die, at least not so fast, said the dragon, laughing. Very funny. By the way, what are you going to do, Draig? Issei asked the jewel on his left hand. Something of utmost importance for the mission, replied the dragon. So, what is this great importance thing? Issei exclaimed, emphasizing great importance. Pray that everything goes well, the dragon replied mockingly. Very funny, Issei answered the dragon. Well, Asia, wait a little longer. I'll come for you, said the young man, opening the door and activating the boost gauntlet. In that he remembered the box in his pocket, he opened it and found a bracelet like the one he and Gasper used, that Azazel gave them in the series, but instead of white it's red. He put it on his arm following the instructions of that voice. He wasn't sure if he could trust him, but for now he had no other resources at his disposal. Since if he returned to the president, she might deny him support, that's why he chose to do it his way. Issei opened the door and entered the church. He walked carefully and very cautiously, because he wanted to enter and exit without having to fight. He walked to where the altar was, and stopped analyzing the place and the possible hiding places where enemies could be, and even more so the entrance to where they had Asia captured, in that he felt a strange feeling of alert, something like a light breeze touching his face, coming from behind him and touching his face, indicating that something or someone was trying to attack him. I know it sounds strange, but I couldn't think of another way to say it, maybe like Spider-Man's arachnid sense, something like that. It's like a sixth sense that warns him of danger. So Issei spun around to the left, a 180 degrees turn using his left leg as support, kneeling in attack mode, while he crouched and looked towards the place where the attack came from, and what was his surprise that they were shots. Someone shot at him, but he avoided it in an agile way. A way to compare it would be, if you have seen the movie 300, when a Spartan kills one of Xerxes' magicians and the way he covers himself from the explosion, in that way, I roughly imagine the way Issei dodges the bullets. Shots? How did I avoid them? Issei said, very surprised by her reaction. Be careful, partner, those shots are not simple bullets, they are light bullets. If they touch you, you may suffer in a slow and painful way, said Draig, warning Issei of the danger. I understand, I'll try not to be there when they hit, Issei replied. Well, you're fast, Demon Kuin, you managed to dodge the bullets, but for once you dodged them, don't feel lucky, said a guy who was walking calmly towards Issei with a gun in his hand, but remained partially hidden in the shadows. Who the hell are you? Give the coward a break, Issei shouted in annoyance. You have such a bad memory, you cheap thief. Don't you recognize me? The man exclaimed, laughing as he emerged from the darkness. Freed, Issei shouted. Where is Asia? You mean that heretic witch demon lover? Well, she is in the basement down the stairs below the altar, but I'm afraid you won't go beyond this place, because here will be your grave. He said this last part. He said it in a dark way, taking out a lightsaber from his coat and launching himself at Issei. Issei, for his part, dodged the attack by jumping back, then propelled himself and tried to hit Freed in the face, but he took a step back and dodged Issei's blow. Wow, you've become strong, you cheap demon. I must admit, it will be a lot of fun, until I have to kill you, Freed shouted madly. Freed began to fire several bursts of gunfire at Issei. Seeing the large number of shots and how he couldn't dodge them all, Issei dashed to his right and took cover behind one of the church pews, which received most of the impacts. Issei found himself cornered and felt prepared, but his opponent had more experience in combat and was more skilled than him, in addition to light weapons, which represented a great disadvantage and worried Issei. It seems you forgot my advice, partner. Draig intervened in his thoughts. Draig, what do you mean? Issei replied. You really need to improve your instincts and learn to manage your advantages over the enemy, said the dragon, somewhat annoyed. Advantages? What advantages? The young man replied to the dragon. Wow, we need to work on your memory, you're very forgetful, Draig exclaimed in discouragement. Hey, you're not helping me at all, insisted the brown-haired boy. Do you happen to remember something we call a promotion game? Said Draig persuasively. That's it. How could I forget, said Issei with renewed spirit, standing up and looking determinedly at Freed. Finally you show your face, cheap demon, exclaimed Freed, pointing the gun at the demon, so die, shooting the trigger of the gun, letting out several bursts of shots towards Issei. Promotion night, Issei muttered. The bullets that Freed fired were just inches away from hitting Issei, but something happened. A smoke screen rose around Issei. At this, Freed assumed that he had won, but if I were you, I wouldn't be too confident, a voice exclaimed behind Freed. He turned his head behind him to see who it was, but he received a blow to the face and another to the stomach, to finally fly away from a strong kick to the jaw. Issei had taken him by surprise. Freed crashed into some benches. Once recovered from the blow, he got up and looked at Issei angrily. Yeah, how the hell did you do that? Said Freed, rubbing his jaw from the tremendous blow Issei gave him. It's easy when you can move quickly like a horse, Issei said as he took a battle stance. Freed shouted, aiming his gun again and firing at will. Issei, seeing the shots, with the speed of the horse, began to dodge them without any problem, but what he didn't expect was that Freed threw a smoke bomb, which made it difficult for Issei to see, and then he felt the sensation of danger again in the form of a breeze. Dimen, promotion rook, Issei shouted hurriedly. The instant Issei made the promotion, several bullet impacts collided with the tower's defense, as Fried had used the smoke bomb trying to confuse him in order to try to kill him with several light bullets. However, the exorcist's attacks did not end there, but launched himself at Issei trying to stab him in the young demon's chest. But he quickly used the gauntlet to block the lightsaber attack, but Fried did not give up, so throwing away the empty cartridge, reloaded the weapon and they faced each other hand to hand, something similar to the confrontation between Kiba and Fried in the series. Only that Issei does not have a sword and blocks the attacks with his gauntlet and attacks Fried with his fist. It was a hand-to-hand battle, as Fried tried to hit Issei either with the sword or with the bullets, while Issei blocked the sword attacks and dodged the bullets, and when he had the chance he tried to hit Fried, but he dodged the blows. Fried tried to make a cross cut with the lightsaber, but Issei blocked it, but not only that, but with the momentum of the blow, he pushed Fried, which made him lose his balance. Seeing the opportunity, Issei launched a fierce attack. Promotion Night Daijo Issei. With the speed, the horse stood in front of Fried while he could not react, and began to deliver a series of blows all over his body at an incredible speed that Fried could not even react, like when a boxer hits the knob constantly, like Issei with Fried. Those who have played KOF can also relate it when Ralph hits in one of his special attacks, which made him drop the gun and the sword. Promotion Rook Issei exclaimed with great confidence. Of the quick blows he had given him, now he only dedicated himself to giving him a series, although slower, of hooks to the stomach, and then giving him a strong kick that made Fried take a few steps back, who clumsily took out 2 lightsabers from his coat to cut Issei's body, but he used one more maneuver. Promotion Night Issei exclaimed again. Before Fried could recover, Issei used the horse's speed to deliver quick blows, in which he hits and retreats, avoiding Fried's clumsy sword slashes. The same sequence was used several times, until Issei trying to attack him from behind, he was careless for a second, which allowed Fried to recover for a moment and launch a strong move towards Issei before he defended himself. However, his reaction was different. Promotion Rook Issei whispered with a smile. Issei used the Rook promotion to defend himself from the move by covering himself with the gauntlet, in that taking advantage of the momentum he had from the run made while using the horse promotion, he gave him a straight to the head. When Issei was in a better position, he gave him a knee to the thorax, breaking some of his ribs. In pain, Fried tried to kill Issei by slitting his throat, but he blocked Fried's blow with an elbow, causing him to extend his arm in the air. The pawn held Fried's arm with his right hand and with the gauntlet gave him a karate-style blow, like when they break boards and such, on Fried's arm joint, breaking his right arm. Eh! It was the scream of Fried, who complained about his broken arm and ribs. Demon scum, I will destroy you, shouted Fried enraged and launched an attack with his left arm. Hell was what he whispered. Fried crossed his arm to try to kill Issei with the lightsaber, but the brunette dodged it in the Matrix style. Once the sword was out of his reach, Issei recovered his battle stance and gave a huge uppercut to Fried. Explosion. The impact sent him flying and falling on his back. Don't get up, because I think I've already won, said Issei triumphantly, taking one of the church pews and throwing it at the exorcist. You think so, you piece of bait, but this won't end like this, said Fried using a ball of light. He disappeared from the place, leaving a trail, and in the place crashing the bench that Issei had thrown. But he escaped, said Issei, discouraged. Good work, partner. I see you can handle the promotions game better now, exclaimed the dragon proudly. It's all thanks to you, Draig, the young brown-haired boy replied. Flashback. We see a young chestnut tree in the middle of a valley, its expression denoting tiredness and hunger, but its trainer had not allowed it a single moment of rest for a few days. He was demanding, because he said that its bearers were not allowed to be weak warriors. Very well, Hayate Issei, in these last few weeks we have worked on your condition, resistance and concentration in battle, but those 3 things are not enough to win the battles that await you in the future, so now we must concentrate on your attacking abilities, since the dragons are experts in that area and you being my bearer should not be the exception, so we will begin by strengthening your offensive virtues, explained Draig from the top of a small rock that protruded from the valley where the bearer of the security eye was located. Well, how will we do that? Issei said, exhausted from running so much. Since you are still weak to handle my powers at 100%, we must concentrate on your abilities as a demon. Now that I remember, you were a human reincarnated into a demon, which means you have no magical powers of your own, so we will focus on strengthening your abilities with the evil piece. Tell me, partner, What piece are you? Commented the dragon with interest. Well, according to the president and the others, I'm a pawn, said Issei, looking away waiting for a bigger scolding. A pawn? Wow, I can't believe one of my carriers is a pawn, but well, that should matter now, said the dragon dejectedly, although now that I think about it, maybe we have some interesting training around here, he said, looking at his carrier, thinking about something maliciously. What would that be? Issei asked with some doubt. I thought I'd take advantage of the advantage a pawn has in the game of chess, the dragon commented calmly. Advantage? What advantage? Insisted Issei. Apparently you don't know anything about the evil pieces, right? Said the dragon mockingly, to which Issei looked down. Well, each of the evil pieces has particular attributes. For example, the rook has an immense and unbreakable defense, as well as immeasurable strength, so being a rook gives you defensive attributes, not so much offensive, while they are offensive if you know how to use their characteristics. Secondly, there is the knight. It has enormous speed and precision, it is more offensive in style, but well, it depends a lot on the skill of the possessor or how it is used. Then we have the bishop, which has enormous and inexhaustible magical ability. Then we have the queen, which has the abilities of the rook, knight, and bishop. Finally, we have the king, which is the lord and master of the other pieces. It is the strongest of all the pieces with enormous power, explained the dragon with satisfaction. Rook, knight, bishop, king, and queen. Issei muttered. Hey, wait a second, what about the pawns? Issei shouted, looking for an answer. You're right, partner, the pawn has a special quality that the other pieces don't, said the dragon, smiling. What is that ability? Issei asked desperately. Draig started laughing. Promotion. When a pawn reaches the other side of the board, it can promote and acquire the virtues of one of the other pieces on the board, be it knight, rook, bishop, or queen, except the king, and you, as you are a pawn, you can acquire any of those abilities, explained Draig. So I should practice that skill with each of the pieces? Issei said thoughtfully. Correct, but it will be difficult since you have to have great stamina and power to handle the promotions in a fight. Since you can only promote once in battle, unless you have lost the promotion, then you can promote to another piece, concluded Draig. Only once in battle, huh? Issei said to himself. Issei remained meditating on the new information that Draig had provided him, since it was something he had to take into account if he wanted to protect the others, but that of only one promotion until losing her seemed too problematic. So after a long time in silence in which Draig looked at her with doubt due to her seriousness and silence, she thought about leaving him alone so that he could assimilate and understand the new information. Okay, partner, that's all for this week. Rest tonight. Tomorrow we will continue with the training, said the dragon, flying away. As Issei lay down looking at the sky thoughtfully and without realizing it due to tiredness, he fell asleep. The next morning, Issei woke up with the first rays of sunlight. Sleepily he went to the nearest river to wash his face to wake up completely. At that moment when he was drying his face, a multi-purpose knife fell out of his pocket, which Draig had given him for his survival in that place. Issei picked it up and looked at it discouragedly, but after a few seconds he suddenly opened his eyes and showed a big smile. A few minutes later, Draig flew to where Issei was and noticed that he was in a very good mood, and he was also waiting for him with a big smile, which was strange, since in the last few days when he arrived at the place where he had left him the previous time, he was either hiding or running away or asleep, but now he seemed motivated and in the mood for something. He just hoped it was something good or not some nonsense. Wow, you seem to be in a good mood today, partner. What are you up to? Asked the dragon suspiciously. Issei got up from where he was sitting, walked to Draig and told him his concern. Hey Draig, I was thinking, said Issei, but was interrupted. Thought it? How fun, interrupted the dragon. Yeah, whatever, was Issei's response, not with indifference, but in another way, a response that surprised Draig. Listen, I think I know how to take advantage of my status as a pawn, Issei said firmly. I'm listening. Well, the dragon replied with interest. Promotion game, Issei exclaimed with determination. What thing? Exclaimed the dragon, confused. Yesterday when you told me about the pawn's abilities, I was thinking that maybe it's a weak piece, but when I saw the knife you gave me to survive, it occurred to me to use the pawn's ability in the same way, the young man explained very excitedly. Hey, partner, calm down, I see you discovered something important. But I don't understand what you're trying to tell me with all your talk, said the dragon, confused. Okay, I want to use the promotion skill like this knife, explained Issei, showing the knife. Well, and how do you think it could work? Because I don't see how, commented the dragon. You see, the knife has different functions within it. It can be a knife, a pocket knife, a screwdriver, a corkscrew, scissors, etc. But it is still the same knife, and depending on the circumstances it changes tools to emerge victorious. I will do the same. I will promote myself in such a way that I can use the attributes of any of the pieces at any time without waiting for the promotion to end. That way I will be stronger no matter the circumstances. With this I believe that I will have all the benefits of the pieces whenever necessary, he explained to the brown-haired man slowly. At this comment, Draig was amazed by Issei's stance. He never thought that was thinkable or possible, but in the time he had been training him, he had realized that Issei was full of surprises, using promotions as weapons consecutively regardless of whether he had a promotion or not, was something surprising. Draig wasn't sure it was possible, but the idea was interesting, so he would bet on his partner's idea. Okay, partner, I'm not sure your idea will work, but we have nothing to lose by trying. But first we must train you so that you master the attributes of each of the pieces, otherwise you won't know how to handle the power of each piece at the time of the promotion, said Draig, explaining his opinion. Well, if you don't have any more questions, let's start the training, Issei said, full of joy and enthusiasm. After a long time of talking, explaining the way in which he would train, Draig made Issei go through an intensive training, first mastering each of the attributes and disadvantages of each of the pieces. Then they went on to the speed of the promotions, because if they wanted the change to be instantaneous, he should be able to promote just by thinking about the promotion and mentioning it, and with that they would eliminate the requirement of permission from the king for the promotion or of reaching the base or enemy territory to be able to promote. It was a difficult training, since Issei had to endure constant attacks from his dragon partner that forced him to strengthen and better master the promotions. In addition to the different challenges that the environment that surrounded them put more pressure on Issei, since he not only had to train and escape from the dragon, but the large creatures of the place harassed him, and therefore he had to defend himself from any possible hostility from the place. Months later, a huge roar was heard on a wooded hill, as a red dragon mercilessly attacked with huge flames of fire a young demon who was trying to survive the huge ball of fire that burned around him. Bishop promotion, said the young brown-haired man, summoning a huge magic circle to block the attack. The dragon, seeing the shield and its great resistance, launched a strong tail lash at it. Seeing this, Issei had to dodge it or he would die. Promotion night, he shouted hurriedly. A few centimeters from being hit, Issei jumped, dodging the blow, but to his surprise Draig was waiting to throw another large fireball at him. Seeing it, he had to think about getting out of there quickly. Promotion bishop, he shouted with great force. Feeling the powers of the ivory in his body, he concentrated a great deal of energy in both hands. Boost, 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 double hit, exclaimed Issei, launching 2 red rays against the fireball. The clash of both attacks created a huge explosion. Seeing the clash, Issei used a magic circle to create a gust of air that propelled him towards the trees, crashing into one. Moments later he recovered from the blow and hid from the dragon, but it did not last long, because the dragon spread its wings and began to flap constantly, but without rising. The large amount of wind caused a hurricane that mercilessly tore down trees, plants, rocks, whatever, among so many objects in the air. Young demon was caught by the hurricane. Seeing its prey, the dragon stopped flapping to rise and swallow its prey. Issei, seeing that he was heading towards the dragon's mouth, performed a maneuver to get out alive from a painful death. I just hope it works, otherwise I'll have to start all over again. Promotion queen, Issei exclaimed a short distance from the dragon's snout. Issei began to emanate a red aura around him and concentrated his energy in his right arm, extended it in the direction of the beast's jaws, aimed and prayed for everything to go well. Boost, 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 fire cannon was what Issei shouted. Faced with that amount of power, a large magic circle formed in front of Issei's arm, and from the circle came a great burst of power that crashed into the Welsh dragon's snout. Due to the impact, the dragon deviated its mouth to the side due to the impact and pain. However, Issei continued to fall towards the dragon. It passed by one side. Seeing this, Issei supported his legs on the dragon's body, and with the power of the queen he propelled himself away. The speed of the impulse unbalanced him and fell on top of a small hill about 300 meters from where Draig fell. At the top of the hill, Issei was too tired to continue running, so he remained lying down. For his part, the Welsh dragon recovered seconds later and looked in all directions searching for its prey. When it located it, it took flight in the direction of the young demon, but a few meters from him, the sunlight bothered him and he was surprised that the sun was already setting. Seeing that, the dragon continued its flight more calmly, landed next to its partner and lay down due to tiredness. Congratulations, partner, you managed to escape from me from dawn to dusk. I must congratulate you. I didn't expect you to achieve it so quickly. Besides, I realize that the promotion game is no longer a problem for you, said the dragon proudly. Ah, thank you so much, Draig. I told you I could do it tough, Issei said, exhausted. However, you must be careful with your attacks that require magic, since your magic reserves for now are not very large, so you must act with caution before making such powerful attacks. I know that your queen and bishop promotions give you that advantage, but it is better to prevent any disadvantages, stressed the dragon. Of course, whatever you say, which means that I still have to get stronger, but you have to admit that it was a good idea, answered Issei. After a discussion, they both enjoyed the rest of the afternoon laughing. Findel flashback. Wow, I had forgotten how hard it was to master the promotions game, said the young man in the middle of the church. Excuse me, partner, I don't want to break the sweet memories, but should I remind you the reason why you came here in such desperation? Interrupted the dragon. Right. I had forgotten, thanks, Draig, the young demon replied. Issei ran towards the altar. He tried to look for a switch or something that would make it move, but he didn't find anything, so he tried to move it, but it was too heavy, so. Well, I didn't want to destroy almost anything. As he finished saying it, he kicked it with such force that it flew and crashed into the wall. Seeing this, he went down in despair. Meanwhile, at the occult club. Era, it's getting late and Issei hasn't arrived, said the beautiful vice president of the club with a worried posture, that is, a hand on her cheek. Aquino, the sun is almost setting, said the voluptuous and radiant red-headed club president Issei. Where have you meditated, my precious and cute servant? She thought with concern. Just then a silver-haired girl entered the club room while eating a lollipop. Butcho, he's not on campus. I've already searched all over the school, even in the places where he usually is, said the girl without flinching. Wow, where has he gone? Rias said, looking serious, but inside she was worried. So, what should we do? Asked the blonde boy from the club, who stopped reading to ask. I don't know, but Yuto, could you look for his friends? Maybe they'll know where he is, said the club president. Yes, Butcho, said Yuto and left the club. Several minutes later, Kiba entered the club room with a serious face. Seeing it, Rias and her team assumed that he had no luck in finding Issei. So Yuto, were you lucky? Asked his mistress. No, Butcho, no one around has seen him and his friends don't know where he is, replied the gentleman. What luck? Where did he go this time? The redhead exclaimed, sitting down with some frustration. Butcho, what are we going to do about the exorcists? Said the Nikomata girl. You're right, for now we must monitor each of their movements. I don't like the idea that they are lurking in my territory. Besides, I have the feeling that they are up to something, said Rias in a very serious posture. By the way, what will you do when Issei meets more exorcists? Or when he has to face an enemy? Because he still can't handle demonic power. Not even his own power as a security, Aquino said with a serious tone. You're right, Aquino. Issei is still very weak, Rias said seriously. I think a little training wouldn't hurt him, she exclaimed with a smile. Well, starting tomorrow we'll all train Issei. Yes, Butcho, they answered in unison. Yes, we must strengthen Issei, that way he will become a strong demon. After all, he is my cute and precious servant. I will not let anything happen to him, thought Rias. It is true. Do any of you have his number? She asked hopefully and standing up. They all looked at each other and denied the request of their teacher, who, seeing herself locked up, sat down again and waited for news of her pawn. Meanwhile, in the church basement. Who thought of putting so many stairs to go down to a simple basement? Said the brown-haired man complaining. Keep quiet, partner, otherwise they'll discover you, and goodbye, element of surprise. By the way, you're still promoted to the tower, right? Asked the dragon in a low voice. Yes, you're right, and yes, I still have the tower promotion. Why do you have any idea? He said curiously. Something like that. I think the easiest thing would be for you to promote yourself to queen, enter the hall, create disturbances, confuse them a little and leave as quickly as possible, otherwise it will be a battle that you alone will not be able to win, explained Draig calmly. Fine, but Issei whispered as he looked at the interior of the room hidden behind the door. How am I going to face Reynalle? After all, she is a fallen angel? If it were only the exorcists I wouldn't have any problems, but she is another story. Bah, you worry too much. With the new abilities you have, she has no chance of facing you, replied the dragon. Okay, then go ahead, promotion queen, Issei muttered. While inside the ritual hall. Inside the room, which was huge, there were at least 50 exorcists guarding that no one interrupted the ritual. Suddenly one of the side doors, another 2 exorcists entered guarding Asia, who was wearing only a white dress like the one in the series. Asia was scared and did not understand what was happening. She only knew that her boss Reynalle had told her about a kind of ritual, in which she had to participate. When they reached the center of the altar, they began to go up the stairs. While they were going up, Asia realized that a magic circle appeared in what appeared to be a huge cross. From the circle Reynalle came out, which was smiling maliciously. Well, my dear Asia, it's time to start our ritual, exclaimed the fallen angel. But Reynalle, what's going to happen to me? The blonde girl asked, very scared. Calm down, my dear Asia, nothing is going to happen to you. After this all your problems will go away, said the fallen one, caressing the girl's cheek. If you say so, Asia replied. Reynalle and Asia walked towards the huge black cross, but one step away from placing Asia, something stopped them. Dragon shoot, Issei shouted. A red ray of energy hit the black cross, shattering it into pieces. Everyone present was amazed at the display of power and turned their heads behind them. There stood the security with a smile on his face and his countenance full of confidence. Excuse me for interrupting, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important. Yuma-chan, it's been a while since I saw you. Beautiful, how have you been? Issei said with a big smile on his face. Issei-sen, exclaimed the blonde girl. How is it possible? I killed you, lesser demon, the fallen one shouted. You're right, darling, but I must tell you that I'm tougher than I look, Issei commented. Well, very well, if that is the reason, said the fallen one while laughing evilly. I will have to make sure to dismember you, Reynalle shouted to the exorcists. As soon as they received the order, the exorcists ran towards Issei, who without flinching took a step forward and as if by magic disappeared. At this the exorcists were surprised, but their surprise did not last long, since the demon moved to the left side of the group. Boost. The exorcists looked to their left side and could see the demon gathering energy in his left arm. Then when they wanted to attack, Issei passed through them like a lightning bolt, while his step divided the group and threw them against the walls and pillars. Issei turned around and could notice that some exorcists were running towards him. When he saw them, he faced them, disarming them with attacks and leaving them unconscious, also blocking the attacks of the lightsabers. Boost. The energy kept building up. While Issei kept kicking the exorcist's butts, he was suddenly alerted by something. You know that strange breeze that warns you of danger. Issei jumped back, and where he was standing a spear made of light fell. The demon looked where it came from and realized that his ex-girlfriend had attacked him. Now I see that my ex is stronger than I remembered, but that won't save you from death. Reynalle shouted madly while launching arrows of light left and right. The fallen's light arrows were hundreds that did not distinguish between friend and foe, to which Reynalle's attacks ended the lives of many of the exorcists. Issei, for his part, used the defensive power of the queen to avoid being pierced by the arrows, so when he had the opportunity, he covered himself from the rain of arrows. The only thing Issei could hear was the deafening noise of the rain of arrows. A few seconds later, the arrows stopped falling. On the floor of the room lay the lifeless bodies of the exorcists, while Reynalle looked closely at the bodies to determine if she had eliminated her ex, but the situation was different. Dragon shoot. The attack hit Reynalle's body squarely, so Issei took the opportunity to get closer, and to avoid problems he decided to finish her off. Partner, it would be best if you finish her off, otherwise she will be a danger, exclaimed the dragon from his left hand. Boost, 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 boost. Fine, if you say so, let's do it, Issei replied, but first I must get Asia out of this place. Issei began to concentrate energy on his arm, and when he saw that she stood up, he launched his attack fire cannon. The energy blast hit the target. Once he finished launching the attack, Issei showed signs of tiredness, hence he looked towards where Asia was. Asia, are you okay? Issei said as he knelt down to check on his friend. Yes, but what's going on, Issei-san? The girl asked, scared. Don't worry, I'll get you out of here, he said, extending his hand, but he was alerted by the breeze. Issei carried Asia and jumped, as Reynalle tried to impale him with 2 spears of light, but he managed to dodge them. Issei jumped and ran down the huge staircase towards the main door, but the door collapsed due to a huge spear of light that crashed into it. At that, both boys looked behind them at a fallen one with eyes full of madness from the battle and bloodlust, which startled Issei a lot, because as far as he could remember Yuma, he did not emanate such a horrendous aura. Yuma-chan, what's wrong with you? Let us go, we haven't done anything to you, Issei shouted, trying to reason with her. Letting them go, but the fun is just beginning. Besides, that girl hasn't given me her sacred gear yet, so I can't let them go, Reynalle replied with Yuma's voice. Reynalle-sama, I will stay, but please let Issei-san go, Asia said. No, none of them will leave alive, he said, creating huge spears. The fallen one threw the spears towards where they found them, but Issei, who continued carrying Asia, dodged them, but Reynalle continued shooting spears of light, while Issei tried to dodge them, but one of them got stuck in his left shoulder as he launched himself towards a pillar seeking protection. Issei, you are very bad, I am your girlfriend, how dare you abandon me for a girl? Could it be that you want to be unfaithful to me? She laughed as she finished the sentence. So give it to me and you can do whatever you want with my body, insisted Yuma, speaking like a jealous girlfriend. This one is crazy, why does she want to give me her body? Issei whispered while cleaning the slight wound, and Asia immediately healed him. Issei left Asia behind the pillar for protection. Listen to me, Asia, stay here, I will face her. If you see the opportunity to get out of here, do it, I will follow you. While you hide and don't let her find you, the demon told the girl, who nodded and stayed hidden behind the pillar. Issei came out so Reynalle could see him and defeat her. Boost, 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 boost. Teehee, you finally came out, coward. Hand me the nun now, Reynalle demanded. You never heard me, I will never give you my friend to hurt her, Issei answered firmly. Well then, die, the fallen woman commented as she created a spear and threw it at the boy. Promotion Rook, shouted Issei, deflecting the fallen attack. Both fought hand to hand, Issei trying to hit her with his dragon shoot and Reynalle with the spears of light, but it was a very close fight. Both climbed the steps while exchanging blows like the fights in Dragon Ball Z. In a carelessness on the part of Reynalle, Issei hit Reynalle's stomach and dragon shoot. The impact made Reynalle fly unconscious and fall off the steps and crash headfirst into a large rock. Issei, seeing the scene, ran down towards Asia. It was the perfect opportunity to escape, but something stopped him. Or rather, it wounded him. A spear of light was stuck into his left shoulder. Issei turned his gaze and realized that Reynalle had stuck the spear into him, but what scared Issei the most was the face of his ex-girlfriend, because she had a crazy look and her face did not seem human, but that of a horrible demon, something like the vice demon that they defeat before meeting Asia. I think it was in chapter 3 of the anime. For her part, the fallen one created another spear trying to pierce Issei. But he somehow got out of the detention, this hand, and ran for his life. Promotion night. He cried out in fear and dashed out of there before the spear was driven hard into the ground. Wow, that was close, Issei muttered, hiding behind some rubble. Partner, I have to tell you something, interrupted the dragon in his thoughts. Come on, Draig, you can't wait until you get out of there, because apparently my ex-girlfriend is going to kill me, answered the wounded brown-haired boy. That's the problem, she's not the same one you knew, she's being dominated, commented the Welsh dragon. But what the hell are you saying? Is there something that controls her? Replied the demon. You see, that woman is more powerful than any fallen I've ever met, but it's not her own power. Someone gave her more power and that power has obsessed her. It's best that you look for your friend and get out of here as best you can, otherwise you're going to die, explained Draig. Well, it's better to say that he ran here than that he died here. Besides, I don't want to die twice in the same day, said Issei. Twice? How is that, partner? Shouted the dragon. Well, I'll explain later. Issei tried to evade. Issei used the horse's ability to move quickly and undetected, while the fallen one destroyed any possible hiding place. While repeating where you hide, when he reached the place where Asia was hiding, he called her and they were both glad to be okay. Issei-san, I'm glad you're okay, the girl exclaimed with tears in her eyes. Come down and be quiet or he'll come in. The girl nodded. Well, we should go before he finds us. The girl touched Issei's arm and realized that he was bleeding. Issei-san, your arm is bleeding, Asia exclaimed with teary eyes. Don't worry, I'm fine. Can you please cure me, the boy replied. Asia began to heal him, but unfortunately Reynalle heard them and was heading towards them. When she was a few meters away from the place, the Detenshi threatened them. Good, I've got it now. Come out so I can kill you, he said with a frantic voice. I'll count to 3. If you don't come out of there, I'll blow you to pieces, he commented with Yuma's laughing voice. 1. For his part, Issei was running out of ideas, just like Draig, while Asia healed the brown-haired boy. When she finished, she touched his arm to see if everything was okay and felt something strange. She lifted the boy's sleeve and looked at him doubtfully. Issei-san, what is this? Asia said, pointing at something. Issei touched his left arm and was startled to see and touch something he didn't expect. It was a red bracelet with a yellow jewel. Then Issei remembered something. 2 Reynalle shouted, forming 2 enormous spears. Remembering words. By the way, a gift, said the voice, and immediately a bracelet descended towards Issei. Place this bracelet on your left arm. It will help you in your task of rescuing your friend, but remember the power boost is temporary. It only lasts a few hours, so don't use it until you are fully, so good luck. End of memory. Issei smiled and without hesitation tore part of his sleeve and touched the jewel on the bracelet with confidence without losing the smile on his face. Partner, what are you doing? Run, shouted the dragon. 3 now, die, he shouted madly. Issei pressed the jewel and Welsh dragon over booster balance breaker booster gear scale male. With the increase in power, Reynalle's spears of light were disintegrated and the fallen was shocked by her ex-boyfriend's transformation. WHWH, what does this mean? How could a simple twice critical do all this? The Detenshi questioned in shock. I don't know either, but what does it matter? If this power helps me stop you and get Asia out of your clutches, what does it matter where the power comes from? Issei said coldly. Don't feel like the 8th wonder of the world, just to obtain some power. You mean nothing. You will not defeat me, not now or ever, Reynalle shouted furiously, creating arrows of light. Reynalle launched hordes of light arrows at Issei, while he concentrated energy in his left arm. Boost, 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 dragon shoot. With this beam of energy she disintegrated the arrows of light. Seeing this, the fallen one dodged in fear. She flew over the place still in shock, but she was surprised, because Issei propelled himself with propellants towards her, and she, without knowing what to do, because she received a tremendous beating from the boy, he crashed her with the pillars. He used her as a punching bag, and as a grand finale of the beating, he sent her flying towards the steps. Phew, said Issei, relaxing a little. That was close. What do you think, Draig? Amazing, partner. It seems you have no problems with the use of my power, but your balance breaker is still incomplete, so you still have to improve a lot, commented the dragon. Suddenly the place began to shake and collapse. But what the hell is going on? Issei said, alarmed. Apparently your fight with the Dature is the cause of the structure collapsing, so don't waste time and get out of this place, unless you want to be buried alive, replied the dragon. Asia, let's go, Issei said as he ran towards his friend and got out of there. But where do you think you're going? A wounded voice said. Both looked towards the place where the voice came from, and what was their surprise? It was Reynalle herself, very wounded, but standing. The strange thing was her gaze, and that her body emanated a very strange aura of a very intense and dark blue. I won't let you escape. If I die, I'll take you with me, said the fallen woman in a sinister tone, although her face seemed like that of someone lost, as if deranged. Dim, what should I do to end this? Issei thought, annoyed. Simple, use my power and make the power that controls her leave her body. Just transfer part of my power to her and matters settled, a voice sounded in his head. Issei was startled and looked around as if searching for the person responsible. Boost. That was what Issei felt as his left arm gathered power, but it wasn't the same power as always. It was as if someone had given him extra power, and he also felt like it wasn't Draig's energy, but similar. It was dragon energy, but whose? Issei-san, are you okay? Asked the blonde girl behind him. Hey partner, what's wrong? Asked the dragon with some doubt. No, it's okay, I just lost my way for a moment, said Issei, trying to sound confident. If I'm right, that voice was the figure in the shadows that saved him comes to mind. Well, I'll worry about it later. Issei got into a battle stance against Reynalle, who, although she had a battle stance, her expression showed tiredness or if she was being absorbed. Well, here I go, promotion night, exclaimed Issei. Issei quickly approached Reynalle, who defended herself by throwing spears of light, but they were dodged by Issei. The brown-haired man stood in front of her trying to hit her, but the fallen one dodged the blow and tried to pierce him with a spear of light, but Issei, with the speed of the horse, dodged the spear and stood behind her, and thus was able to give her a precise blow. Take this, shouted the brown-haired boy. Transfer. Immediately the energy accumulated in the gauntlet was transferred to the fallen. Once this was done, he retreated to Asia and remained in a battle pose. Partner, are you crazy? Why did you give her more power? She was already difficult to defeat. Why are you giving her more power? Questioned his dragon partner. I don't know, I just did it, Issei replied, very confused. However, his surprise was another. Aha! Reynalle screamed, filled with pain. Issei, Asia and Draig couldn't believe what they were seeing, because the fallen girl was wrapped in an enormous aura that was constantly changing color from intense dark blue to a bright golden one, and if that weren't enough, rays were coming out of the girl's body that made her suffer a lot, the auras of energy that seemed to be fighting over the detentie's body. Little by little the energies were accumulating and expanding until it caused a huge explosion. Seeing this, Issei covered Asia with his body. It should be noted that Issei is still in balance breaker mode. After a few seconds the dust clouds dissipated. Seeing that everything was calm, Issei stopped covering Asia and stood up. At that, Reynalle's unconscious body fell at Issei's feet. He felt relieved, and looked at Asia again. Well, it seems that was it, but is she dead? Issei said unsurely. No, she isn't, she's just unconscious. But let her out of here, before said the dragon, but was interrupted. But he couldn't see it, because above them a kind of strange circle opened. You know when it turns blue when the fallen appear in the series. From there came out 3 more fallen. They were Middle, Donishik and Carawal. I'm serious. Why won't you just let me take my friend alone? Issei shouted angrily. I fear this is your end, Demon, Donishik exclaimed. The 3 fallen angels formed huge spears of light and Issei took a combat stance. Boost, boost, boost. Well, if that's what you want, go for it, Issei commented firmly. Destructive meteorite, shouted the dragon boy, throwing a huge ball of fire and magma towards the fallen. While at the occult club, the boys from the occult club were still worried because Issei hadn't appeared. They had even gone out several times to look for him on the streets, and ultimately Yuto looked for him at his house, but his parents said that he hadn't returned for several hours and that they were also worried about him. Issei, where did you go? The redhead exclaimed, very distressed. Seconds later, a black-haired girl with a ponytail entered the room to see how the president was doing. Butcho, is there any news? He asked with concern. No, neither Yuto nor Kaneko have reported, replied the Gremory. A little later the rook and the clan horse returned, but, Yuyo, Kaneko, have you found him yet? Rias asked, startled. They just shook their heads. No, Butcho, neither at home, nor in the park, nor on campus, we haven't found him, Kaneko replied. The student council members haven't seen him either. Nobody knows where he went, Kiba replied seriously. The president sat down defeated. Where had her servant gone? It was very strange. The Gremory heiress hoped that he hadn't become a regenerated demon. She couldn't bear such a situation. She almost shed tears of helplessness when boom, 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 explosions and huge walls of fire were heard. Era, what's happening? Akino exclaimed, scared. Butcho look, said the Nikomata. The explosions came from Kua's church, but since the church had been abandoned for years, Rias suddenly felt a strong pulse in her chest. He exclaimed in shock. If the pulse had been caused by Issei, as his mistress was connected to his pieces, so when one is in danger, the king feels the pulse of pain in his chest. That's why he knew his adorable servant was in trouble. Butcho, is something wrong? Asked the queen. Yes, it's Issei, he's in trouble. He's in that direction, he said, pointing at the burning church. Butcho, what do we do? Asked the Nikomata girl. We'll go there. If Issei is in trouble, we must help him. I won't let anyone take my sweet and adorable servant, Akino ordered the president. Yes, Butcho, the girl replied, creating a teleportation circle. It was a beautiful night, dark and quiet, or at least that's what it seemed, because in the distance on one of the small hills of the city of Ku, a spectacle of enormous flames could be seen. It was the old church of the place, which had been abandoned and was falling down for several years. Moments later, a ball of energy emerged from the enormous flames at high speed, leaving the burning church and heading towards the nearby trees. Once the sphere of energy moved far enough away, it suddenly stopped and began to fade, revealing 3 figures, 2 of them women and the other someone in red armor. Ugh, I almost didn't make it, the boy in armor complained. Asia, are you okay? He asked the nun. Yes, I'm fine, thanks for saving me, Issei-san, the girl thanked with a tender smile. I'm glad you're okay. I honestly didn't know how you were feeling, replied the young demon. Partner, can you explain something to me? The dragon suddenly interrupted. What's really happening? Issei asked, still staring at Asia. Can you tell me why you brought her? Draig shouted angrily. Well, you see, it's that he tried to come up with a good excuse, but nothing came to mind, while he looked at Reynalle on the floor, who was unconscious. Frankly, I don't understand you. First, she's a fallen angel. Second, she killed you because you possessed the sacred gear. Third, she almost killed you again. Besides, she almost killed your friend and you saved her. What the hell were you thinking when you brought her with you? The dragon scolded hysterically. Well, Issei sighed, I don't know. What? Then why the hell did you save her? Questioned the dragon. I'll tell you the truth, when I saw her there, unconscious, I had no problem, but something told me that I should help her, that it had to be done, so instinctively I just took her and we left that place, explained Issei, worried that they wouldn't believe him. Bah? Well, that's your problem. Don't come with me when I attack you again, replied his dragon partner. Well, whatever you say, the boy replied, trying to calm the dragon. Wow, it was really hard to outwit the other detenties, Issei-san. I'm sure you didn't get hurt, because the fight you had against those 3 was horrendous, Asia commented with great concern. I'll be fine, I'm just a little bruised, Issei said in a calm tone so as not to worry her. But the reality was different. In the basement of the church, Issei had faced a pitched battle to survive. Flashback. Aha. Reynalle screamed, filled with pain. Issei, Asia and Draig couldn't believe what they were seeing, because the fallen girl was wrapped in an enormous aura that was constantly changing color from intense dark blue to a bright golden one, and if that weren't enough, rays were coming out of the girl's body that made her suffer a lot. The auras of energy that seemed to be fighting over the detentie's body, little by little the energies were accumulating and expanding until it caused a huge explosion. Seeing this, Issei covered Asia with his body. It should be noted that Issei is still in balance breaker mode. After a few seconds the dust clouds dissipated. Seeing that everything was calm, Issei stopped covering Asia and stood up. At that, Reynalle's unconscious body fell at Issei's feet. He felt relieved and looked at Asia again. Well, it seems that was it, but is she dead? Issei said unsurely. No, she isn't, she's just unconscious, but let her out of here. Before, said the dragon, but was interrupted. But he couldn't see it, because above them a kind of strange circle opened. You know when it turns blue when the fallen appear in the series. From there came out 3 more fallen. They were Middle, Donishik and Kara Warner. I'm serious. Why won't you just let me take my friend alone? Issei shouted angrily. I fear this is your end, Demon, Donishik exclaimed. The 3 fallen angels formed huge spears of light and Issei took a combat stance. Boost, 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 fine. If that's what you want, go for it, Issei commented firmly. Destructive meteorite, shouted the dragon boy, throwing a huge ball of fire and magma towards the fallen. The clash of attacks made a large smoke screen over the place. Before this, Issei put Asia behind him to protect her, but the large cloud of smoke was dispersed by the 3 fallen ones who flapped strongly and dissipated it. You are stronger than Reynalle-sama had told us. Apparently you have great powers at your disposal, Donishik mentioned. Well, that's because my girlfriend never really took the time to get to know me, Issei replied. Dragon shoot. The energy blast was aimed at the fallen man, but he avoided it without much trouble. Wow, this will be a problem, you're fast. But the fallen man couldn't finish the sentence. Issei appeared behind him and gave him a strong kick that made him crash into the steps. While suspended in the air, the other two falls caught Issei off guard, and he received a strong impact from the spears of light on his back, causing him to crash into the ground. He tried to get up, but was hit by Danishik, which sent him flying again and crashing into one of the walls of the classroom. Issei got up and returned to the fight again and tried to use his promotion game. If it worked against Fried, maybe it would work against them, so he decided to launch into the attack with his renewed determination. "Promotion Rook," he shouted, and at that moment the powers of the tower invaded him. To which he was able to cope better with the fallen, but a detail arose that he never contemplated: 3 versus 1. So at first it seemed that he would have no problems, but he did not count on the fact that the 3 fallen would make different battle formations, causing Issei to always be in the middle of them and thereby receive a lot of damage. Despite his attempts at defense and evasion with his promotion game, he could not compete with him, so he was repeatedly crashed into the ground, the walls, or the rubble of the place. "Wow, this is harder than I thought. 3 against 1 is unfair," Issei exclaimed tiredly as he got up from that last impact. "Kaya iya!" A female voice shouted. "Hey Asia!" Issei shouted in shock. It was a shame all the trouble Issei had gone through to rescue his friend Asia, and now Reynalle's comrades find her and kidnap her again. "Surrender, demon of the Gremory clan, you can't defeat us," shouted Danishik. "This time you will pay for what you did to me the other night," exclaimed Karawaner. "I will take revenge for what you did to Reynalle," Nisima said Middle furiously. The fallen imprisoned Asia in a magic circle like when Kaneko and Gasper are captured by the sorcerers. Issei stood up, but a flash on his left arm made him jump. "Draig, what's wrong?" Issei asked, somewhat worried. "Well, you see, partner, that indicates that the time for the power increase is running out. If you don't leave this place, you will die," the dragon responded, worried about his partner's life. "Even with the promotion game it's very difficult to beat them. What the heck should I do? If I fail now, I'll be seen as completely useless for not being able to save even a friend," Issei thought as he fell to his knees on the ground. "Demons, demons, demons, demons," he said as he hit the ground with his fist in rage. Suddenly something invaded his memory. Flashback. "Well, as you know, pawns have the ability to promote and acquire the qualities of other pieces, no matter what they are, right?" The voice explained. "Well, yes, but not all of them. I can promote to a rook, knight, bishop or queen, but I can't promote to a king. It's impossible," Issei answered, not knowing where the conversation was going. "But in your case it is different. With the help of my power, you can make the promotion to king without any problem, and in doing so, you acquire the qualities of the other pieces at the same time: defense and unbreakable strength of the rook, the speed and precision of the knight, the inexhaustible magic power of the bishop, and the great powers and virtues that the queen possesses, all combined with my great power, results in an invincible pawn, at least until you become human again and master my powers as if they were your own," the voice declared proudly while laughing. End of flashback. "Looks like you keep saving me. Thanks whoever you are," Issei said smiling as he stood up again. "Dude, what the hell is wrong with you? Just now you were desperate and scared to death and now you're talking to yourself. I think fear made you go crazy," commented Draig, very confused by Issei's attitude. "It's all or nothing," Issei shouted firmly. "I just hope it worked," he thought to himself as he bumped his fists and then got into a battle pose. Remember the scene when he absorbed Vala's division gear and then got into a battle pose, Dragon Ball style, when his powers increase. "Partner, what the hell is wrong with you?" shouted the dragon, very worried. "Here I go, promotion king." "But what the hell are you trying to do?" the dragon tried to say, but it was impossible. From Issei's body began to emanate a bright golden aura, lost canvas style. When they released the cosmos, said aura grew more and more, the ground where he was began to crack and then become a huge crater. Issei feels an enormous force and energy invade him, in that he notices that all the jewels of the armor, except the one in his left hand, change color from green to gold. Issei's eyes are torn like a dragon's. Issei's eyes only tear. They do not change color, at least for now, and he realizes that his instincts and senses are sharpened in an incredible way. "Good, now we are even," Issei exclaimed full of confidence. Partner, what the heck, the dragon tried to say, but Issei didn't let him finish as he launched an attack. Issei increased his speed at least 10 times as fast as the speed of sound. He stood in the middle of the fallen, who realized it only after being hit with enormous force and thrown against the walls. Once again the fallen surrounded Issei, but with quick and precise blows. He broke the formations of the fallen, in that Danishik faced him one by one, with which they began to exchange blows, until the true purpose of that attack was revealed, because the two fallen attacked Issei from behind, before which he kicked his rival strongly and blocked the attacks with both arms behind his back. But it did not stop there. Danishik was thrown from the rubble to pierce Issei with a huge spear of light. Issei tried to flee from that attack, but his arms were stopped by the women who held his arms so he could not escape. While the Detenshi wielded his weapon and ready to attack, he was hit by something. It was red and elongated. It looked like a tail. Yes, that's right, Issei used the tail of the armor to hit the fallen, then open his fists and launch his bursts of power that gave him time to regain his position and advantage. Issei resumed his battle pose, and like a flash, like in Dragon Ball when they appear and disappear before an enemy to hit him, something like that, appeared in front of middle, hit her in the face causing her to fall to the ground, then disappeared from there and appeared in front of Kara Warner, who tried to pierce him with a spear of light, but Issei as if in slow motion moved his head and avoided the attack, then kicked her in the chin, flying upwards and crashing into the roof of the place. Then disappeared again moments before several spears of light were stuck in the place where she was, which were thrown by Middle and Danishik, but Issei appeared behind them, extended both hands and at an almost imperceptible speed gathered power. Boost, 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 double whack. From his hands came out two intense red rays that hit both fallen and fell to the ground, forming two huge craters. When they hit the ground, both spat blood from the impact. This left the fallen out of combat. Issei disappeared again, appearing behind Kara Warner, pushing his left fist behind his head, but a few millimeters later he stopped his attack, causing a huge whirlwind of air and energy to rise all over the place, before the posture of shock, which sweated drops of cold sweat like when he faced Kuroka, who destroyed part of the forest. If you don't want to die, let go of Asia immediately, Issei said with a cold and threatening voice. How is it possible that an insignificant low-class demon is defeating us? Kara Warner said fearfully. Free her now, he exclaimed with a sinister voice and air. Seeing that the fallen one did nothing. Well, you asked for it, he said coldly. Boost, 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 boost. Faced with Issei's threat, the fallen broke the spell that had Asia as a prisoner, who began to fall. Good decision, said Issei, then hit the fallen woman with his right fist towards the ground, leaving her unconscious. Asia. Issei appeared just before Asia hit the ground, catching her. Asia, are you okay? Issei asked the nun. Yes, it's all thanks to Issei-san, the girl replied. Okay, let's get out of this. Issei didn't finish the sentence, but looked behind him where the fallen unconscious lay. Issei-san? Is something wrong? Issei-san, the nun asked, worried about the young demon's reaction. Partner, what's wrong with you now? Partner, said the dragon, trying to get Issei's attention. Issei put Asia down and put her behind him to protect her. What is this strange feeling I have? Perhaps it is one of danger, but I already defeated the Detenshi, so there shouldn't be a problem, but something tells me it's not over, Issei thought to himself as he looked with distrust at the place where the fallen lay. Suddenly 3 silhouettes rose from the rubble. They were the fallen, but they did not seem to be them, because although they were the bodies of the fallen, Issei felt as if they were other people or things. In that, Issei was very startled, because from the bodies of the fallen began to emanate a very strange aura. It was bluish-black. From it one could feel great feelings of hatred, resentment, revenge, death. Issei could not believe that after the tremendous beatings he had given to the Detenshis, they stood up as if nothing had happened to them. Hey Draig, Asia, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Asked the astonished boy, pointing at the fallen. Yes, but how is it possible that they can stand up if you hit them so hard? Exclaimed the scared girl. One thing is certain, partner, they are more resistant than they appear. We must run, otherwise they will finish us off. Remember that the power impulse is almost over. Speaking of that, what was that other power impulse from a moment ago, huh? Explain yourself, the dragon intervened. What? Issei exclaimed in astonishment. I don't mean that. Don't you see the power that surrounds you? He questioned his friends. What is that? The girl asked, confused. Partner, I think you're rambling. I don't see or feel anything. Those fallen are strong, so you better run, shouted the alarmed dragon. Are you serious? Can't they see these guys' enormous auras of power? Or am I going crazy? I hope not. Issei thought to himself. Suddenly Issei disappeared and reappeared behind the fallen, who did not react until they were hit and thrown far away, but there was a change, because this time the fallen resisted the blows of the young demon, because after receiving the blows, they only retreated a few meters without flinching or being badly hurt, when he hit them, they flew out until they crashed into the walls. This isn't good, they're stronger than before. Wait a second, that aura is familiar to me, Issei thought. When the memory of his fight against Reynalle returned to his mind, the same thing had happened to her. He had defeated her, but without warning she had stood up with enormous unprecedented power. Although the auras were a little different, an immense energy could be felt, so Issei decided that he had to be careful, otherwise they could kill him. Therefore he made the most of the powerful energy that his promotion to king had given him, so he didn't just limit himself to knocking them out, but actually tried to kill them. The battle became intense, like those fights when the hero fights many enemies at once, as he blocked their attacks and countered with huge bursts of power, which they either dodged or hit them squarely. But what was worrying was that they continued to get up despite the powerful attacks of the security. Ugh, this is getting complicated. I have to do something and fast, otherwise I'll end up dead, Issei thought, only to be interrupted by his partner. Partner, there's trouble. One of the Detenshi is going to attack your friend. You must protect her, and quickly, Draig exclaimed in a hurry. Yes, I'm on my way, Issei replied, activating the thrusters and heading at full speed to stop Middle's attack towards Asia. In the blink of an eye, Middle created a huge spear of light and tried to stab Asia, but was stopped by Issei, who created a huge defense circle stopping the attack just inches from Asia. Issei easily blocked the attack, but it wasn't easy as Danishik and Karawarner also created huge spears of light and slammed them into Issei's defense, causing him to slowly retreat from the immense power of the fallen. So he had to use both hands to maintain the defense, seeing himself already overwhelmed by the fallen in front of him. He noticed that they had a lost look. They looked more like zombies than rational beings, but something scared Issei. Death, 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 death. That's what Issei heard while stopping the attack of the fallen. Death, 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 death. But what the hell is going on now? I hear voices. Could it be? But he didn't finish the sentence. Issei saw the fallen in front of him, but the strangest thing was that from the bodies of the fallen he could see some blue-black auras from their backs, in that the auras took the form of demonic beings. If you have seen the Lord of the Rings movie, it is a Valrog, that fire demon that chases them until they leave the mines of Moria, but in small size, and they are not of fire but of energy, a very intense blue with black. He saw that those specters laughed out loud while roaring with a loud death, 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 death. He could also notice that the specters seemed to control the fallen, as if they were puppets and puppeteers. Suddenly the circle that served as a defense began to crack, so Issei used a risky maneuver against them, but what gave him an option? He moved his left arm away from the circle, and then gained momentum. Boost, 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 boost. Once the jewel on her left arm shone with vigor. Draig, are you with me? Says. Ready, partner. Do it now or never, shouted the dragon loudly. Dragon shot. Issei used the circle he used as a defense as an amplifier for the attack, so when he hit the circle with his fist, it began to shine, and from it came out a huge lightning bolt with immense power. The lightning bolt sent Middle and Karawarner flying towards the steps of the place, but not Danishik, who was the one who received the blow head-on and without the possibility of defending himself was vaporized. The last thing that was seen of him were the singed feathers that fell to the ground. Seeing this, Issei felt a little relieved, as up to that point it was good news, but when he saw that the two Detenshi stood up as if they were zombies or robots, he decided to finish them off. Boost, 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 destructive meteorite. Issei threw the meteorite with great force, hoping to defeat the fallen in one fell swoop. The fallen were pushed back by the shockwave of the impact, but the clash of powers only managed to make the old structure of the place begin to crumble more insistently. The entire place began to rumble and shatter. Partner, you must leave this place. Otherwise this place will be your grave, the dragon shouted in despair. Asia, let's go, said Issei, covering his friend from the falling debris. Yes, the girl replied. Issei carried Asia princess style and started walking, but stopped suddenly, because his foot collided with the unconscious body of his ex-girlfriend. Issei took a couple more steps, but stopped and looked back at the detenshi. He contemplated her in silence while the structure fell mercilessly. Issei-sen, is something wrong? The girl asked with concern. Partner, what are you waiting for, or do you want to die? The dragon shouted in despair. At that moment, a part of the ceiling fell a meter from the unconscious girl. Ah, dim, why me? Arg, he said this while running to Reynalle. He picked her up and put her on his shoulder as if she were a sack, and with his other arm he held Asia. Okay, let's get out of this place, and he activated his thrusters and shot off. As they were propelled by the armor's thrusters, the multiple pieces of debris from the roof and pillars fell mercilessly, blocking their path, so they constantly had to change direction to avoid the debris. Damn in, at this rate we won't be able to get out of this place. The rubble won't let us through, Issei exclaimed angrily and desperately. Calm down, partner, I'll take care of that. You focus on getting out through that hole in the roof and as fast as you can because this place is coming down, Draig intervened. Fine, I'll do that, Issei answered somewhat worried. Issei gained momentum, then activated the armor's thrusters and shot out like a bullet in a straight line towards the small hole in the ceiling, while the debris fell mercilessly, and just when it seemed that some were going to hit them, Draig's left arm released energy that began to form a bubble around them, which protected them from the falling debris and allowed them to get out without problems. End of flashback. Well, it seems that everything is over, said Issei, very relieved. Now we must find a safe place for you, Asia. Issei, and what will we do with her? Asia said, pointing at the fallen girl who was lying unconscious. Issei sighed because he didn't really know what to do, since saving her was purely on impulse, since after what they had both experienced, it was best for her to die, but he didn't save her, except for the one who killed him once and almost did it 2 more times. He was crazy, but oh well, what's done is done. Well, partner, for a very reckless act on your part you did not do badly at all, but I insist that those fallen were stronger than they seemed, replied the dragon a little calmer. Yes, you're right, but the important thing is that all this is over, said Issei, very relieved, then looked at Asia. Asia, let's go home. Yes, Issei-san, the girl replied with a big, happy smile. But, fresh from the burning ruins, 2 bodies rose up, revealing the 2 detenshis with very severe burns, but with a frantic expression, like zombies, and strange auras were evident. At that, Kara Warner raised one of his hands and began to whisper a few words, and on the ground between the ruins and them, a huge magic circle rose up, and from it emerged a large number of exorcists and knights in black robes, eager for blood and fighting. Seeing this, Issei had Asia hide along with Reynalle, and once they were safe, Issei launched himself at the enemies without. POV? We arrived at the place where the flames were enormous. I was very worried about my cute and precious servant. How is it possible that I didn't notice? I just hope we can get there on time and that nothing has happened to him. Because whoever hurts even a tiny bit of his hair will suffer and die at least 100 times. At that moment a circle appeared a few meters away where the burning ruins lay. It was the Gremory group, who were very worried about their comrade, especially the Gremory heiress who was dying of anguish for her servant. Issei, where are you? Issei. The redhead screamed in anguish. Kaneko, Yuto, we have to, she shouted, giving orders, but was interrupted by a strident sound and impact. A figure in red armor stood up, looking furious. My Issei, Rias whispered in shock, but happy, because a slight smile could be seen on her face. She tried to walk towards him, but something made her back away. Well, one of the fallen middle let herself fall, trying to pierce Issei, who in Matrix style, dodged the spear of light that passed just millimeters from Issei's face. After that, an exchange of blows between the two took place, or rather a beating from Issei to middle, because while Issei hit middle hard, her blows were blocked by Issei without any problem. All this was carried out before the incredulous gaze of the Gremory clan, especially Rias, since she considered her servant still an amateur without any ability and that she would have to train him a lot, but Issei's fight proved otherwise. For Issei's part, he was so focused on the fight that he didn't realize he was being watched by his mistress and comrades, And since they didn't make any noise either, that made him not realize he was being watched by his own. Middle created spears in both hands and attacked Issei with them, who with both hands and with magic circles, stopped the spears, and again Karawarner launched himself at Issei's back to stab him, but he again, using the tail of the armor hit the Detenshi, who was stunned for a few seconds, something that was taken advantage of by Issei, who using his tail grabbed the woman by one of her legs and threw her away, while with Middle, using the magic circles, began to push her making her back up. She for her part resisted, to then stop pushing her, and due to the effort made she propelled herself forward, in that Issei hit her in the stomach making her lose her air and then throwing her far away as well, to then go in pursuit. Who are you?" a trembling, very fearful voice said. All the Gremorys looked behind them and saw a fair-skinned, blonde-haired girl looking very scared behind a tree. Era, but what do we have here?" said Akino with her traditional smile. "Who are you?" Rias asked, still shocked by Issei's display of power. But the scared girl just watched them while she squeezed the tree bark with her fingers in fear. At that moment an explosion was heard along with Issei's voice expressing some pain. "Ewa!" exclaimed the security. "Issei," said Rias. "Issei-san," said the nun worriedly. Due to the concern on both sides, they decided to start over. "Hey, do you know Issei-san?" the girl asked fearfully. "Yes, we are friends of his. And who are you?" Kiba asked kindly. "I'm Asia Argento, but you can call me Asia," the girl answered shyly. "Okay, Asia-san, can you tell us what happened here?" asked the Gremory knight. Well, you see, Asia told them everything that happened from the moment Issei interrupted the ceremony, how he saved her, how he faced and defeated Reynalle, and how he faced and is defeating the fallen. That is what has happened. Well, as far as I realized and remember, the girl concluded. Era, it seems that Issei-kun is stronger than we thought, said Akino with her typical expression and laughter. Amazing, I hope I can have a duel with him sometime, Kiba mentioned smiling. He's strong, the Nikomata said with a serious expression. Issei, Rias exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile with Issei had a difficult fight against the fallen, but he did not give up. State on ground fought hand to hand against the fallen, but his problems were greater, since the exorcists and knights that the fallen had summoned were still present, making Issei angrier for not leaving him alone. The demon created a huge magic circle to defend himself from the light bullets, and he also used it as a booster to create stronger attacks like the dragon shoot, which helped him eliminate some of them, but there were too many. While defending himself from the exorcist's multiple shots, something alerted him, a glow on his left arm. Draig, what's happening now? Issei asked agitatedly. I have to tell you that the energy boost is over. You have at most 2 minutes, so I recommend that you gather as much power as you have and escape, otherwise you won't count the dragon, alerted his partner. Well, if that's the case, I think I'll finish everything with a single attack, said Issei with great confidence and firmness. What? Dude, are you crazy? Draig exclaimed in astonishment. Issei went before the exorcists, the knights and the detenshi to group them in a single point in such a way that with a single attack he could finish them all off, so he was hitting them and propelling them to gather in an exact point. Seeing them gathered in the appropriate perimeter, Issei used the thrusters and rose above them enough to attack quickly and directly. Boost, 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 boost. The speed at which he gathered the power was astonishing, almost as if he were doing it at the speed of light, and he gathered it all in his hands, first forming a small ball of power about the size of a tennis ball, then expanding it to the size of an American football field 9-10 m. The way to imagine it is similar to when he faced Razor for releasing Rias, when he creates a small sphere of energy, but he expands it to a larger size, or to be more explicit, it is Wargreymann's attack. Draig, how's our time? Issei asked, his voice filled with tiredness. Partner, you are definitely crazy, but I must tell you that the amount you have is enormous. If you are not careful, it could destroy this entire part of the hill on which the church is, or part of the city. So if you are going to attack, do it now before you lose control of the power. And with respect to time, well, with what you have done, you have consumed everything. If anything, you will have about 15 seconds. So do it now, shouted the dragon, excited by what was happening. Okay, here I go, Terra Force, Issei shouted, throwing the enormous sphere of power towards his enemies. The sphere of power fell at an incredible speed, which only gave time to Detenshi, exorcists and knights to see its end, making an immense crater in the ground, in which Issei landed. But he didn't move, he was motionless, he was just standing, without moving a muscle. The jewels of the armor stopped shining, and slowly lost their golden color, returning to green, but it didn't stay there, instead they turned gray and then black. Partner, you did it, you defeated them, it's incredible, I'm proud. It seems the training paid off. The dragon laughed, but Issei didn't respond. Partner? Are you okay? Partner? Partner? Issei was unconscious but standing when strong shots hit the Security's armor, to such an extent that he fell to the ground and the armor disappeared. There were about 20 exorcists who were able to survive the great attack. They were wounded, but with enough strength to shoot. When they lowered their weapons for a moment, they noticed a young man dead tired, with a lost look, with some wounds and without any reaction, so they fired some non-lethal shots at the body and saw what happened. But there was no reaction, only that a slight steam emerged from the wounds and it was caused by the light bullets. Seeing this, everyone rejoiced, because it seemed they would obtain victory. Let's kill him and avenge our comrades, shouted one of the exorcisers. Yes, the others responded. The survivors pointed their weapons at Issei, but a flash of red light appeared behind them. They turned to see what it was, and what they saw scared them even more. How dare you hurt my sweet and precious servant? You will regret what you have done, not only now, but for all eternity, were the cries of hatred and revenge of the heiress of the Gremory clan. Her voice was sinister, her aura that of a murderer and bloodthirsty. Remember the aura she released when Loki almost killed Issei? That size and with that deathly expression on her face, and with it she launched an enormous attack that consumed even the dust of the exorcists. While at a nearby location, on one of the tallest buildings in the city, 3 figures were looking through a magic circle at the battle that had broken out. One was sitting on the ground looking like an adult between 25 and 30 years old. Another was standing next to the first one, who was younger in appearance than the 3, and a third was leaning on an iron structure that held the building's advertising, who seemed to have an appearance of about 40 years old. The best way to visualize the circle? Well, if anyone has seen the movie Treasure Planet, when the door opens to go to the center of the planet, well, the mechanism that allows the door to open to the different points of the universe, that green circle that floats, something like that is where you see the battle. So, that is the Security. He is strong, he is someone we should keep in mind if we wish to achieve our goal. Perhaps he will serve as entertainment, said one of those present, the one who was standing near the circle. Yes, maybe you're right, brother. After all, it's not easy to find strong beings that rival our strength. Maybe he's 1 in a million, replied the one sitting with an evil smile. If I were you, I wouldn't be so confident, replied the third leaning on the iron structure, while the others looked at him incredulously. Yes, he is strong, but he still has a long way to go to compete with us. Besides, he said, making a gesture with his hand and the circle, like a DVD, he replayed the battle until the moment when Issei made the promotion to king look better. That aura is not his, it is someone else's. The other 2 looked at her in detail and then looked back at their companion, who was walking towards the edge of the building in the direction of the church. When he reached the edge, he stopped and put his hands behind him seriously. Hey, do you think he's back? Asked one of them, the youngest. Maybe, since that guy always manages to interfere with our plans, answered the oldest of the 3. So, if he was able to return, maybe the Security is the new bearer, said the second oldest of the. So what do you think we should do? Asked the second youngest. Since we lost the opportunity to get the twilight healing, we must find out if that guy returned, he said, looking at his companions. If he is who we think he is, then we must force them to become stronger. After all, he has been the only worthy rival we have had in a long time, said the oldest with a smile on his face. Well, we have to kill him, said the youngest, eager to fight. Yes, I already want to have a worthy fight, because our other rivals are always weaklings. Before doing anything stupid, let's let him relax for a few days. After all, we have matters to deal with in Asgard. So remember our prey well, because he won't escape alive, said the oldest one. After that, the 3 of them started laughing out loud and then disappeared, while their laughter echoed around the place, something like being consumed by fire. Hours later, a sound was heard in the place, a strange sound. Oni-chan, wake up, if you don't I'll tickle you. This caused someone to turn over in bed, but this ended up causing someone to fall out of it. When they felt the strong blow from the floor, someone finally woke up. Where am I? Ah, I see, I'm in my room. Well, 5 more minutes and thought a brown-haired boy my room, but how is it possible that? Ha! Exclaimed the boy, putting a hand to his head because of the intense pain he felt. Partner, you're finally awake, I'm glad you're okay, I was worried, said the dragon from his left hand. Draig? What happened? Issei said between dance and then looked at himself. And why am I naked? Don't you remember anything? Asked the dragon. The last thing I remember was throwing the Terra Force. After that everything was confusing and blurry, answered Issei, who kept massaging his head because of the intense pain. For a few moments Draig explained what had happened after he lost consciousness, until was what Issei heard behind him. Issei, very scared, looked behind him and found his mistress lying on his bed naked. Seeing this, Issei looked back at the front, very embarrassed. Draig, what the hell happened here? Issei whispered, his face all red and trembling with embarrassment and fear. Well, after they destroyed the remaining exorcists, they brought you home, and she healed you with her body, said the dragon ironically. Issei changed as quickly as he could, quietly leaving his room and heading to the bathroom, still red-faced from what he had seen. Once there, he chatted seriously with the dragon. He just cured me, right? Replied Issei while brushing his teeth, still embarrassed, with his eyes closed. Yes, that's right, but I must say that you are all case, partner. If it were another person, maybe he would have fallen asleep a little longer, see her or maybe touch her, or who knows, and have done adult things, answered the dragon while they laughed in Issei's thoughts. Hey, who do you think I am? I'm not a pervert, Issei emphasized. But as he said those words, Issei's eyes shot open and he remembered something. Flashback. Stop, the voice intervened. My power is only granted to those who are worthy, but the simple fact that you have come to this place confirms to me that you are worthy of my power, so there will be no problem with completing the sacrifice ritual, the voice explained calmly. Sacrificial ritual? Issei asked, confused. Correct. Only those who are able to overcome this ritual are those who can appear before me to become my carriers, the voice replied. And what does that ritual consist of? Issei asked with some fear. It's simple, but listen carefully. To become my bearer, the voice explained slowly, you must sacrifice your most prized treasure. What? And what is that? Issei asked, confused. I don't know that, but said the voice while a platform with a crystal ball appeared in front of Issei. Touch the orb, and then you will know which is that most precious treasure for you. Issei touched the crystal ball and a pink aura began to emanate from his body, which slowly concentrated on the ball, until it showed something that Issei never expected to see. How this is my most precious and valuable treasure? Issei exclaimed, full of astonishment. And it was no wonder. The ball that contained Issei's most valuable treasure showed what Issei never imagined. His perversion. Issei's most precious and valuable treasure was his own perversion. Due to his astonishment, Issei collapsed and fell on his but without knowing what to say, because he would never have imagined that something that others considered bad or disgusting was a treasure for him. At that point the pink crystal ball landed on Issei's left, while another crystal ball emerged from the ground, but bright red, which emerged from the darkness and landed on Issei's right side. He saw them, but wasn't sure what that meant, until the voice explained things to him. Look, you have on both sides in front of you what you want to have. On the left side your valuable treasure, while on the right side you have the power that I offer you for being my bearer. You must choose, the voice whispered delicately, which of the two you prefer, but only one. When you choose it, there will be no turning back. When you touch one of the ores, the other will disappear forever. If you choose power, your perversion will disappear from you forever, and no matter how much you try, it will not return. Even if you had 1,000 naked women before you, you will not do anything to them, because your perversion will no longer exist. But if you choose to keep your perversion, the power I offer you will never return to you. You will never see me again, and you will be the same weak and obstructive subject as you are. Choose carefully, because it will only be once, the voice explained calmly. End of flashback. Issei remained absorbed in himself for a moment, because he never thought of saying those words with the firm attitude of denying what he once was. Who would have thought that offering his perversion as a sacrifice would have been enough to have done everything he did for Asia and what was yet to come? But the most important question that arose in his mind was, now that I am no longer a pervert, what am I going to do? What will become of me? Issei, come down, breakfast is ready, his mother shouted from downstairs. Partner, I think your mother is looking for you, said Draig, interrupting Issei's reverie. You're right, he replied to the dragon, then went down the stairs. Issei, are you feeling okay? Mrs. Hayudu asked her son. How, I'm fine, just a little tired, that's all, Issei replied, trying to sound natural and not raise suspicions. Are you sure? You look a bit pale and not very well, his mother asked. I'll be fine, don't worry, Issei replied. After a quiet breakfast, Issei took his things and walked toward school. He was so deep in his thoughts and in what concerned his perversion, that he completely forgot that Rias Gremory was asleep in his bed. Later at the academy, lunchtime. Issei suffered from the intense headache all day. Even though he did his best not to get uncomfortable, the pain didn't go away and it still didn't let him concentrate in class. Hello Hyde-kun, how are you? Someone brought Issei back to reality. Oh, Kiba, hello. Is something wrong? Issei asked his partner. Well, Butcho wants to see you right now, Kiba answered politely. Okay, I'm going there, Issei said, getting up from his desk and heading to the occult club. Issei walked in and closed the door behind him, then looked over to where the president was sitting, but Issei ended up scared and wishing he wasn't there. Issei, you have a lot to explain, Rias said with a smile on her face, but her expression was very angry, something like Mia Asama from Sekiri when she gets angry and the masks appear behind her. Issei just trembled with fear, because one thing was certain, a very harsh punishment awaited him. Wubabuchumu siwai can I can explain it, Issei stammered, panicking for his life. Well then, explain to me why you left me alone and abandoned in your room, said Rias without losing her angry expression like Mia Asama. At the question, Issei was shocked. He never thought the president would be angry about that. He thought she would ask for an explanation about what he had done the day before trying to rescue Asia. Well, Issei replied his mistress. Issei gasped in panic while he heard the laughter of Draig in his head, who was having fun watching the scene. You can stop laughing and help me, but the dragon didn't respond, he just laughed. Issei, replied the Gremory girl. There is no explanation, I just forgot I was in my bed. I'm so sorry, Butcho, Issei said regretfully, then took that position the Japanese have when they ask for forgiveness, where they kneel and bow their head, and with the voice of a little child, please don't kill me, Issei begged, almost crying. After clearing up the misunderstanding a bit, and receiving 100 lashes for forgetting her, he continued with the topic that was Rias's center of interest. Well, I hope you don't leave me alone next time, do you understand? Rias scolded her servant. Yeah, sorry again, Butcho, Issei replied, rubbing his butt from the spanking he had received. Issei, can you explain to me how you got so strong? Yesterday we saw your fight against the Detenshi's and the Exorcists, and frankly I'm surprised at how strong you are, the Gremory mentioned and then took a more serious tone. Who taught you? Are you hiding something from me, Issei? She said the last thing with a certain tone of concern. Issei was thinking about what to say to him, but someone intervened. Rias Gremory Draig intervened. Security Rias exclaimed in surprise. Draig Issei also exclaimed. I'm going to explain to you the reason why my partner has become so strong, explained the dragon. What the hell are you doing? Issei asked in his thoughts. What you told me, I'm helping you, answered the dragon. The demons remained attentive to what he had to say. After waking up and meeting my new wielder, I discovered that he was a hopeless weakling, said Draig. Hey, Issei replied. And just as I thought, you wouldn't train him until he lived through an exaggerated situation or put his life in danger. So I took on the task of training him, because I'm not going to allow the white man to make fun of me, and much less was I going to allow history to say that I had such a weak carrier, so I trained him, and as you saw he has become stronger. I think he is at the level of your queen, but I'm not sure. So if there is a culprit that my partner is stronger, that one is me, but he still has a long way to go. He is strong, true, but he has not yet managed to reach the balance breaker, the dragon finished explaining with pride in his words. Oh, by the way, Issei, what is this? The Gremory girl took out the red bracelet with the yellow jewel that Issei had worn the day before. Issei saw it, but he didn't know what to say either until. It's obvious you're a fool, how could you lose the booster I gave you? Maybe it can be useful to us another time, replied the dragon. Issei, not knowing what to say, just decided to play along with his partner's game. I'm sorry, But after losing consciousness I completely forgot what you told me about the thruster, Issei said apologetically. So, you were the one who gave this to Issei, but what is it? And why did you give it to him? Rias asked, looking at the bracelet. That's a booster. Whoever uses it must have it on for at least 10 minutes to generate a power boost that lasts a couple of hours. After that the booster is deactivated. If it is not overloaded and has no serious damage, it can be used again. I gave it to my partner because the very stubborn one wanted to save his friend the nun and wanted to do it right now. I told him to consult you, but he didn't say that you would not help him and that I was his only help. That's why I gave it to him. It was enough for him to reach the balance breaker, but it was incomplete, so it lasted a short time, answered the dragon seriously. Issei and Draig hoped she would believe the story. What she had said was true, but in other ways it was lies, since Draig didn't know where the hell she had gotten it from. Issei looked at his mistress and realized that she had an expression that denoted some sadness, but he didn't say anything. Rias stood up and walked behind Issei, who remained silent and waiting for another scolding, but it didn't happen. Instead, Rias hugged him from behind. I'm glad you're okay, but promise me one thing. Issei looked at her carefully, that you won't do something crazy like this again. I promise. I will obey all your orders and I promise not to do anything without your permission, Issei answered softly and regretfully. Rias, seeing that her servant was telling the truth, took him by the face and kissed his forehead, which surprised Issei, who blushed at such an act of affection from his mistress. Fine, but you must promise me something else, that you will become even stronger and become the strongest pawn in history, said Rias with a happy expression. Yes, I will do it for you, Butcho. Well, I think I should limit my expressions of affection around here or someone will get jealous, Rias said ironically. Jealous? Issei asked. Issei said a timid voice was heard. Issei jumped up from his seat and looked at Asia. Asia, what are you doing here in that uniform? Issei asked with an incredulous look. You like my new clothes, said the blonde girl, spinning around. It looks good on you, but what are you doing in this place? Issei asked incredulously. This is Asia Argento, my bishop and new member of the Gremory clan, explained Rias. What? Issei exclaimed. Asia, did you turn into a demon? Yes, he replied with a smile. Are you upset, Issei-san? Of course, it's not just that I was surprised to hear it, but why? Issei questioned. Well, after the church was destroyed, I had no place to go, and after you rescued me I talked to Rias Butcho and she offered me to be part of her clan, a home and a family. Also, no matter the circumstances, I didn't want to lose my first friend. As long as I can be close to Issei-san I am, Asia answered with deep gratitude. After that, everyone celebrated the arrival of a new member to the Gremory clan. Days later. It was a normal day at Kuo Academy, a quiet day, without problems for everyone. Well, not everyone. Issei was not well. Says POV. Since I rescued Asia I have suffered constant headaches, and lately I feel as if my body is on fire. It seems that I am not well, but what am I really? My head is throbbing, I feel very dizzy, sometimes my vision becomes blurry, my body burns as if it were burning me from the inside, and my right hand hurts, as if there was something stuck in my palm. What is happening? End of POV. Mr. Hayato? The math teacher asked Issei. Yes, Professor Issei replied, reacting suddenly. As I said, I need you to go to the board and solve the operation. Please explain the sensei. Yes, Issei replied, getting up from his bench and going to the blackboard. Asia looked at Issei with concern, as it had been several days since she noticed him unwell, pale, distracted, with difficulty walking, sweaty, and apparently he had headaches, as he constantly put his hands to his head. Issei solved the problem as best he could, but it was difficult for him. It seems that day his pain, dizziness, and burning in his hand intensified on purpose, making him suffer in that class. Ready, Professor, I finished the problem, Issei said to the professor. Let's see, said the teacher, checking the equation correct. Well done, Mr. Hayato, please return to your seat. Yes, Issei returned to his place with problems. A few centimeters from reaching, Issei lost consciousness, because when he took the next step, Issei collapsed. He tried to grab onto his desk, but only managed to take it with him to the floor, causing a loud noise. Everyone looked in amazement at what had happened. Issei had collapsed and was unconscious. The sensei quickly approached Issei, calling him, But he didn't react. He touched his forehead and realized that he was burning with fever, so they rushed him to the infirmary. "Sensei, we have a boy who is burning with fever," said the math teacher very hurriedly. "Lay him down, I'll check him," said the doctor. A few minutes after Issei was examined, the doctor turned to the math teacher with a calm expression. "He's more stable, but it's best to call his parents. This boy is in a somewhat delicate situation," the doctor told the math teacher. "Fine, that's what I'll do," he replied. A couple of hours later, Issei's mother arrived at the school in a hurry because of her son's condition. When the academy doctor arrived, she explained the situation to her. "You see, Mrs. Hayadu, your son had a somatization due to stress. I think it was because of his studies, club activities. He apparently didn't sleep well. He also didn't seem to eat well, and the workload at school caused his body to explode and collapse," the doctor explained calmly. "Oh, I hadn't realized," Issei's mother replied sadly. "What should I do?" she asked hurriedly. "I recommend that he rest for a few days, that he not come to school or club activities, that way he'll see improvement. So from now on, make sure he sleeps well, eats well, and avoids excessive workloads, otherwise he'll have a worse relapse," the school doctor explained. "Fine, that's what I'll do," Mrs. Hayadu replied. "Well, he's rested for a couple of hours now, he's better now. I recommend you take him home and put him to bed to rest." That's all the doctor concluded. After a few minutes of talking, Issei's mother woke him up and explained the situation to him. He agreed, and together they returned home. During the trip, Issei's mother kept seeing her son, who looked terrible and could collapse at any moment. When they arrived at a park near the house, Issei's mother made him sit under the shade of a tree and wait for her, since she had to go buy some things before returning home. She said she wouldn't be long. As soon as she left, Issei relaxed and almost fell asleep, but someone interrupted him. "Wow, what do you think of the Security? He doesn't seem that strong at first glance," a young man's voice was heard. Issei opened his eyes and looked at a guy in front of him. He was a young man in his 20s, with dark green hair. He looked like a college student. He was tall, with a more or less thin build, but you could see some muscles in his arms, with pale skin, with red eyes and an expression of anxiety about something. He was wearing light blue jeans, with white tennis shoes and a light green t-shirt and a red sweatshirt with a hood. Issei stared at him. He didn't know why, but something told him that this guy was dangerous. "You're right, brother, he looks weak. It seems we were wrong. What do you think, AP-san?" said another guy who approached Issei and stood next to the first guy. He was a subject very similar to the first, short dark green hair, red eyes, only older, about 26 years old. He was wearing light blue jeans, a black short-sleeved shirt, and unlike the first one, it was noticeable that he was calmer, but he looked sinister. "That's why we're here to check whether it is or not," said a guy sitting leaning against the same tree as Issei. Seeing him, Issei stood up hastily, avoiding falling from fever, dizziness, and headaches. He was an older man, about 40 years old, tall, with a robust build. His hair was dark brown, but some gray hairs were noticeable. He had a goatee, also brown with white parts due to the gray hair. He wore brown pants, a plaid shirt, work boots, and it was clear that he was very strong. "Good afternoon, Security. My name is Apocalypse," the older man introduced himself with a small bow. "These are the brothers who provoke chaos. The older one is Devastation and the younger one is Destruction," said Apocalypse, concluding the presentation. "What do you want from me?" Issei said fearfully. "Not much, just fight you, because you are strong," said Destruction very anxiously. "That's right, we should thank you for ruining our plans to get the Twilight healing, so if you manage to defeat our rats it means you're strong. So we're going to fight you to see if you're strong," explained Apocalypse. Issei was shaking from the fever that didn't give him time to react when Devastation appeared behind him. Issei turned to see him and received a hard blow to the stomach which caused him to fall, hugging his stomach. "He seems strong, but not too strong. He wasted it. He seems to be another weakling," said Devastation, moving away from him. "Brother, can I kill him?" Destruction asked excitedly. "Of course. There's no point in leaving him alive," Devastation said, disappointed. Apocalypse and Devastation began to move away from there. "Please, Draig, help me," Issei said inside, but the dragon was asleep. "Please, someone, whoever, help me," he begged from inside. "Wow, it looks like you're in trouble, Hayate. Well, I'll help you. You just rest. You need it," a voice in his head responded. Issei felt as if he was moved from his body and was floating peacefully somewhere. The 20-year-old approached Issei from behind and his hands transformed into a solid iron gauntlet and prepared to crush him. But the moment the gauntlet hit the ground, Issei was no longer there. The green-haired young man was looking for him. Then he felt a hard blow to the back of his neck that made him lose his balance and kneel down in pain. "HPM, the Three Stooges never change, huh?" Issei said, but his voice sounded different. It was thicker and deeper, like someone else's. "What? That power," said the oldest one, returning his gaze to Issei, who was standing without any problem. "Apparently they don't remember me anymore. How irony." "Well, it's not like it matter," Issei said, full of confidence and disdained by the three subjects. At that, Issei retreated from the three at least 20 meters, but at an incredible speed. After that, the three subjects looked at him carefully, and they saw how Issei raised his head, revealing his slanted eyes like those of a dragon without color change for now, with a big smile, and something that impacted them was Issei's hair changed. It was brown, but it changed to a bright red, and he took a firm stance and crossed his arms. "Time and OC, apocalypse, devastation and destruction. It seems that the passage of time doesn't even tickle him, right?" Issei said in a mocking tone. "Huh. It seems that if you are your good old friend, it seems that we will have a worthy rival this time. We could fight now, but your carrier is not in condition for a high-level battle as we know how to have them, but that does not indicate that we have a brief warm-up," said the older subject with emotion. At that, Issei stopped crossing his arms and prepared for a fight, because it wasn't easy 3 versus 1. However, Issei gave them great endurance, although he only defended himself, but that didn't make it easy for him. It was a hand-to-hand battle, in which he faced one for a PRD of time, then he retreated and another one appeared trying to cause damage, but they didn't succeed. For a few minutes the fight intensified until he blocked a kick from one of them and felt his body weaken. Feeling this, he jumped back away from them, but when he landed he fell on his knees, very tired and hurt. Seeing this, the 3 men stood in front of him about 10 meters away. "You are good and your carrier is strong, but not enough. You need to get stronger so you can have more fun, so become invincible like before. We will be waiting for it." And saying this they vanished into thin air. Once those guys left, Issei's hair returned to its usual color, his eyes stopped being slanted, and he returned to the tree to wait for his mother. As he sat down his surroundings became silent and somewhat opaque and then disappeared, giving way to the usual atmosphere. "From now on I will use this idea. They are the protected areas that appear in X of Clamp." The entire way back home was peaceful without any news. When Issei arrived he entered his room and let himself fall onto the bed. He tossed and turned in it because of the intense burning in his body, and more so in his right hand, when he was interrupted by someone. "Concentrate a lot of energy in your right hand. It's the best way to make the pain go away," said the voice with a tone of concern. Issei did what the voice told him and concentrated power in his right hand almost to the point of exploding. And when it seemed like it would explode, he felt something coming out of his body. He looked at his hand again and saw astonished how a pawn came out of his handies, one of the evil pieces that the president had used to revive him. When the pawn left his body, Issei felt a great relief. The fever subsided greatly, the pain in his head disappeared as well as the dizziness. He only looked at how his hand showed a large hole where the piece left his body. You could see even his bones. Suddenly a golden red flame sprang from the wound, causing it to close, leaving only a bruise in its place. After that scene, Issei fell asleep. Inside a mental passage in Issei, resembling a hill in a field. "Partner, are you okay? I felt like there was an exaggerated increase in energy in your body that woke me up. Are you okay?" asked Draig, perched next to Issei, who was lying on the grass very tired. "I don't know, Draig. Lately my body feels very strange. I don't know what's happening to me," Issei answered, confused. "Since I rescued Asia, I feel very strange. Now that you mention it, can you explain to me what is happening? Where did you get the power to defeat the Fallen? When the impulse was almost over, you did something that reactivated it and increased it enormously. Where did you get so much power? Or rather, who gave you such power?" asked the dragon seriously. "Well, can I tell you some things, Draig?" asked the boy. He just nodded. For a while Issei explained to Draig what had happened to him, how Reynalle almost killed him, how he ran into a mysterious and powerful being that revived him, gave him power, but he didn't know who it was or how to use the power. How he was saved by someone when he encountered those strange beings. Who could that guy be? I'm sure you don't know who he is, partner? The dragon emphasized. No, I have no idea, but for now he is our ally, although I would like to know who he saved me with a while ago, said Issei with a sigh. If you want to hear from me so much, then it's time to clear up your doubts, roared a deep voice. Issei and Draig were startled at the sound of the voice, in that the sky of Issei's mental passage turned dark, clouds covered the sky, like when it's going to rain, and from the immense gray sky, the enormous and majestic figure of a dragon emerged. Yes, it was a red dragon with a black stomach, with enormous wings, with enormous teeth, golden yellow eyes, and it was very long, its length could not be measured. What the hell? It's a dragon, but who are you? Draig shouted in astonishment. You're the one who gave me the power, you're the one who told me I'm its wielder, the one who's been helping me. Wow, you're huge, but who are you exactly? Issei asked, surprised. Correct, I am the one who saved you from dying at the hands of that fallen one, the one who gave you the power you now possess, the one who helped you against apocalypse, devastation and destruction, exclaimed the enormous dragon. Issei and Draig looked at him in amazement. I am the emperor of all the skies of the universe, the master and lord of the rain, the wind and the storm, the governor of the thunder and the lightning, said the dragon with a tone of authority, and then looked at Issei and Draig, who were nothing before the imposing nature of the dragon. I am one of the ancestral dragon gods, the god of the imposing firmaments, me name is Slifferth, dragon of the skies. If you want to hear from me so much, then it's time to clear up your doubts, roared a deep voice. Issei and Draig were startled at the sound of the voice, in that the sky of Issei's mental passage turned dark, clouds covered the sky, like when it's going to rain, and from the immense gray sky, the enormous and majestic figure of a dragon emerged. Yes, it was a red dragon with a black stomach, with enormous wings, with enormous teeth, golden yellow eyes, and it was very long, its length could not be measured. What the hell? It's a dragon, but who are you? Draig shouted in astonishment. You're the one who gave me the power, you're the one who told me I'm its wielder, the one who's been helping me. Wow, you're huge, but who are you exactly? Issei asked, surprised. Correct, I am the one who saved you from dying at the hands of that fallen one, the one who gave you the power you now possess, the one who helped you against apocalypse, devastation and destruction, exclaimed the enormous dragon. Issei and Draig looked at him in amazement. I am the emperor of all the skies of the universe, the master and lord of the rain, the wind and the storm, the governor of the thunder and the lightning, said the dragon with a tone of authority, and then looked at Issei and Draig, who were nothing before the imposing nature of the dragon. I am one of the ancestral dragon gods, the god of the imposing firmaments, me name is Slifferth, dragon of the skies. Issei and Draig were amazed by the imposing nature of their interlocutor. Are you a god? Was what Issei could articulate, even in shock. Correct, I am one of the dragon gods of antiquity, I am as old as the universe itself, Slifer replied thunderously. A dragon god besides Great Red and Ophis? That's impossible, it doesn't exist, it must be a lie, replied Draig, confused. What are you saying? Do dragon gods exist? Issei said in amazement, looking at Draig. Didn't you know? Answered the dragon, surprised. Well, I have no idea what they're saying, it would help me to know what's going on, replied Issei. Same here, why don't I understand what the hell is going on? Mentioned the dragon. Wow, it seems I have to tell a little story to explain the situation, said the dragon god, sighing. Well, it would help to know who you really are. Well, you mentioned your name is Slifer, right? Issei intervened. Very well, as I said before, my name is Slifer, I am the god of the skies, I was the one who ruled all the skies of the universe since ancient. Then he paused and made a long sigh. That was until those three guys appeared and caused my banishment, altering my peaceful life, said Slifer sadly. Hey Slifer, how did you get banished? What happened to you? Issei asked, intrigued. You see, many thousands of years ago everything followed a course, we can say it, normal. It was as you said, it happened in mythological times. Men inhabited the world and we, the gods, controlled the supernatural powers, and at the time we chose heroes to help us fulfill our will, explained the dragon god. So what happened? Issei asked. One day a group of human sorcerers broke into one of the Titans' temples, unraveling powers that a simple human without the help of a god could control. Slifer, I will never understand why the hearts of humans can house so much hate and darkness. But well, the reason for all this is that some humans tried to control the power of the Titans, so they tried to perform a kind of spell to master the power, but something went wrong with the spell, causing forces that they cannot control to accumulate, titanic forces getting out of control, destroying the place of the ritual and with it the lives of those human sorcerers. When people came to see what was happening, it turned out that that spell turned the power of the Titans into 3 very powerful creatures with great negative energy power. The dragon recounted. Apocalypse, destruction and devastation, exclaimed Draig seriously. Correct. They were the result of the disastrous attempt to control the power of the Titans. Slifer stressed. So what are they really? Issei asked. They are creatures formed by hate, negative energy and the group of human sorcerers who died in the performance of the spell. In simpler words, I can say that they are beings whose only interest is power, destruction and war, explained the dragon god simply. So that means they want to rule the world, the universe, or something like that? Issei said quickly. You're wrong, those guys don't want to rule or dominate anything. They simply want to fight, destroy and wipe out what opposes them. The enormous dragon responded. So, if you don't want to dominate or rule, what are you really looking for? Draig asked, intrigued. They only look for strong opponents who are able to face them, to entertain them or defeat them, but it is not possible. It is almost impossible, the dragon explained, but was interrupted. Since his strength and power are comparable to that of the mouse or God himself, said Issei, finishing the god's sentence. Partner, did you know? The security asked. Well, Issei, when I met Slifer, well before I met you, answered Issei. When was that? The dragon asked curiously. Well, remember when you showed up scolding me for not listening to you? Before that I met Slifer, Issei replied to his partner. But how? Asked Draig. Well, what happens is that day I tried to protect Asia from Reynalle, but I couldn't, since I had just acquired the power of the sacred gear and it wasn't enough to protect. Reynalle was pierced by a spear of light from Reynalle, Issei explained with a carefree attitude, scratching the back of his neck. What did you say? Draig shouted with great fury, throwing flames of fire towards Issei, who hid, avoiding being burned. You two are so funny, you really are good companions. I hope the 3 of us can get along, Slifer exclaimed with laughter, which caught the attention of Issei and Draig. By the way, where do you fit into this story? Issei asked as he emerged from his sooty hiding place. That's true, I had forgotten my presence in history, said Slifer as he stopped laughing. Well, when those guys began to cause havoc wherever they passed, so the kingdoms and domains of the gods were affected, we had to act. So at first we sent heroes and semigods to face them and defeat them, but there was no result other than the death and extermination of those humans who wanted to be able to fulfill the will of the gods they worship. However, all were completely annihilated, answered the dragon god with an expression of helplessness because of the memories. And you gods, what did you do? Asked the security. We had to intervene directly, which was something difficult, since we do not regularly intervene in the lives of humans, but we had to do something, so we confronted them directly, but it was not as easy as we thought. They are extremely powerful, and some of the gods made confidence when they confronted them, and their mistake caused many of them to die in a simplistic way that was catastrophic. We realized that it was not easy to kill them, since they are immortal and only an immortal or a god can kill them. So for them, the gods, we try to work together to defeat them, but it wasn't easy to face them, the dragon god explained with melancholy. So how did you defeat them? Issei asked, intrigued. My brothers and I discovered that by combining our powers and our special human powers, it was a force enough to face them. At that moment we found our first carriers. Since it seems the usual way of providing power and grace was not enough, we discovered that by combining we were more powerful, that way we could give them a strong battle, explained Slifer. Brothers, so there are more dragon gods like you, where are they? Draig exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, what was the result? What happened to you and your brothers? Issei asked, very interested in the dragon god's story. We had enough strength and power to defeat them, but the sacrifice for victory was great, the enormous dragon responded. How big? Issei asked worriedly. That was our destruction, Slifer replied seriously. Its destruction? But how? Draig became exasperated upon learning this. But if it was his destruction, how come you're still here now? I mean, you didn't disappear? Issei asked, surprised. I mean that our bodies were eliminated, so now I am only a spirit, since my body was destroyed into several parts and they were scattered and sealed by the power of apocalypse. So I need a bearer to be able to face them, concluded the dragon god thoughtfully. Wow, by the way, what happened to your brothers, Slifer? Issei asked. That's right, what happened to them? Speaking of which, who are they? Added the security to Issei's question. Slifer just sighed for a few moments and remained silent. I don't know, since after that battle, we got new carriers and thanks to them we could see each other, but at least 2,000 years have passed since we lost contact. I don't know if they have taken other carriers or if they are still asleep. I don't know, that he said with a certain tone of sadness. By the way, what are your brothers' names? Issei asked curiously. Their names are Obelisk and Ra, sighed Slifer with sadness, looking up at the sky. The three remained silent for a few seconds. Changing the subject, what's going to happen from now on since they've already introduced themselves? Issei asked the dragons. You're right, partner, we have to have a plan against those guys, otherwise we'll have a bad time, added Draig. Well, since you mentioned it, the first thing is that you should rest a little. Remember that you are just learning to use my powers, so you should not overstrength yourself, otherwise your body will suffer much more than it has and it will be a disadvantage against those guys, Slifer intervened. Hey, wait a second, so the headaches, fevers, and dizziness are your fault? Issei shouted angrily. That's right. Remember that I told you that my power is not compatible with demonic power? All of that was a consequence of my power suddenly entering your body, but I must admit that you did a good job, Slifer replied. So what should we do? Asked the celestial dragon. For today he must rest, but starting tomorrow Draig and I must train you, otherwise you will not be up to the same those guys. In addition, I have seen the need to teach you my techniques to have some advantage over them. You have shown me that you are a box full of surprises, and who knows what you are really capable of, smiled the enormous dragon of the skies. Okay, for now I'll do what you tell me. Well, see you later, said Issei in a tired tone, and then fell asleep and disappeared from the mental passage, leaving the two dragons alone. Very interesting partner you have, said Slifer, looking at the security. You're right, my partner is full of surprises, but sighed the security, I wish he weren't so dense, slow and idiotic, said Draig with discouragement. Speaking of which, there are some details we need to talk about, Issei and my power, Slifer said in an overly serious tone. I'm listening very well, Draig replied. A while later at Koa's school, Asia was heading towards the occult club room, looking sad and worried. Asia, it's good that you're here. By the way, where's Issei? It's already late and he hasn't arrived yet, asked Rias as she came out of the club's shower. Issei-sen won't be coming to the club today. He's sick, Asia said in a sad tone. What? The club members said in unison. That's not possible. Demons can't get sick. It's impossible, Rias said in disbelief. It's true, Issei-sen had a fever and chills this morning when he lost consciousness during class, the blonde girl explained. Oh, that is something strange, said the club's vice president, surprised and worried. Asia-san, what happened? Kiba asked, unable to believe what he was hearing. I don't know, I just noticed he was a little tired today, but he didn't say anything, Asia explained in detail. It was until math class that the teacher told Issei to go to the blackboard to solve a problem. He went, he solved it, and when he was returning to his place it was as if he had fainted, because he fell to the floor and didn't get up. He didn't even react. The teacher approached him, touched his forehead and told us that he was burning with fever. They took him to the infirmary. A while later, Issei's mother-san arrived at school. I greeted her and listened to what she said to her. The sensei said that Issei has that condition due to a lot of accumulated stress, because he hasn't slept well, in addition to the fact that he hasn't eaten well and that his body couldn't hold out anymore, and somatized, Asia explained with concern. What you're saying is very strange, Kiba said, puzzled. Maybe you're right, said the president, attracting everyone's attention. I think I've made Issei overexert himself. Maybe I pushed him too much, Rias exclaimed with a regretful tone, but it doesn't make sense that he's sick. At that moment Rias remembered the moments in which she pressured and demanded Issei in his training as a demon, distributing flyers and trying to fulfill contracts. Well, for now we'll leave things as they are, said the president more calmly. After class we'll visit him and see how he is. Yes, Butcho, the others said in unison. Hours later, Issei slept from his return from school in the morning until the sun began to set, when he woke up and felt that the muscle aches, fevers and dizziness had almost disappeared, which made him feel relieved, but it made him think about what he was really becoming. Knock knock knock. Yeah, who is it? Issei asked in a tired tone. Issei-san, are you okay? The Arfo girl asked Issei. Yes, I feel much better now, said Issei, sitting up in his bed. Era, it seems that Issei-kun doesn't look very well, said Akino with her typical smile. What are you guys doing here? Issei said, surprised by the visitor. Well, we came to visit you, after what Asia-san told us seemed strange to us, Kiba replied. Issei, are you okay? Said the Gremory girl, approaching Issei very worried. Yes, I'm better now, I just have some body aches, that's all, but I'm fine, I assure you, replied the Gremory pawn. For a few hours the devils of the Gremory clan were talking about various clan matters, leaving aside Issei's situation, so everyone had a moment of relaxation, except for the Gremory heiress, who kept looking at Issei with some concern, that and the fact that he was acting strange lately. Besides, seeing him made her feel strange, but what was it? Suddenly Kiba's cell phone and then Kaniko's rang, indicating that they had contracts to fulfill, so everyone except Asia left the place. Once they were alone, Issei asked Asia about the time he rescued her, since the talk with Slifer had left him with some doubts. Asia said, Issei getting his friend's attention. What's wrong, Issei? Asked the girl, looking at Issei. Asia, what happened the day I came to rescue you? Issei asked with great interest. Well, what I remember is that you burst in when Reynalle-sama was going to perform some kind of ritual with me, but you stopped her, you fought very hard against her, then you did something to give her some energy and she sort of overloaded and exploded, then fell unconscious. Then when we were going to escape and the other detention appeared and tried to destroy us, but you faced them, after that you threw a huge fireball at their huge spears. Then there was a huge explosion, then we flew out of the place. A while later, when we were about to leave, from among the flames the detention came out and summoned many exorcists. You faced them and defeated them, or so I thought, because some survived, and when they saw that you were motionless, they shot you many times, causing your armor to disappear. When they were finally going to kill you, Butcho-san defeated them in a single blow. After that he transported you to your house, Asia explained in. I see, so that's what happened, Issei said. What Asia said is exactly what I remember, well, until the moment I fell unconscious. For a second he suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Asia, what happened with Reynalle? Issei asked somewhat hurriedly. Well, I don't know, the girl replied. What do you mean you don't know? Issei asked. After Butcho-san rescued you and made me her bishop, she told us it was time to go. I went to look for Reynalle-sama, but when I went to the place where you left us, she was no longer there, the girl answered with concern. I understand, Issei replied, then gave his friend a big smile. Thanks for everything, Asia. Yes, the girl said with a blush on her cheeks. What's wrong with Asia? Is she sick like me? Issei wondered to himself. It shows that he really was a dense and idiot partner, said Draig in Issei's thoughts. Hey, why do you say that? Asked the boy, confused. Forget it, sighed the security. Seconds later Issei's mother and father entered the room bringing some food for Issei. Issei, how are you feeling? Asked his mother. Much better, Mom, Dad, Issei answered with a smile on his face. That's great, I brought you some food for dinner. After all, it's the doctor's orders, said her mother happily. Directions? What directions? Issei asked, a piece of bread in his mouth. Well, the doctor told me that your body somatized due to the accumulation of stress from your studies, your work at the club, and because you haven't eaten or slept well, said his mother with concern. Issei, are you sure you're okay? Is something wrong? If so, you know you can count on me and your father for whatever it takes. If we can't help you, at least we can listen to you or try to do something, mentioned his mother with a distressed face. Issei, seeing this, felt bad, because he couldn't say anything about what was happening. It was true that his life was not easy at all, because with the events of the last few days, his life had become enormously difficult and he knew what to do. "Mom, I'm sorry," was what Issei said, his head down. "I know I always cause problems, but I was sure that if I tried a little harder I could be better and make them proud of me. That's why I joined a very strict club and decided to redouble my efforts in my studies so they would see that I'm not a total failure," said Issei sadly. Suddenly Issei felt himself hugged. When he raised his head, he realized that his mother was hugging him in a maternal and tender way, something that surprised Issei. "I understand how you feel, and I'm glad you want to make us proud, but don't forget that you are our son and therefore we will always be proud of you, but you must take care of your health, since you are still young. Many things await you in the future. Yes, you must make an effort, but don't overdo it, because you saw the results," mentioned his father, something that moved Issei and he began to cry. "That's right, Issei, listen to what your father says. If you want to make us proud, then do it, but not the way you do, and remember you will always have our support no matter what it is," said his mother, and at the end she kissed him on the forehead. This made Issei very moved and he started to cry. "Thank you, To-san, Oka-san," Issei said through tears. The touching moment lasted a few seconds until Issei's mother let him go. By the way, what kind of care should Issei-san have?" Asia asked, worried about Issei. "Oh, that's right," exclaimed his mother, then looking at Issei with a serious face. "Issei, the doctor ordered that you stay home for a few days, that is, from today until Sunday." This surprised Issei. "That you avoid unnecessary overexertion, that you eat and rest well, that he will come to check you on Saturday. If you continue to have discomfort he will decide, if not, you will return to school on Monday," explained Issei's mother. "What? That means I'll miss school for 3 days," Issei exclaimed, scared. "Yes, but you won't be able to escape your homework, since Asia-chan will bring you your homework every day," said her mother, smiling. Okay, Issei said, defeated. For a while Asia, Issei and their parents continued the pleasant conversation until it was time to sleep. "Well, it's late, Asia-chan. It's time to sleep," said Mrs. Hayadu. "Yes, Okasama," the girl replied sweetly. "Issei-san, good night," said the blonde, waving her hand in farewell. "Good night, Oda-san, Okan-san," Issei replied, saying goodbye to his parents and Asia. After wishing his family good night, Issei covered himself well in his bed, turned around and something made him uncomfortable. Feeling something strange, Issei looked for what was bothering him, found it, looked at it carefully and was surprised to see what it was: a red pawn. "But it is an evil piece," Issei exclaimed, amazed and not knowing what to say. But how? At that he remembered something he had experienced a few hours ago. Flashback. Issei entered his room and fell onto the bed. He tossed and turned in it because of the intense burning in his body, and more so in his right hand, when he was interrupted by someone. "Concentrate a lot of energy in your right hand. It's the best way to make the pain go away," said the voice with a tone of concern. Issei did what the voice told him and concentrated power in his right hand almost to the point of exploding, and when it seemed like it would explode, he felt something coming out of his body. He looked at his hand again and saw astonished how a pawn came out of his handies, one of the evil pieces that the president had used to revive him. When the pawn left his body, Issei felt a great relief. The fever subsided greatly, the pain in his head disappeared as well as the dizziness. He only looked at how his hand showed a large hole where the piece left his body. You could see even his bones. Suddenly a golden red flame sprang from the wound, causing it to close, leaving only a bruise in its place. After that scene, Issei fell asleep. End of flashback. Issei looked again at the pawn in his hand and then looked at his right palm, which although almost invisible, could be blurred to see the bruise that the evil piece had left when it left his body. He looked at his hand with melancholy, because what Slifer had told him was true. He could notice how his hand felt somewhat strange and different from the rest of his body. "I see you've already got sentimental," Slifer said in Issei's thoughts. "Slifer?" Issei exclaimed in surprise. "Calm down, don't get exasperated. Remember that your body is still unstable due to the uncontrolled power, so take it easy," said the dragon god with a calm voice. "He's right, partner. Although your body is more relaxed, you're still weak from the expulsion of one of the evil pieces, but I must admit that I've never seen such a thing, a demon expelling from his body an evil piece that which gave him life. You really are a guy with a lot of mystery around you," exclaimed the celestial dragon. "Hey Slifer," said Issei, getting the dragon god's attention. "What's happening, Hayuda Issei?" asked the god of the heavens, intrigued. What will happen to me from now on? Issei asked in a whisper. I don't know that, replied the dragon of the skies, making Issei frustrated. The only I can say that first of all this is that you are the one who decides, because all I do is provide the power and help defeat those guys. Once the task is completed, what you do with your life no longer interests me, although this time I am intrigued in what you will do with your life, now that you are no longer a pervert idiot, laughed the dragon of the skies. What? Partner, were you a pervert? Draig asked in astonishment. Well, yes it was, but once I agreed to be the bearer of Slifer I had to sacrifice my most precious treasure, and my greatest surprise was that my perversion was that treasure. But I must admit something, I don't feel different without my perversion, said Issei with melancholy. It doesn't surprise me, you sacrificed some of your personality, but it only affected your behavior towards others a little. But I think that now that you are no longer a pervert, I think that one or you could develop new facets in your personality, or two, which I think is most likely, that you adopt behaviors of a dragon, and I say this because you are the bearer of two dragons of immense power, Slifer answered with confidence and pride. Slifer is right, partner. In fact, I think that from now on you should be careful of the people around you, and more so of the members of the Gremory clan, warned the celestial dragon. What and why? Issei questioned the two dragons in his thoughts. You see, partner, dragons are creatures strongly linked to power, so our companions or those close to us are always powerful creatures, or in other cases people or creatures approach us because of the influence of our power, explained Draig. I don't understand, Issei replied without knowing. It's simple, people or other creatures are attracted to you because of the dragon power that emanates from you, so we recommend that you be careful with the type of person who approaches you, because maybe they are close to you because of the influence of that power, not because they actually trust you, love you, or care for you, concluded the celestial dragon. So my family and friends? Issei exclaimed, a little worried. Don't worry, your family wants you and loves you for being you. Your idiotic friends also appreciate you for being who you are, but you must be careful with the people of the factions. They know about you and will want to get closer to you for your power as security. So analyze your situation well in front of others, because maybe they will approach you with intentions of you joining them or steal your power. That is what we mean, the dragon god answered in detail. By the way, don't you have a family member who can help us with a small task? Well, no, I don't have any family. Why? Issei asked. You see, partner, while you were sleeping, Slifer and I talked about what could happen from now on, and the big problem that those guys represent. We believe that it is best to investigate a little about those guys. We know what Slifer knows from having fought many times, but we do not know what they are looking for now. A clear example of this is that they will try to seize the Twiling Heart Twilight Healing, so we must know what they are up to, commented the security. I see. So what do you recommend I do? Issei asked doubtfully. Seeing the situation, I think you should get one, since with its help we can investigate what those guys are up to. But remember that the Gremory devils must not find out or we will be in trouble, said Draig. Well, I'll see about that tomorrow, said Issei with a yawn and falling deeply asleep. The next day. It was 11 in the morning and Issei was doing the homework that Asia had brought him the day before. However, despite answering his homework, Issei suddenly put the pencil on the desk and immersed himself in his thoughts, because the conversation with the dragons really left him thinking. Are the president and the others really only with him for the power of the dragon inside him, or do they just want to use it for their own benefit? He didn't know. For almost 16 years of his life nothing was strange or confused him, but in a few months all that changed. Now he wasn't sure what to do or how to act. I see you're still thinking about the subject, mate, said Draig calmly. Yeah, I still don't know what I should do, plus with what they told me about dragon power, it has me thinking that I think I've been living a lie. That maybe I'm only seen as power or an object that serves as a disposable piece, Issei said monotonously. Calm down, partner, don't despair. If what you say is true, your bond with the Gremory is temporary. Remember that Slifer's power will slowly expel the evil pieces from your body, and with that your relationship with them will disappear and you won't have to worry about them, said the celestial dragon. Wow, Issei said, sighing, but that's not what worries me. So what is it? Draig asked curiously. If people are only close to me because of my power, then does that mean I'll never be happy or find a girlfriend? Issei said in frustration. putting his hands to his face. You're wrong, Issei. Slifer intervened with a roar in his mind. What? Issei said, not understanding. It is true that the dragon's power is what draws people to you, but you shouldn't rush things. A comment that confused Issei. If you are so worried about not having a girlfriend, that shouldn't keep you up at night. Yes, the women close to you will always try to get closer to you. That is to say they will be like in love, but not all of them will change from that fall of love, admiration into love. On the other hand, those who love you, they will always be faithful, and no matter what happens, even if the influence of the power disappears forever, explained the dragon god. But if what they're saying is true, how will I know who just admires me or who truly loves me? Issei asked in frustration. I know that's up to you to find out, said Slifer. Issei, darling, I'm going to do some shopping. I'll be back later. Call me if anything happens or if you feel sick, his mother shouted from the living room. Very well, Mom, have a good time, Issei responded from his room. Changing the subject, we have work to do, exclaimed the god of the skies. Work? Issei murmured in surprise. Yes, you have rested enough, now we must start a strong training. Draig already told me about the training that both of you had, and I must admit that your idea about the promotion game is amazing, but it will not be enough to face those three. It will help, but you need to learn to use and master my powers and my attacks. That will serve to fully awaken the dragon instincts that are in you, Slifer said, smiling. Okay, so where are we going to train? Remember, I can't leave. If I move from this place, my mom and the president will find out, and things will get worse, Issei said, trying to negotiate. Huh? We've already got that taken care of, partner. You don't have to worry, just focus on training, said Draig with great enthusiasm. So, where are we going to premiere? Issei asked, not knowing where the conversation was going. Go to your closet and grab the handles as if you were going to open it, ordered the dragon god. Issei obeyed and did what Slifer did. He approached the closet, took the handles and waited for the other instructions. Okay, now concentrate some magic in your hands without letting go of the handles, said Slifer, and Issei obeyed and waited for the following. Okay, now slide the doors, said Slifer confidently. Hey, excuse me, but the doors open by pulling on them, they're not sliding, Issei said with monotony in his voice. You pay attention and don't ask, inquired the dragon of the skies. Very well, Issei replied heavily and slid the doors, and to Issei's surprise something happened. Issei was stunned by what he saw, because his closet was a door to a passage that led to a large and fertile valley surrounded by huge trees and plains. Issei entered, and the moment he entered, the door behind him closed. Issei did not give it importance and walked to the center of the valley without stopping to admire the landscape with amazement. Upon reaching the center of the valley, Issei's body began to shine and two red rays came out of it. One landed near him, upon touching the ground, acquired the form of Draig, while the second rose to the sky. Upon touching one of the clouds, it transformed into Slifer, which left Issei amazed. Wow, what's going on? Issei asked in amazement. You see, partner, Slifer and I created this place using our power to be able to train you, so we can see your progress firsthand, exclaimed Draig, looking seriously at Issei. Oh, so what do we have to do first? Issei asked, puzzled. The first thing we should work on is your defense. Also, with those guys hanging around there, I think it's best for you to learn to use the protected zone, said Slifer somewhat thoughtfully. What's the protected zone? The young man asked. It is a defensive technique that will prevent others from getting in our way and our fight, Slifer said with authority. And what is that technique? Issei asked, confused. It's like creating a huge energy field that serves for defending yourself, explained Slifer. It's just like a shield, Issei reproached with a reproachful face. That's what you say, but with this technique you won't have problems with someone interfering in your battles, explained the dragon god, somewhat annoyed. And I don't understand what it's about, Issei replied in a bored tone. Seriously, partner, you have a serious problem understanding things, Slifer. How about you show him what it's about, that way he'll understand and we can move forward with this, said Draig, bewildered. Slifer, in agreement with Draig, concentrated some power in one of his claws, forming a small sphere the size of a marble, and from that small sphere it expanded, like an energy field around them, which expanded enormously. Seeing it, Issei was not very convinced of what was happening. Suddenly his expression changed from disbelief to fear, since Slifer formed a huge ball of fire in his jaws and threw it in the direction of the door that connected the dimension where they were and the real world. But that was not what scared him, it was the fact that the door opened like that without more, and the fireball hit Issei's room, destroying the place and doing great damage to Issei's house, which upon seeing what happened exploded, filled with fury against the dragon god. "Hey, may I know what you're doing? How can you destroy my room and my house just like that? I demand you do something," Issei shouted euphorically upon seeing the destruction caused by the dragon god. As the dragon god laughed without concern, and then looking at Issei, he explained everything. "You're exaggerating, look," said Slifer. At that, Issei looked again at the place where his room should be, and his surprise was great when the place became strange, as it took on a gray and lifeless appearance. It is the protected area of X from Clamp, from the series. If you have not seen it, watch it so you know the idea of what is happening, followed by the place shrinking. This confused Issei, after the energy field vanished, reducing itself again to a small sphere in Slifer's claw, which left Issei in shock, because where there was a huge hole and part of the house destroyed, only leaving way to a sad and messy room, which did not suffer a scratch. When coming out of shock, Issei ran towards Slifer to find out what was happening. "Hey, what happened?" Issei asked, still stunned by what had happened. "What you saw is the power and the use of the protected area. It is a dimension that you can create with the help of my power, so this ability will help you face enemies without needing to worry about collateral damage, and even more, it will prevent other beings that you do not allow from accessing that area, so there will be no obstacles in the fight," explained Slifer confidently. "What a skill, that will be very useful in the future," exclaimed Issei, crossing his arms and scratching his chin in a thoughtful attitude. "Well, stop wasting time now that you know what it's about, let's get to work. I want to see your resistance in these cases," said Draig, interrupting the conversation. "Okay, let's get to work," Issei exclaimed, bumping his fists. Hours later, Issei was breathing heavily and with his arms resting on his legs due to the constant effort to learn the technique of the protected area. However, his training was not very successful. Issei exclaimed, full of tiredness. "This is harder than you said," Issei complained to Slifer. "Well, I said it was a great technique. I never said it was easy to learn, but you're to blame too. It seems you don't remember what I explained to you. One way to learn to use the protected area is to create a defensive energy field, and with it copy your environment to create an alternate dimension in which you can move without any problem. But apparently you are a stubborn man who doesn't understand what they explained to you," Slifer argued, somewhat annoyed. "You two are really helping me," Issei said in an annoyed tone. "One more thing, partner, your mother is 1 block from your house. You better go back to your room before she arrives, otherwise you'll get in trouble," said Draig, attracting the attention of the other. "Well, I guess that's all for today," said Issei, heading to his closet door and leaving the place. "Wow, this is more complicated than I thought, but I don't know why, but I feel the need to become powerful. Will it be true that from now on I will act more like a dragon and less like a demon and human? Also, I feel an enormous desire to fly in the sky. Will it be that the fevers left me hallucinating? Well, who knows?" While at the occult club, Rias Gremory was in the middle of classes, but although she was present, she completely ignored the teacher. "Issei," Rias said in a low whisper to herself. All these problems and situations that had occurred had her very confused, because she felt as if her precious servant was moving further and further away from her. "Ahem," said a voice near the Gremory girl. When she looked up, she realized that the teacher was standing in front of her with a look of total disapproval. Seeing the teacher somewhat upset, she became overly worried. "Okay, Miss Gremory, now can you answer the question?" said the sensei with a serious look. "Well," Rias exclaimed with a face full of shame as she stood up in one fell swoop. "Well, I hope you pay more attention to my class. Just because you're one of the best students in the school doesn't mean you'll get distracted, is that clear?" the teacher said, returning to his desk. "Yes, sensei, I'm sorry," Rias said, very embarrassed, taking a seat. During the break, "I never thought a teacher would ever call you out," said a girl with short black hair and rose-colored glasses, approaching Rias. "Sona, what's wrong?" Rias said, trying to hide her distraction. Rias, are you sure you're okay? You seem a bit distracted, Sona asked, looking at her strangely and raising one of her eyebrows slightly. I'm fine, I think you're worried about nothing, said the Gremory heiress, taking a carefree attitude, walking towards the hallway. Well, if you say so, said the heiress Citri, adjusting her glasses as she walked alongside her friend. By the way, Rias, the date for choosing family members is approaching. Yes, so what? Rias said, walking calmly. We both have servants who need familiars. How do you propose solving the problem of who goes first? Sona asked calmly. It's true, we have to find a way to determine who goes first to find a relative and who goes last, but knowing us, I don't think anyone will give up their spot to the other, will they? Rias said with a serious tone, looking at her friend. You're right about that. How do you want to solve this? After all, once a month that guy shows up to help with the search? Asked the Citri heiress, adjusting her glasses and looking at her contemporary. Rias didn't respond, she just smiled in response. For a few minutes they walked through the halls in silence until they reached the cafeteria. Once there they had their respective lunches and sat at a table together. During lunch they discussed matters related to contracts, patrolling the territory and other things. After a few seconds of silence between them, Rias adopted a serious and somewhat sad posture. Seeing her, Sona just watched her in silence until. Sona, can demons get sick? Rias said in a melancholic voice. Hearing her, Sona put her voice aside and looked at her incredulously at such a question, but before answering, the sound of the bell indicated the end of lunch. Instantly Rias got up with her usual cheerful attitude and returned to class, while Sona slowly got up and looked at her with a doubtful face. Rias, what's really wrong with you? She wondered as she watched her friend Gremory walk away from the place. Hours later in the occult club room. Class is over. One of the doors opened, allowing the two beautiful Onisimas to elegantly enter the room. Rias took her place at the desk as the group leader, while Aquino sat on one of the club's comfortable sofas. Okay, what's this urgent thing we need to plan? The vice president asked, looking at her boss. You'll find out as soon as the others arrive, the president replied, taking a book and starting to read. Minutes later the rest of the club entered the room except for Issei, who was at home on doctor's orders. Okay guys, the reason I asked for this extraordinary meeting was to discuss the order of who will go first to look for relatives, Rias said. At that moment Sona and her queen Tsubaki entered the room. Hours later. Well, it seems everyone has given their verdict. It will be with a tennis match to see who goes first to look for relatives and who comes later, said Sona, getting up from her place towards the exit accompanied by her queen. The match will be tomorrow on the school courts. To which everyone nodded, and with that the Citri clan members withdrew. Okay, Aquino, we better practice a little, we mustn't let them beat us, said Rias very excitedly. Yes, Butcho, responded the vice president. The next day. Hayudu residence. Issei will be back in a few hours. I'll go to the market, said Mrs. Hayudu at the door while Issei was thoughtfully eating breakfast. Okay mom, have a good time, come back soon, Issei replied from the dining room. Once alone and finished his breakfast, Issei washed the dishes he had used for breakfast. So, what are we going to do today? Or are we going to stick with the protected area? Issei asked heavily. Of course with the protected area. After all, you need to master that technique if you want to protect people from those guys, exclaimed the dragon god, highlighting the obviousness of the matter. That's true, partner, you've already seen how effective the technique is, and I also think it will be very useful for more than just fighting. I also agree with Slifer, we must continue practicing. Draig responded, supporting Slifer. It's okay, he said sighing, they're worse than my mother, you know they should, but he didn't finish his sentence. But what? Did you feel that? Issei exclaimed, very alarmed. Yes, partner, something entered the house, said Draig calmer than Issei, but on alert. That's right, he's in your room. From the energy level I feel he's not any of those guys, but you shouldn't be overconfident. Maybe he's some enemy trying to surprise us, so prepare for a possible battle, added Slifer. Issei slowly climbed to the second floor of the house in the direction of his room, on alert. He approached the door to try to listen better without making noise. Inside the room he heard footsteps of shoes that ran around the place looking for something. Issei once waited a little while, activated the boosted gear and opened the door in battle pose, but what he saw left him stunned and very angry. Era? Hello Issei-kun, long time no see, said a very cheerful voice in front of him, organizing Issei's room. What the hell are you doing here? Issei said with a lot of hatred in his words. You know, you should be more organized in your room, it's a mess, her interlocutor responded happily. What the hell do you want? Issei said, very annoyed. You don't think you have too much eki stuff, it's bad for your health, but I guess you're at that stage, the voice replied unfazed. What the hell do you want? Issei repeated, his voice even more hateful, his fists clenched. You're mean, you knew, how can you treat me like this? You told me I was special, but now I doubt your words, said the girl's voice somewhat hurt. If you want to play, I'm not in the mood for that, so get out of my house, the boy exclaimed in an extremely serious and angry tone. I don't like that attitude of yours. Where's the cheerful and fun boy who always makes me smile and have fun, said the female voice happily. Enough of your little games, go away now that I'm a patient, I don't want to have to clean up blood in my room, said Issei, hiding his eyes under his bangs with words full of hate. Yes, you're bad, Sniffand, I thought maybe I had found my ideal guy, said her interlocutor, pretending to cry. I told you I'm not playing, I don't want to see you again, you heard me, so go away, the boy exclaimed, the last part shouting. Come on, said this person approaching Issei playfully, that's how you treat your girlfriend, he said, trying to caress the boy's face. I don't have a girlfriend, so get out of here before I lose my patience, Detenshi, said the boy, avoiding the caresses the girl tried to give him. Boo, you really are boring, the girl replied, pouting. I know it would be good for you, a date with me around town, right? Said the girl, jumping in place and approaching the boy. Enough of games, Issei said with great fury. Reynalle. Ha ha ha, the girl laughed out loud. Come on, Issei-kun, you know my name is Yuma-chan, she said smilingly. With 1,000 devils, Issei exclaimed, full of anger, raising his arm with the gauntlet pointing at the girl, creating a ball of red energy on the girl's face. Boost, boost, boost. Seeing what was happening, Reynalle fell to the ground on her own bottom, filled with fear and tears in her eyes. Wait, Issei-kun, wait, if you let me I can explain everything to you, please forgive me. I'm so sorry for what I did, but it wasn't Mule, it was me who did everything, but I was being controlled, the panicked girl explained as best she could. Boost, 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 please don't kill me, forgive me, I'm hurt for what happened, so I will make it up to you, but please listen to me, she exclaimed tearfully and in total panic, getting on her knees and bowing her head to the ground, begging for forgiveness. As if, Issei whispered softly with hatred in his words. If you don't listen to her, you won't know what you've missed, said Slifer in Issei's head. Let him listen to her, you, like me, know very well what he did, he killed me, he almost killed Asia, and he tried to destroy us, Issei reproached angrily. I know, but you should at least listen to her, after that the dragon side you can kill her if you want, although an element as capable as her would be a waste to eliminate her, but it's your decision, explained Slifer, trying to reason with him. I agree with Slifer, at least let's listen to what he has to say, then you decide what comes next, Draig intervened, not very convinced of what he was saying. Fine, but as soon as I finish explaining everything I'll kill her, said Issei coldly. Moments later, Issei lowered his arm and made the sacred gear disappear from his arm. He sat on a chair in front of the girl, who continued kneeling, face to the ground, crying and begging for forgiveness. Okay, I'll listen to you. But if you try anything strange I'll kill you, Issei exclaimed with much hatred and coldness. Reynalle, who was dressed as a Mono Yuma, raised her head upon hearing that she would be heard, looked at Issei, who was sitting in front of her with a hateful expression, to which she wiped her tears and with a trembling voice began to explain her situation. You see, after you defeated us in the abandoned church, I wandered around various places trying to contact Grigory's high command, but it was impossible, no one paid attention to me. I tried to contact the few people I trusted, but none of them paid attention to me, and until a few days ago, I found out why, and that is that they thought I was dead when you saved Asia. Being second-rate food and without anyone's help, I tried to seek refuge with some acquaintances, but like Gregory, they ignored me and told me that I was dead, that it couldn't be Reynalle, she explained with sobs and tears in her eyes. I see, Issei said, a little calmer. But why did you come with me? He asked suspiciously. As I said, I don't know what to do, and on impulse I came here to beg for mercy from the Gremory heiress and try to get her to accept me as Issei, but I knew that if I presented myself directly to her, she would kill me instantly, so I thought about begging for your mercy and finding out if you could ask her to accept me as SLV, said the detentee, very scared, without looking at the boy. This one is really crazy. Butcho would never accept this crazy woman as a servant, much less as a SLV. It would be best if she disappeared and prevent Butcho from wasting his time with her, Issei thought coldly. But something interrupted his thoughts. It was the sound of loud laughter in his head. Slifer, what's wrong with you? He questioned the dragon god, but got no answer. Partner, what are you going to do now that you've heard it? Asked Draig seriously. I don't know, it seems she's telling the truth, but I don't know what to think anymore. I was thinking about killing her, but do you think it's a good idea to give her another chance? He answered in his thoughts, hey Slifer, what do you think? He still didn't get an answer. You still don't answer? Well, maybe I should tell this to Butcho or Kaicho to see what happens, he concluded decisively. Wait a minute, the god of the skies intervened. Now if you answer, well, it's too late. I'll hand it over to the Kaicho and let her take care of it, Issei determined. I have a better idea, Slifer said calmly. So what is it? May I ask? Since they almost never explain their plans to me until the last minute, the boy answered distrustfully. Simple. Remember I told you we needed to do a little research on some things, right? Said Slifer. True, Issei replied. The answer is in front of you. It is the fallen one. Issei still didn't understand. Adopt her as your family, concluded Slifer. What? Are you crazy? Issei reproached. No. Do you remember that you told me what happened in the church with the strange spirits that controlled the fallen and about that we need to know who is planning an apocalypse? Issei nodded. The answer is none other than getting the fallen on our side. Maybe she will remember something about what happened to her and her comrades and get information from the three mentioned ones, Slifer explained in detail. But what if he tries to do something against me, or against the others? He questioned the god. I think it's time Tio perform an old ritual so that she is benefited and limited if she agrees. Tio help us, Slifer said confidently. Fine, I'll trust you. If something goes wrong, it will be your fault, you hear? Issei reproached as he stood up from his seat. Noticing this, Reynalle became anxious, waiting for a favorable response. Issei-kun, the girl said fearfully. Okay, I'll help you, but I don't trust you 100% yet. If you promise me obedience and fidelity, I'll help you, said Issei standing in front of her, and she could notice how her expression changed from sadness to joy. Seriously, how? The girl asked, wiping away her tears. Draig told me that one way is for you to become my familiar, explained the boy who was helping Reynalle get up. Like your relative, and why? The girl asked, somewhat confused. Follow me and you'll find out, Issei said with a smile on his face. Both of them went to Issei's closet, which he opened as Slifer taught him, revealing the corridor that led to the immense training valley. Reynalle followed closely with some fear, because she still believed he could kill her. Once they reached a clear place in the valley, Issei stopped and turned to face the fallen woman who looked at him with fear. I'll ask you one more time. Will you help me with whatever I tell you to do? The boy asked in an authoritative voice. Yes, I will. I swear I will, the girl replied firmly, although her voice cracked a little. Okay, let's get started, Issei said, smiling. As she said this, a huge golden circle appeared on the ground, surprising the fallen, as it was not the Gremory symbol. To give you an idea, if you have seen the movie of the Knights of the Zodiac, the new one that came out, Final Fantasy style, when he blocks Ioria's attack or when he attacks the giant stone statue, like that style, only bigger and with Egyptian symbols. It was a very strange magic circle with an incredible glow. Suddenly a small glass cup with gold ornaments came out of the circle and landed in front of Issei, who raised his right hand and placed it on the cup, then put his index finger on the edge of the cup and then slid it, which made it bleed and fall into the cup. Moments later he removed his finger from the cup and with a gesture made it approach the girl, who looked at him in astonishment. Detenshi Reynalle, the girl looked at him somewhat scared. Do you swear to serve me no matter the risks? Will you fulfill my orders no matter what they are? Do you promise fidelity and loyalty no matter what happens? If so, drink a little of my blood and with that the contract will be sealed forever, the boy asked firmly with his arms crossed, looking at her seriously. Reynalle looked at the boy after the interrogation, and then looked at the cup with some of the dragon boy's blood, then looked up firmly and with conviction. I swear I swear that I will fulfill my vow of obedience and fidelity, the girl replied firmly and tried to take the glass, but was interrupted. Wait, you should know something else before you drink the dragon's blood. Once you drink that blood, you should know that it is a double-edged sword. If you drink it, the blood will seal the pact and you will gain incredible strength, but it is also a poison. If you do something or stop doing something against my will, the dragon's blood will act as a poison and destroy your body, killing you instantly, Issei explained seriously. Reynalle looked at the boy shocked by the warning and thought about it for a bit, but she didn't care, so with great firmness she took the cup and drank the blood that was in it. Once she finished drinking it, the cup disappeared. Okay, with this the contract has been fulfilled, Issei said calmly. Hey Slifer, I'm sure it's like that. It doesn't seem like a big deal, nor were there any big changes like you said, Issei said, reproaching how quickly things happened. Yes, it is like that, but remember everything in is time. Perfection takes time, so don't pressure it. It has already started, said the smiling dragon. What? The boy exclaimed, confused. But his confusion went away when he saw that the girl began to tremble, falling to her knees and complaining a lot. Suddenly the girl by mere impulse transformed into her fallen form, with her suit, if you can call it a suit, and her black wings, while a red-gold aura enveloped the girl completely. Incredible, what's happening to her? Issei asked, stunned by what he was seeing, but he noticed something strange. He felt as if his chest was being pricked by something, and he could see for a brief moment that a whitish red or pink aura was emerging from Reynalle. Then he shook his head and saw nothing else. What was that? It's nothing, it's part of the process. First, the power of the dragon that he ingested through the blood is entering his body, so he is trying to adapt to the new power. Once he assimilates it, he will have his changes, explained the dragon god calmly. Changes? Issei exclaimed. But he couldn't continue, because he saw that Reynalle began to shine, then give way to her fallen wings fading, giving way to dragon wings. They were bright red and black like the Slifer. Then she fell to her knees. When she raised her head, the surprises did not end, because when she opened her eyes, the great change could be noticed, because her eyes that were previously violet, purple, lilac, whatever color were now emerald green, and a very intense one. Seeing that, Issei approached the girl, who was still trembling from the blow of power that entered her body. He held out his hand and the final surprise appeared, because on the fallen girl's neck appeared a dark red necklace engraved in ancient Egyptian. I still don't know what to put, give me some time. If you have ideas, they are welcome. And in front of the necklace a large red that was drawn. I'm still designing Issei's emblem. I accept suggestions of what to put. Reynalle, are you okay? Issei asked, facing the girl who seemed like she might faint at any moment. Yes, just a little dizzy. I didn't think that as a dragon you possessed such power. She looked at the boy with a smile. Now I see why we couldn't beat you. I'm glad I accepted your offer to be your familiar, said the girl with a sincere voice and a beautiful smile. I think it's time to introduce yourself, Slifer shouted, his voice heard in the sky. You're right, it's time to clear everything up, Draig said in an authoritative voice. Reynalle, upon hearing the voices, became very scared and stood behind Issei, but her surprise was great when she saw that Issei began to shine and two red energy rays came out of him, one to the sky and the other near them. Both took the form of enormous dragons. Issei-kun, who are they? She asked, very scared. Reynalle, let me introduce you to my friend, said Issei calmly. This is Draig. You know him as the security eye, he said, pointing to his partner. Nice to meet you, young lady. Apparently my partner has found some great company, said Draig, making the girl blush a little. And he is Slifer, he said, pointing to the dragon in the sky. Slifer? The girl asked. That's me, I'm Slifer, the god of the skies, the dragon god exclaimed with great solemnity, which surprised the girl. A dragon god? The girl exclaimed in astonishment. While at Ku Academy, we can see a large number of fans around the tennis courts, where a great tennis match was taking place between the beautiful third-grade students, but the spectacle was not because they were excellent players, but because of the excellent bodies of the players Rias Gremory, Akino Himejima, Sona Citri, and Tsubaki Shinra. This duel was a delight for the male students and made many girls excited to see the stars of the academy compete. Once the match was over, the competitors shook hands for their good play. Okay, Sona, I win, we'll go first, said Rias with a big smile. It seems so, but enjoy your victory. Because it won't happen again, replied the Citri heiress with a smile. Afterwards the One Samus walked to the club room, where they relaxed and took a shower. Ah, how relaxing that was, Rias said while drying her hair with the towel. By the way, Butcho-san, what about Issei? Asked the Argento girl. It's true he doesn't know about this, she sighed softly. I wish he could have seen our victory. Maybe Butcho wants to be seen by Issei-kun. I think there's something fishy going on here, Akino exclaimed with her innocent expression. Don't exaggerate, Akino. I was just supposed to witness our victory over the student council committee, Rias reproached, but deep down she felt strange denying what Akino said. Well then, what shall we do with Issei-kun? Asked the Gremory knight. Tomorrow after school we will go to his house to tell him the good news and warn him, since Saturday night is a full moon, perfect for looking for a relative, so don't let him tell Issei about this until tomorrow, said Rias smiling. Yes, Butcho, they all responded in unison. While at the Hyudu residence. Wow, Issei-kun, you are the bearer of 2 dragons, you are incredible, now with even more reason I should try harder, said Reynalle full of enthusiasm. And why is that? Issei asked, confused. Why, because my master is an extremely powerful being. If I want to please you, then I must be more powerful, the girl exclaimed happily. If you don't mind, we have matters to discuss, remember, Draig intervened. Yes, it's true, I'm very sorry, Draig-sama, the girl apologized with a bow. Oh, I'm starting to like this girl, said Draig, honored. And then they say I'm the one who's rambling, Issei muttered monotonously. Well, if you've finished chattling, let's get down to business, to which the other listeners paid attention. Well, we need you to investigate certain individuals, with whom we have pending business, explained the dragon god. Okay, but where am I supposed to look? The girl asked, confused. Simple, we think it's a good idea for you to retrace your steps, since you mentioned that you were being controlled by someone, so investigate the last thing you remember before coming to the city and try to see if it's related to Apocalypse and company. Once you get all the information possible, come back and inform us about everything, Draig finished explaining. By the way, I must tell you that Issei said if you do it well and we get good results, he will reward you wonderfully, the dragon god mentioned amusedly. Are you serious? The girl exclaimed excitedly. You know when characters have stars in their eyes and glitter all over them, or something like that. What the hell are you talking about? Issei reprimanded. Yes, that's right. He mentioned that if you did an excellent job, he would let you sleep on his lap as long as you wanted and would have a date with you when you return, added Draig with an evil smile. Wait a second, when did I say that? The boy shouted angrily. At that, Reynalle ran towards Issei, took him by the hands and with a firm voice said to him, Issei-kun, I will do my best, I will make you proud, also said the girl with determination. This worried Issei. I want you to take me on a date and a romantic dinner, she finished saying excitedly. Issei, seeing himself defeated, just sighed and accepted what was happening. Okay, I'll take you to that appointment, said the defeated boy. The girl let go and started jumping up and down in victory and excitement. Well, I don't have time to waste, he said with a determined attitude, while he unfolded his new dragon wings. Since the fallen ones disappeared, I'll get going. Reynalle, wait, said the boy, stopping his relative. What's wrong, Issei-kun? Is something wrong? Did I forget something? The girl asked. No, I just think you should change those clothes you're wearing. I think they're too revealing, Issei said with a small blush and scratching his cheek. The girl, seeing her owner's reaction, smiled maliciously and pressed her body against the boy's in a stuck manner, resting her head on the boy's chest and caressing the boy's chest with her index finger. Well, it seems my owner is having a jealousy attack, since he is worried that other men will see me with lustful eyes, the girl said sweetly in a stuck voice and with a blush. No, it's not that, I just think you're drawing too much attention to yourself in that outfit, the boy protested, while the girl laughed sweetly. If that makes my owner feel more at ease, I'll do what you say. Goodbye, Issei-kun, said the girl, appearing a golden magic circle that teleported her while waving goodbye with her right hand. Wow, I don't think I'll ever understand women, Issei said with a sigh. But he noticed something strange in the place, a deathly silence. He turned his gaze towards the dragons, who looked at him seriously and silently, with crickets and everything. What? Issei exclaimed angrily. Both dragons began to laugh out loud with loud laughter at the scene they had seen. And now what are you laughing at? The boy asked, confused. Partner, I must tell you that was a scene straight out of a soap opera. Of a young man in love who wants to protect his beloved maiden, Draig said with a loud laugh, which made the boy blush. Truth, hi, that was touching. I think you're one of those human males who are very overprotective with their things, especially with their women, said Slifer, who couldn't stop laughing. Issei was just ashamed of what happened. Well, I don't see the fun in all this, Issei protested with a pout and an angry voice, while the dragons continued to laugh. So, are we going to continue with the training or what? But he got no response, since the dragons continued to comically remember the scene they had witnessed. If this is the case, I'd better go, said Issei, leaving the training dimension, leaving both dragons laughing non-stop. Issei entered his room and could notice that it was already getting dark. Then he heard someone enter the house. I think my mom is back, Issei said, leaving his room and going down the stairs. Ah, Issei-san, I'm glad to see you. Butcho-san told me that tomorrow we'll have the club meeting here at your house, said Asia with her usual smile. Hey Asia, really? Why is that? The boy asked, surprised. He said it was a surprise and that he'll explain everything to you in detail tomorrow. By the way, here's today's homework, said the blonde girl. Thanks Asia, the boy replied, taking the books. Where's your mom, Issei-san? The girl asked, peeking into the kitchen. It seems he hasn't returned from the market yet. I think he found some bargains, because when he finds bargains he gets very excited and buys more, said Issei, looking at the homework he had to do. After dinner. Once Issei finished dinner and brushed his teeth, he lay down on his bed very calmly, but still trying to assimilate what happened that day with Reynalle, because everything happened too fast. I just hope the others don't find out about this or I'll be in trouble, the boy muttered, staring at the ceiling of his room. So, you're worried that you might be separated from your beloved maid, partner, said Draig with a playful voice. And now you again, said Issei, annoyed. I think Issei still doesn't know the dangers that await him for having a secret love not rescued by society, exclaimed Slifer, sounding sad, but when he finished he chuckled. Can you stop bothering us? Issei muttered angrily. Kiss, 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 both dragons said at the same time, ending with a loud laugh. I'll get paid for this, said the boy, settling down to sleep with the dragons' voices ringing in his head. The next day after school, the occult club members walked calmly toward Issei's house, as they were supposed to inform him about the search for relatives and update him on the situations being discussed in his absence. Once they arrived at the Hayato family's house, they introduced themselves and apologized for intruding. Afterward, they went up to the boy's room, where he was doing his homework. Issei, I see you're feeling fine, said the Gremory heiress, entering the boy's room. Butcho, I didn't expect you guys so soon, replied the boy, who left his homework and greeted them. Oh, Issei, it seems you skipped class to do something perverted, right? The vice president said with a big smile. What the hell are you talking about, Akino-senpai? The boy responded nervously. You're an arrow-senpai, Kaneko exclaimed while eating a popsicle. Apparently they've come to make fun of me, that's for sure, the boy complained, embarrassed. Well, we better fill you in, Issei, if we want to take advantage of this opportunity, Rias said triumphantly, while Issei looked at her in confusion. 4 long hours the Gremory team performed their duties as part of an institution, where they reviewed the contracts and explained to Issei about familiars and the role they play in the life of a demon. Wow, if it's that easy, I think I should tell them about Reynalle, the serious boy thought. Do it and we'll get into trouble, interrupted the dragon god. What? Asked the boy, amazed by Slifer's response. Think about it. If you tell them that the fallen has become your family, it will raise suspicions. They will question you, how you contacted her, where, why, and if it gets worse, maybe they will remember the incident at the abandoned church, and they will reproach you for leaving her alive. That is one part. The other would be that maybe they will use it to do experiments on the changes that it has, and worse. Even she could tell others about me, if they find out that you are a carrier of a dragon god. Believe it, they will restrict you in many things. They will limit you excessively, and you could be the cause of a war to breakout. That without to say that those guys would use your friends as bait to make you enter their game and their conflict. In short words, you would lose your freedom, and not to talk about what it can bring to your parents, commented Slifer. You're right, partner, don't take it the wrong way, but that could cause bigger problems not only for you, but for your family too, Draig added thoughtfully. I understand, Then I will remain silent, answered the boy. Okay, guys, we'll see each other tomorrow afternoon in the club room to go look for the relatives, said the president excitedly. Yes, Butcho, they all responded in unison. Saturday evening, occult club room. All the members of Rias's entourage were in the room waiting for the president and vice president to arrive. Issei-san, what kind of familiar do you want? Asia asked, somewhat embarrassed. I don't know, I hadn't thought about that. By the way, how do we get relatives? The boy asked curiously. You'll know when you see it, that's what happened to me. My familiar crossed my path and I knew he was the one, Kiba replied with his usual smile. A few minutes later, the school's one Samus appeared in the classroom. Okay guys, time to go, Gremory announced determinedly. Akino created a magic circle that transported them to the plane where familiars are created. When they arrived, Rias announced that they should look for a certain Zatuji, who is the master of the pets, who was the one who could help them find the pets, so they began to walk a little, all focused on their task, except Issei, who was absorbed in his thoughts. Hey, what kind of pet should I look for? The boys asked the two dragons. Simple, Draig and I have discussed it and we believe that a pet with defensive qualities would suit us very well, Slifer replied. And why one like that? He asked again. You see, partner, we realize that when it comes to attacks we have no problems, but when it comes to defense we have several defects, so if we get help in that aspect, I think it would be good for us, explained Draig in detail. Fine, if you say so, I will, the boy answered the dragons. Issei was talking to the dragons and didn't notice that a hand reached out and touched Issei's shoulder, who upon feeling the hand, got scared and screamed, turned around and got into a pose in case he needed to jump or run. Hey, who did the kid ask? Issei asked, looking at a guy in front of him. The subject was a man of about 25 or 30 years old, wearing gray shorts, a white sleeveless shirt, and a red cap with the visor turned backward. I am Zatuji, the great master of pets, said the man full of pride. Issei, are you okay? Asked the red-haired girl who came running along with her servants. Yeah, sorry Butcho, it's just that he scared me, that's all, said Issei, pointing at the aforementioned. Ah, the famous Rias. Gremory, what can I do for you tonight? The pet master asked. You see, these two servants of mine need a pet, said Rias, pointing at Issei and Asia, that's why we came. Okay, let's see. What kind of pet are you looking for, young ones? Zatuji asked. A strong one? A fast one? A flying one? An aquatic one? A pretty one would be nice, said Asia. Very well, miss, the guy replied with a friendly face. And you, my friend, what kind of pet are you looking for? The guy asked, looking at Issei. Knowing Issei, he will want a female pet with great attributes, said Rias. She's definitely a pervert, Kaneko exclaimed, unfazed. Or one that helps him do perverted acts at school, Akino said while laughing. One with defensive capabilities would be good, the boy replied, unaffected by the previous answers. This answer surprised everyone, especially Rias, who didn't believe that her servant knew what type of pet to choose or that it was necessary. One with defensive capabilities, huh? Zatuji said, rubbing his chin. Well, with that description, it shouldn't be hard to find him. They spent a while walking, seeing many and diverse pets, but they were not to the liking of Rias's servants, until at the top of a tree they saw something that caught their attention. It was a small blue dragon, with a white belly and red eyes. Wow, how cute! Asia exclaimed. A dragon? Issei exclaimed. Ah, it's a dragon sprite, a baby dragon that shoots blue rays, explained Zatuji. It's perfect for Issei, Rias said happily. Being a dragon, I think it can be useful to you. If you want him, you should catch him now that he's a baby, because when they grow up, it's impossible to capture him, said Zatuji. Okay guys, follow him, said Rias, pointing at him. They instantly ran after the dragon, but when he saw it, it flew away. Issei jumped trying to catch it, but failed. However, when it was time to fall to the ground, something went wrong, because he stepped near the root of a tree, but what he didn't expect was that there was a hole in that place, so Issei fell into the hole. Issei, Rias screamed, scared. Issei, Issei, Issei. Issei, and Asia exclaimed, equally surprised, not believing what was happening. Where did he go? Tell me, where did he go? Rias shouted as she shook Zatuji. I don't know, this place is very changeable due to the nature here, we don't know where he's gone, but we must look for him soon, otherwise he may encounter creatures more dangerous than he imagines, explained Zatuji. Well, we should split up and look for him, Rias shouted orders to her servants everywhere, but was interrupted by Zatuji. Stop, I wouldn't do that if I were you. This place is very dangerous. I'll guide you. So there's no time to waste, Zatuji determined, although Rias didn't like that instruction at all. Okay, where do we start? The redhead asked, somewhat annoyed. Seeing the place where it fell and considering the flora of this place, I think it fell towards that place, said Zatuji while pointing to a hill a little far from the place, because the place where they were was a bit high, near a ravine. Okay, let's not waste time and show us the fastest way to get there, ordered the Gremory girl.
Oh, with this
Issei had fallen down the hole. The shocking thing was knowing that inside the hole there was a slide of roots and rocks, which took the boy on a not very pleasant journey. When he reached the ground, he realized that he was lost, so without knowing how to contact his family or how to teleport, he decided to walk to try to meet the others. However, his lack of familiarity with the terrain caused him to go in circles more than once, and in another of his attempts to climb the small cliffs, he fell constantly, and in one of those falls, he ended up in a small underground cave, where it was very hot. Issei tried to look for a fallen one, but nothing, and as he walked he found one, but something stopped him. It was the image of an immense dragon that blocked his way to the exit. And now this, well, at least the exit isn't far. It would be better to get out of this place as soon as possible, he thought to himself, but, partner, stop, warned Draig. What happens now? Questioned the boy. Can't you see? There is imminent danger in front of you, the dragon reprimanded. Yes, I see it, it's a dragon, but I just have to find a way to avoid it, the boy replied. That's not the point. The dragon in question, she is Tiamat, she is one of the 5 dragon kings, she is too dangerous, that and she hates me to death, said Draig with concern. He hates you to death, but what did you do to him? Asked the boy. I don't remember, but that doesn't matter, find another exit before damn it wakes up, warned Draig. At that moment, they both saw the gigantic figure in front of them stand up, and it seemed like it was about to leave the cave, but it stopped. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Sniffed the dragon queen at the entrance of the cave. I see we have a beast in this place, exclaimed the dragon queen, carefully looking around. Partner, we in trouble, I think he's detected us, said Draig. So what do we do? Issei muttered. Run away. If we're lucky he won't detect us, Draig mentioned nervously. But it wasn't like that, because at that moment a huge impact near Issei made him fly away, causing him to fall belly first a few meters forward. What do we have here? If it is the beastardy of the security, growled the dragon queen proudly upon seeing her prey. Partner, get out of this place at once, or you all want to die, the dragon shouted, afraid for his partner. Issei stood up like crazy and began to run terrified. Seeing that his prey was escaping, he only smiled maliciously, to take flight and throw gigantic ball of fire towards the boy who was desperately running for his life. That's it, run for your life like the weak animal you are. I still don't understand what makes you so special, but I hope to know it in your taste, said Tiamat with delight, following the chestnut tree that ran out of the cave. Hey, what are we supposed to do to keep him from devouring us? Issei said, running to his dragon partner. Don't ask me, it's your fault for not listening to me, the security reproached his partner. However, it was not that simple, because even though he tried his best to lose his pursuer, since without paying attention to where he was running, he ended up trapped by Tiamat near a cliff, Issei was tired and had no options to escape. Hey Draig, are you done yet? Because we're out of options and cornered, Issei said in his thoughts, sweating cold. Sorry partner, we can't use the incomplete form of the balance breaker, we need more time, at most you can say we're at 75 or 80%, I'm afraid with that amount of power it's not possible to use the balance breaker, said Draig worriedly. Apparently, the only way to get out of this is to use Slifer's power, Issei thought, scared, but he was surprised to see a huge tail heading towards him, so out of pure instinct, he activated the booster gear, promoted himself to tower and blocked the impact. You're good, scum, but the real question is, how good? Tiamat growled, launching a gigantic blast of fire at Issei, who used the tower's defense to block the fire, but not everything was going well. The intensity of his attack is too strong, I should be careful, but he couldn't finish the sentence because the enormous shield that was defending him broke, receiving the full impact, which threw him strongly against the wall behind him, falling with many wounds and burns and almost losing consciousness. Partner, are you okay? He shouted in alarm. That I think Issei answered with difficulty. Now partner, use Slifer's power if you don't want to die, Draig shouted frantically, but Issei was slow to respond. Slifer, do something or they'll kill him, the security claimed. This is your end, you miserable beast, said the Dragon Queen, licking her lips in delight at her victory. Tiamat began to gather energy in her jaws, but something alerted her, distracting her attention. That wasn't the only thing that happened, as Issei suddenly found himself enveloped in a small golden aura, then his hair turned dark red, his eyes slanted and turned golden, and he stood up without any problems. I'm still alive, thanks friend, said Issei, breathing a sigh of relief, then on impulse looked at his hand while a small sphere of reddish energy appeared, then expanded and made the boy disappear. Wow, now you can use the protected area. What a time to be able to use it, said Slifer while laughing with satisfaction. I think you're right, but it was harder for me when I was in the house, but something surprised him and this, what's happening to me, said Issei, watching as the places where he had wounds and burns were giving off golden and reddish flames like Itsukashidu when he is hurt. A Hydra is near, I must eliminate you before, but Issei was no longer in front of her. You idiot, the next time I see you I'll get what I pay for, shouted Tiamat, rushing back to her cave. As Issei left the place, the protected area vanished, showing himself fully recovered, but not his clothes. Okay partner, now let's get out of here, said Draig, more relieved. Partner. They'll call me crazy, but no way, said Issei, running after Tiamat. Are you really crazy? Why are you going back after her? Draig asked with concern. Tiamat hurried back to the cave where she had met Issei, having sensed danger nearby. She was so caught up in getting back that she didn't notice Issei following her closely, although Issei wasn't sure why. Once she arrived at the cave, Tiamat saw that a Hydra and a great serpent were lurking at the entrance of the cave. Seeing who they were, she lunged at them to try to get them away from the cave, because in it Tiamat was hatching her young, so she crashed the enormous Hydra against one of the walls to prevent it from entering the cave, but left the enormous serpent free, which entered, and when she saw the nest with Tiamat's eggs, she savored the moment and prepared to swallow them, but something stopped her. Welsh Dragon over Booster Balance Breaker Scale Male. Issei's incomplete balance breaker collided aggressively with the snake, which was stunned for a few moments, before regaining its attention towards its opponent. If I were you, I would think twice before attacking innocent and harmless eggs, Issei said while getting into a battle stance. The snake launched itself at the security, who dodged it by ducking under the snake and, gaining momentum, launched himself upwards, throwing the snake away from the nest. This is too easy, Issei exclaimed, feeling satisfied, but still, someone knows how to finish her, because I don't know. But he couldn't wait for an answer in peace, as the snake quickly recovered and tried to eat Issei, but he was too fast to be swallowed. That's too slow, Issei said confidently. Boost, 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 okay, let's see how strong that attack you taught me is, Issei shouted, falling into a dive. Lightning strike, flooding his right arm with white-blue energy with lightning. At the moment of impact, the energy flooded the snake, which collapsed without further ado, having lost all its energy. Wow, so that's what it does, Issei muttered. That's right, that's a lightning strike. What it does is that your opponent runs out of energy, because at the moment of the hit the energy invades your body and serves as an extractor, because it causes your opponent to lose the energy that he possessed at the instant of the hit your opponent had, so he will have to start from scratch to charge energy, which will cause him to get tired more and faster, explained the Dragon of the Skies. He watched as the snake tried to recover, but boost, 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 double wet, and instantly Issei extended his arms, from which two red bursts came out in the direction of the snake, which pierced it in the head and some part of its stomach, killing it instantly. Wow, I don't feel as tired as before. I think the training is paying off, Issei said with joy and enthusiasm. Of course, we told you that if you followed our advice you would soon be strong, argued Draig proudly. Yes, of course, the boy replied reluctantly, but was interrupted when he noticed that Tiamat was still engrossed in the Hydra. The battle seemed to be even, but Tiamat was careless for a moment and one of the 9 heads of the Hydra escaped in the direction of the nest, and ready to devour Tiamat's young, it opened its jaws, but the Hydra's teeth were stopped by something, or rather by someone. It was the Security who was holding the Hydra's fangs, which tried uselessly to break free from the grip, but the Security neither moved nor flinched from the Hydra's attempts to break free. But something made him worry. It was the fact that another of the Hydra's heads launched itself at Issei. "Partner, get out of there now, don't get so excited," Draig shouted in alarm. "Yes, but don't tear his head off or it will grow back. But I think if you break his head without removing it will be a good idea. So do it." Slifer intervened. "Well, that's what I'll do," he agreed with his partners. Issei, full of confidence, strengthened the grip with his right hand, and with his left hand he placed it on the jaw, fitting his claws in it. Then he turned the head of the Hydra, putting it sideways, and with a smile on his face, he opened the wetting of it more than necessary, causing an instant death. He released it immediately and boost! Dragon shot, hitting the approaching head, diverting its trajectory. "Good, but very slow," the dragon god scolded. "What?" Issei asked himself, confused. "Partner, be careful," warned Draig. Well, the head that had just hit recovered, trying to hit Issei, but with a jump he dodged it and fell on her, leaving her unconscious. He took her and threw her against the other heads, which surprised Tiamat, who looked at the Security with distrust. "What do you think you're doing? You useless bastard," the Dragon Queen snorted. "Your Highness," Issei said with a royal bow. "You know, when one bows to royalty, one bows slightly with a gesture of the arm, with the hand on the chest, finishing off a cumbersome Hydra." As he finished saying it, a white energy enveloped his right arm, and with a strong impulse he lunged at the Hydra that tried to devour him, but Issei dodged each of the heads with great ease. Climbing up the neck of one of them, he headed towards the main head that tried to devour him, but Issei, Matrix style, ducked to evade it, and when he saw his moment, he hit the Hydra with his right arm. Lightning strike. And just like the snake, the Hydra collapsed because the energy it possessed was leaving it. Issei jumped back, putting himself between the Hydra and Tiamat, looking at the Hydra, but alert in case Tiamat tried something, he charged energy for the final blow. Boost, 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 long I'm a smasher. From his chest, he launched a large emerald green ray, you know, the one that defeats Beelzebub, completely vaporizing the Hydra, leaving only dust all over the place. "Yuju, that's what I'm talking about, that's power," Issei said, jumping for joy. "But, partner, remember we are not alone," said Draig with a worried voice. "Now, let's get out of this place before it's too late." And Tiamat is calm, he mentioned, subtly persuading his partner. But Issei ignored Draig and bowed and addressed Tiamat very politely. "Your Majesty, I'm sorry for having caused all this. I'd like to do something to rectify the situation. After all, if I hadn't upset her and hadn't taken her out of the nest, all this wouldn't have happened. I'd like to do something to make her apologize," Issei said with a tone of respect and solemnity. "Partner, what the hell are you thinking? Why the hell are you negotiating with Tiamat?" Draig shouted in a complaining tone. "All of this was my fault, because if I had listened to Draig I would have taken another route, avoiding upsetting her and not putting her offspring in danger. I'm so sorry, I wish I could do something to apologize, but I won't do anything to kill people or commit suicide, because I won't do that," said Issei, trying to calm the Dragon Queen. Suddenly the Dragon Queen began to shine, giving way to a beautiful woman of 1.70, black hair, with slanted eyes, with large attributes, larger than Akino's, with a strapless style dress, with a plunging neckline that highlighted her attributes, with horns on her head and a tail behind. I'm not good at describing. If you want an example, Google Tiamat DXD and find the image of a girl with horns and a dragon wave, with red hair and a dress. Issei just waited for the Dragon Queen's answer. "I see that you are different from the other Securities, but I'm still not sure if you're telling me the truth. However, if other Securities had been in your place they would have left, leaving me alone against those things. But you know you didn't, you stayed and defeated them. It seems to me that you are unique, but I can say that something interests me in you. You said that you would do anything to make up for what you did, right?" said the Dragon Queen with an accusing look. "Yes, I said it, and if I can, I will do it," the boy replied somewhat nervously. Tiamat smiled and began to laugh simply, covering her mouth with her hand, laughing elegantly. "Fine, since you're offering something to make up for what you did." First Tiamat, turning her back on Issei, raising her fingers as she said, "What, Issei, did you made me angry? Second, you made me leave my nest with each reason Issei felt more guilty. Finally, you put my young in danger. That's why Tiamat said, looking at Issei head on. Your punishment will be give me young, Tiamat said, smiling evilly. Well, Issei was startled the moment his armor disappeared. You second? Your Majesty, you went what? Issei stammered, scared. Tiamat, seeing the security without his armor, smiled elegantly with a beautiful voice. She got closer to Issei and with her right hand she caressed the boy's extremely blushed face, lifting the boy's face with one of her fingers. Wow, said Tiamat, sighing, you are still a child. If we try to have offspring you will not survive the night. But when you are ready, said Tiamat, liking her lips, I will come find you so that you can give me my children, she said, bringing her face closer to the boy's, kissing his cheek, causing Issei's face to turn redder than a tomato, falling to the ground in embarrassment, scared by what Tiamat said. You really are very cute. Well, that's all, go, but remember your promise, said Tiamat, laughing happily. Closure, I'll do it, Issei said, standing up and dusting himself off, still nervous about what Tiamat said. One last thing, what is your name? The Dragon Queen asked. Hi Issei, ma'am, the Dragon Boy replied. A few moments later the Gremory group along with Zatuji arrived where Issei was, who were surprised to see Issei with the Dragon Queen, who hates the security. Issei, are you okay? Rias said as she approached the boy, something that didn't go unnoticed by Tiamat, who looked at her with total disgust. Issei-san, I'm glad you're okay, Asia said, smiling. Hey, Asia, what are you carrying there? The boy asked, pointing at a blue bundle the blonde girl was carrying. This is Reynalle, my pet, said the girl, smiling. Oh, let me see it, said Issei, trying to touch the dragon, but the little dragon, upon seeing Issei, began to throw blue rays at him, defending Issei. Hey, what the heck are you doing? Issei shouted angrily when he saw that the dragon wanted to hurt him. After several attempts by Reynalle to fry Issei, Asia scolded him, so he remained calmly lying on Asia's chest. Era Issei-kun, it seems you're fine, said Akino while laughing. Well, I think we're done for today, said Rias, worried about Tiamat's presence. But Butcho, Issei-kun doesn't have a family yet, Kiba mentioned. That's true, Butcho, Issei seconded. Don't worry, we'll come back later to find you a pet, said Rias somewhat hurriedly. Okay guys, it's time to go. Yes, Butcho the Gremory responded in unison. By the way Zatuji, thanks again for everything. See you, said Rias, shaking Zatuji's hand. But someone interrupted the moment. Hi Issei, said the Dragon Queen with an authoritative tone. Don't forget your task, she said, raising her hand surrounded by energy. Everyone looked at her strangely, and out of the cave came two enormous eggs, one navy blue and the other red, which landed in front of Issei, who caught them, somewhat worried about not breaking them. Remember that you have to take care of and train my offspring. It is part of your deal for bothering me. I eagerly await the moment when they return as powerful dragons, said Tiamat with a persuasive voice, which made Rias and Asia uncomfortable, who laughed lightly and returned to the cave, walking subtly. Minutes after explaining what happened, a false story of course, hiding the fact that he had offspring with Tiamat, they returned home. Hyudu residence. I can finally sleep, said Issei, lying down on his bed. Partner, I'm surprised by what you've done today. I never expected you to negotiate with Tiamat about this. You never cease to amaze me, said Draig thoughtfully. Thank you, Issei said, satisfied. I want to see how your maiden lover takes to making birds with Tiamat, said Slifer, interrupting the moment of peace. Again Issei growled. That's true, I think you'll have marital problems once she finds out about Tiamat, laughing along with Slifer. It seems I'll have trouble sleeping again, Issei exclaimed, exhausted. As you can see, we will have heavy rains this week due to the hurricane that hit the country's coast last night, so we recommend that you bring an umbrella or prepare for heavy rains. We may have clear days or dawns, but that will only be for a few hours. It is expected that during the afternoon or late evening, heavy rains will unfold. So we remind our public to take the necessary precautions. Well, now let's see the situations in the regions of the country, said the weather forecaster, pointing to the parts of the map behind him. Wow, it looks like it's going to be a very rainy time. That will make it difficult to do the laundry, said Issei's mother, looking at the TV. That's true, that will be a problem when I get back from work, Issei's father commented. Then he looked at Issei, who was eating slowly and with a terrible expression. Son, what's wrong? Are you feeling okay? He asked him. Yes, I'm fine, a little tired, but I'm fine, Issei replied, trying to sound good while hiding his voice. But the answer seemed suspicious to his parents, although it may have seemed like it could be remnants of the problems from 2 weeks ago about his strange fever that kept him home for 3 days. They just hoped he didn't have a relapse. After finishing breakfast, Issei and Asia, both carrying their umbrellas, walked together toward school, but she noticed he was feeling very downcast. As they walked to school, the sky began to clear up, leaving a bright, shining sun in their wake and a deep warmth in the air. With this, Asia tried to cheer Issei up so he wouldn't have that sad expression anymore. Issei-san, are you okay? You look very down, the blonde girl asked. Ah, yes, I'm fine. What happens is, well, this Issei said, showing his right hand on his index and middle fingers. There were like tattoos around his fingers, one red and one blue with strange engravings on them. And what are those? The curious girl asked. I don't know very well, but they have to do with the offspring that Tiamat gave me. When I put them in my room, both eggs shone and shot a ray towards my hand, leaving these things. As they are offspring of a dragon queen, they need a lot of energy to survive. So every day they absorb that energy, leaving me very exhausted, explained Issei, and that certain dragons have me training every day without mercy or respite. How I hate them, he replied in his mind to the dragons. Don't complain, it's necessary after all. One day you will meet the White One and he won't wait like the Dragon Queen to listen to you, replied Draig, who was still not convinced about what happened with Tiamat. Also remember that Apocalypse and company are still on the loose, and they are not easy or understanding. Tio defeat, added the dragon god, and you still have not mastered all my powers. You still have Tio discover many things about me, he laughed proudly. Yeah, whatever, said Issei, not very convinced. For the rest of the journey they walked calmly, but Asia felt bad when she saw Issei so depressed, because she wanted to help him, but she didn't know how. Once in class, Issei was bullied by his friends Matsuda and Motohama for the fact that he had always been surrounded by the school's beauties and that, for them, was not fair. We finally arrived at school, Issei said with a tired voice entering the classroom, but Issei, his friends Matsuda and Motohama shouted, hitting him in the stomach. He fell to his knees, bringing his hands to his stomach in pain, and then looked at his friends in bewilderment. And now what's wrong with them? Issei said, trying to catch his breath, still in pain. What do you mean, what's wrong? What's happening is that you're a heartless person. How dare you surround yourself with extremely CC women and leave us with nothing and on the sidelines? And not only that, you're in the most popular boys' club in the entire academy, and with that, you steal all the attention of the most beautiful girls in the school. It's not fair. Where's our friendship? Motohama replied very angrily. That's right. We thought you were our friend, but seeing your recent involvement with the occult club, we've realized our friendship is no longer valid. Where's the trio we were? Matsuda demanded, shaking his fist. Issei stood up and looked at them strangely. Hey guys, are you feeling okay? Issei looked at them confused. Just because I'm in that club doesn't mean I should ignore you, Issei explained with a smile. But they looked at him without understanding what was happening, and when he noticed this he continued explaining to them. It is true that I am in the most popular club in the entire academy, where only the most popular have a place, and it is true that in that place you will find the most beautiful girls in the entire place, but that does not mean that I will abandon you. Also remember, I am not handsome like Kiba or popular like the one Samus or other members of the club, and that popularity will never replace the friendship that you have given me, so maybe what we need are moments to spend together. What do you say? Issei said, very convinced, which surprised his friends a lot. You really are a good friend, Issei's friends said in unison, and full of feeling, you know, when they have teary eyes, torrents of tears on their cheeks, and hugging Issei, who was very uncomfortable in that situation. Okay, I think this is resolved, so please stop hugging me, Issei said, getting out of his friend's hug and heading to his place in the living room. Wait, you said that maybe we needed to strengthen our bonds of friendship, so let's go, Motohama said, taking Issei's shoulder, smiling and adjusting his glasses. True, very true, Matsuda seconded, standing behind Issei and pushing him out of the room. Issei was pushed through the school hallways by his friends, who smiled and looked at each other knowingly, until Issei got annoyed and stopped in front of them, looking at them with some annoyance. The place, let's say, is where Issei meets Rias's father in that part. Where are you taking me? They looked at them angrily. "Hey girls, look at the sky. It's suddenly getting cloudy," said a girl who was on the second floor looking out the window, as around the city several clouds were beginning to gather in a threatening manner. "What do you mean where?" "Well, to show you the kendo girls. We have a new hiding place, and they won't find us there," Matsuda explained, smiling. "That's right, this will be the moment when the trio is reborn," Motohama said with a malicious smile. Both boys grabbed Issei by the sleeves of his jacket and started pulling on them to get him to follow them, but... "No," Issei muttered. "What, did you say something?" Matsuda said, somewhat puzzled. "No, I'm not going," he continued, muttering angrily. "But what are you saying?" "It's the right time for you to remember who you are," Motohama said, not believing what Issei was saying, "so don't play dumb and follow us to see something sublime." "Enough," Issei shouted, really angry, but it wasn't the only thing, because outside the sky darkened completely, and the instant Issei shouted, enormous thunder and lightning flooded the sky, causing many of the students to get scared and scream in fear. "Matsuda, Motohama, understand once and for all, I'm not going with you. In fact, I'll never accompany you to those things again. Understand once and for all," he shouted in a fury, causing the thunder and lightning to increase their strength and noise. "I am not a pervert anymore," he shouted in a way that everyone in the place heard it and were amazed by the attitude of the boy, who was very upset. "If you want to ruin your life with those things, fine, but don't include me anymore. I'm not no pervert, so leave me alone with those things," he snorted angrily. "Now if you'll excuse me, I have things to do," he finished with an extremely serious voice, turned around and returned to his classroom. "But what just happened?" Matsuda exclaimed, scared and surprised. "I didn't know," Motohama responded, equally surprised and afraid of what had happened. The girls watched the scene in amazement, not knowing what to think or say. They looked at each other, not understanding anything that had happened, but one thing was certain: Hayato Issei openly stated that he was no longer a pervert, and not only that, he abandoned the perverted trio that had so plagued the school's life. However, Issei walked extremely angry without realizing that in his mental passage of Issei a conversation was taking place between two dragons. "So this is what you meant about your power and its emotions," said Draig, surprised by what was happening. "Correct. This is just the beginning. You must control it. Otherwise it will be very problematic if the power is carried away by its emotions," explained the dragon god. "It seems my partner still has a lot to learn about dragons," said Draig with interest. Both dragons looked at each other with determination and nodded at the same time. "It's time for my partner to level up," Draig stated seriously. "Correct. We must reveal a couple of secrets for our benefit," Slifer replied, looking straight ahead. While at the entrance of the academy, as it began to rain, a car stopped, something like a Jetta, in front of the Ku Private Academy. Two blonde women got out. The older one was a woman around 40, who was dressed in an office suit with a large bag on her arm, who paid for the taxi that transported them and almost immediately answered a phone call. On the other hand, the younger one was a girl of about 16 years old. She was wearing the female uniform of the academy with her backpack and had an expression of amazement at the imposing place, then looked at her mother, who had just finished answering a phone call. "Yes, that's right, see you, bye," she said, closing her cell phone, sighing and looking at her daughter. "Wow, they sure like to complicate things. Okay daughter, this is the new school I told you about. Maybe it's completely different from the old school, but it's closer to home. But don't worry, if you do things the way you know how to do them, I assure you that you'll have good friends this place too," said the blonde woman with a big smile. "Well, if you say so, but it seems a little strange to me that it's only for girls," said the girl, still amazed by the enormity of the institution. "Well, let's go quickly or we'll get wet. It looks like the clouds are threatening to rain very soon," said the woman, worried about the weather there. "Well, I want to see this place now because it looks amazing," the girl replied determinedly. They both entered and headed towards the director's office, who upon seeing them made them sit down and began the paperwork. While the process was carried out, the girl looked to her side, looking at the enormous facilities through the office windows with a rapt expression. While in the classroom of Class 2D, Issei's class, Issei was a little annoyed by what his classmates tried to force him to do, which was spy on the girls of the Kendo Club, but he flatly embarrassed them in front of a large number of students at the academy, which left him feeling guilty and had to apologize to his friends, hoping not to lose their friendship. However, the situation did not end there, because during history class, some comments about the power and women of several Saracen chiefs made the girls in the class launch comments against ex-perverted trio. "Sensei, did that really happen?" a girl in the class asked, somewhat disgusted by what the teacher was explaining. "Yes, that's what happened, but that was a few centuries ago," the teacher replied, surprised by the question. "I wish that could be true in our days," Matsuma whispered excitedly, while Motohama nodded smiling. "For what? So they can get their claws on any woman they want," exclaimed Ikakiryu in a loud voice before the entire class, as she was sitting near Matsuda, which caused surprise in the boys and disgust in the women of the class, while Issei, who watched the scene with disdain, remained on the sidelines of things. But it didn't end there. "It seems it's true, especially Hayudu, who is considered the beast of the academy," commented Kiryu, which made Issei jump and caused negative comments from the girls. "It's true, he's the worst," Kate shouted. "They should lock him up for being a disgusting pervert," Murayama seconded. And so several comments from the girls about him, which caused him to clench his fists and his anger to grow enormously. But that was not the only thing. In the sky the clouds gathered because of what had happened, until Issei exploded in anger. "Enough," shouted an angry Hayate Issei, standing up suddenly and hitting the table with his hands. At the same time, a lightning bolt struck the middle of the academy's soccer field. Added to the sound and the crashing of the glass, the girls screamed in fear, but that didn't stop Issei, who was furious. "I'm tired of so many words." "Yes," he snorted angrily. "It's true that I did those indecent acts, but understand once and for all it's over. I officially say that it's over. I'm no longer a pervert. If you want me to sign an account about this or a public statement, I will do it. I don't care, but stop talking badly about me. I hate that, and I also ask for one. I'm sorry for my previous behavior, but it's over," he said, snorting, which surprised the entire class, especially Asia, who had never seen him so angry. Then Issei looked at his friends and with a calmer voice said, "Matsuda, Motohama, I'm sorry. I know what I said to you a while ago in the hallways was wrong. I'm sorry, but I'm not a pervert anymore. I would like to apologize for how I treated you," he said, bowing in apology. "I want you to forgive me and understand, I'm not who I was before, but I want you to please not forget my friends. They are the only ones I have in this place, so I'm very sorry, guys." Then he sighed and addressed the entire class. "I tell those present at once, I am very sorry for what I did with my previous behavior. In fact, if it serves as consolation, I will let myself be beaten by all of you, and I am very sorry for interrupting the class's sensei." And saying this, he sat down impassively, but the astonishment in the class did not disappear, especially among the girls who still did not understand what was happening. "Well, let's continue the class," said the teacher, who quickly came out of his astonishment. "As I was telling you, Saladin and his warriors left immediately for the city of Jerusalem to expel the Crusaders," explained the teacher, writing on the blackboard. Simultaneously in the office of the director of the academy, the enrollment conversation between an executive mother and the principal was underway, but was interrupted by a crash of thunder, a flash of lightning that struck in the middle of the soccer field, and the vibration of glass, which frightened the three of them. "Looks like we're going to have a thunderstorm. We should be careful," exclaimed the director, still in a spasm. "Gosh, I got such a scare. I can't believe lightning struck this school. It's so strange," exclaimed the older blonde. The girl, however, stood up and walked towards the office windows and looked in the direction where the lightning struck. Suddenly the girl found herself enveloped in a faint golden aura. Her eyes that were red shone in navy blue. Feeling that expulsion of power, she smiled hugely. "I found you, Oniai-chan," he exclaimed in a soft whisper. "Okay, that's it, by the way. I know it's late, but could you please tell me your names?" the director asked, signing the last document. "Of course. My name is Kazumi Shina Kazumi, as it is done in Japanese. First the surname and then the first name," responded the older blonde daughter. "Please introduce yourself," she indicated to her daughter, who turned and with a smile introduced herself. "Nice to meet you. My name is Mashiro Shina, or Shina Mashiro. If you search on the internet you will get the image of the girl I am referring to, with a different personality, but it is her physically." The girl introduced herself, making the traditional bow. "A pleasure," the director replied, returning the greeting. After the final touches, the blonde girl's mother left, and the principal escorted Mashiro to her classroom, room 1B. Once they arrived, the principal informed the teacher that he would have a new student, and so he notified the class of the news. "Attention students, I have some news to give you, so be quiet and pay attention to me," the teacher asked the students who were very interested in the important news. "Very well, you can come in," the teacher asked. At that moment, the door to the living room opened and a 16-year-old girl with blonde hair, red eyes, and a pleasant smile walked in. "Well, please introduce yourself," the teacher asked the girl. "Good morning, my name is Mishiro Shina. From today I will be studying with you. I hope we get along well," said the girl with a big smile, which caused a sigh and jubilation in the boys for the beauty that the girl had. For their part, the girls of the class began to murmur, some about how pretty she was and others of jealousy for their new partner, all except the young Tuju, who just looked at her without any expression. "Very well, Shina-san, please take a seat," the sensei indicated the empty spot, and the girl immediately took her place and the class continued. "Oh, this is very stressful. Why the hell don't they look at me like I'm a freak? What's wrong with them?" Issei pondered, but it was very complicated because everyone in the class, especially the women, looked at him strangely because of what had just happened a few moments ago, because he openly declared that he was no longer a pervert in front of the entire class, but that didn't mean the girls could feel safe. "Issei-san, what was all that?" the blonde girl wondered. Issei sighed in frustration, but then felt a strange sensation in his body, as if a discharge of 10,000 volts of intensity passed through his body, worrying him greatly about this whole strange situation. What the hell was that? Issei wondered, very startled. "Partner, what the hell is wrong with you?" asked the celestial dragon to his partner, who was very upset. "I don't know, but I have a strange feeling. It seems like something very powerful is going to happen, but I don't know what it is." The boy responded with a very accelerated heart rate. "Come on, dude, you're just exaggerating, right, Slifer?" Draig commented sarcastically. Slifer growled with a very serious tone and an excessively very thoughtful attitude, with his gaze lost, deep in thought. "This feeling is familiar to me, but where, how, did this not happen to me before? I want to remember, but what should I remember what?" The dragon god wondered in his thoughts. "And what the hell is wrong with you guys?" asked Draig, confused by both of their behavior. The rest of the classes went on as they seemed normally, but for Issei it was a huge annoyance because the sensation didn't disappear, but remained, which stressed the dragon boy. Lunchtime. As soon as the lunch bell was heard, Issei rushed out as fast as he could, which surprised many of the students, because Issei was literally flying through the halls looking to be alone, so he went up to the school roof. When he arrived, he closed the door while breathing heavily. "Partner, what the hell is wrong with you?" questioned the celestial dragon. "I don't know, but something told me to stay away from everyone," Issei replied worriedly. "That's very strange. Are you sure you feel okay?" said the Security, not very convinced by his partner's answer. "Well, yes, but for a while now I've felt a strange sensation and I've been very accelerated." Ando Issei looked at the students from the rooftop and began to see something strange. "And now I see strange things," exclaimed Issei, who took a few steps back, bringing his hands to his face. "Strange things? What the hell are you watching?" Draig questioned, annoyed by Issei's attitude. "I'm seeing magic in all the students. I see as if everyone in the school could expel magic," explained Issei, very confused. "Seriously, dude, you're delusional. Not all humans can use or cast magic, and I don't see anything strange about the others. I think Tiamat's offspring are absorbing too much energy and making you delusional. You'd better hatch them soon or things will get worse, right, Slifer?" Draig asked the dragon god. "Huh? Did they say something?" asked Slifer, pulled out of his thoughts. "And now you, what the hell is wrong with them today?" The Security snorted angrily. "Come on, it's not a big deal, but the feeling that Issei felt a while ago left me thinking, but it's nothing. By the way, what's the problem?" asked Slifer, who was out of context. "My partner says he sees humans using magic," Draig reproached. "Magic? You have to be kidding me, really? More than 90% of humans can't use, much less manifest magic, so what the hell are you seeing?" Slifer laughed at Issei's comment. "I see as if all the students were using magic without any problem, as if they were using it and it surrounded them completely," Issei explained, confused and looking from the rooftop. "Wow, so delicious," the dragon god mentioned, then thought a little. "By the way, Do you see as if that energy just surrounds them all in the same sky blue color, right? Slifer said curiously. Issei was startled by the answer. Hey, how do you know that? Issei asked, more confused. What I suspected. You don't have to get upset. There's nothing wrong with you. You're perfectly fine, explained Slifer, chuckling. What do you mean there's nothing wrong with it? Because I don't see anything of what you're saying, replied the red dragon, who still didn't understand. Draig is right. How can I be okay if I'm seeing weird things? I think my head is wrong? Issei said, sitting on the floor, not understanding. Huh, and if I told you that this was my fault, what would you say? He smiled maliciously. What? Issei exclaimed in surprise. What is your fault? But how? Said Draig, equally astonished. Slifer started laughing and explained the situation. Yes, it's my fault, especially my power. Do you remember that I told you that being my carrier would bring big changes? Slifer asked with a big smile. Yes, I remember, but what kind of change is this? Issei asked, surprised and interested. It is easy to answer. If you can see that humans are surrounded by light blue or sky blue energy, it means that you can see their auras, that vital energy of all beings in the universe. What's more, if you don't believe me, let's take a walk through the school and I will explain things to you, Slifer said with a very relaxed tone of voice. Issei, not very convinced by what was happening, followed what the dragon god had indicated. He walked through the corridors more calm and relaxed, but a little tense of what could happen. Once he arrived near the athletics track, he stopped and looked everywhere in a natural way, trying to raise suspicions, but his astonishment did not diminish, because in almost all the students he looked at emitted a blue aura like chakra, and when it seemed that everything was going well, he looked expectantly at Kiba and a group of girls who approached him. First, I see that most have a blue aura, but not Kiba. His aura is red, but the girls who are with him are blue. Why? Issei muttered, still in shock, while Rias and Akino passed by where he was, which caused the girls to scream in admiration, and just like their friend, they had a red aura them too. But why do they have a different aura than the others? Could it be because they are demons? He thought to himself. Correct. If you can see people's auras, it means that you have begun to develop the ability of my eyes. That is to say that your eyes are becoming mine. How you have been using my power continuously has made changes in your body, and acquiring the ability to see the auras of other beings is one of my abilities, explained Slifer very calmly. Can you see the auras of all beings? Draig asked in amazement. So it is, replied the god of the heavens. So why do Butcho, Akino-san and Kiba have different colored auras? Issei asked, confused, as he returned to his classroom. That's simple. Each creature in the universe has its own aura, characteristic of its race. For example, that of humans is blue, while that of demons is red, that of fallen angels is purple, and that of angels is white, said the god of the heavens in an explanatory tone. Wow, that's true. And what color is my aura? He asked anxiously. It's true. What color is the aura of dragons? Draig seconded curiously. Slifer just smiled proudly. Well, look at it for yourself, he said proudly as they passed by a mirror window where Issei looked at himself and was surprised by the image he perceived of himself, as he did not see his aura, but three. What, red, gold and gray? Issei wondered to himself. Issei could see three auras in him, a very faint red one, which indicated that it was demonic power, a very opaque gray one, and a golden one that was very bright. Correct. The red is because you still have some demonic power in your body, the gray indicates your dragon features, and the gold is my aura, and aura of God. That is why you have three, but when you expel the evil piece you will only have the gray and the gold one of US dragons, said Slifer, trying to calm his explosive companions. Amazing, exclaimed Draig, convinced. Wow, what good will this do us? Asked Issei, eager to know about his new advantages. With the ability of my eyes you can see the aura of others, and based on their intensity or sharpness, you can know how strong your opponents are, and if it is very dark, it indicates that it is a bad or negative being. On the other hand, if it is very clear, it indicates that it is good or positive. And what helps the most is the fact that if a being were to stand in front of you, you would know who it is or its intentions according to eyes aura. So if you would face a being that changes shapes with the appearance of your family, you would know that it is not them by their aura. The aura never deceives. not even sentimentally, explained Slifer with pride in his words. Emotionally? Issei murmured, puzzled by what Slifer had said as he prepared to enter his classroom. He opened the door, but before he could get an answer, Issei was enveloped by a strange feeling, like the first time he had been there, and the technique seemed familiar to him. Now what happens? Said the dragon, surprised. A protected area, Issei replied, as he knew the technique perfectly. Not for nothing had his training in the last few days been based on mastering the protected area. It is true, apparently he is someone who knows the technique to perfection. You must be careful. Due to the extension of the area, it indicates that he is a very powerful being, Slifer warned his bearer. As soon as they finished talking, something alerted them. Partner, be careful, Draig shouted. Issei looked to his side and saw two huge fireballs heading towards him, so he had to react. Boost activated the gauntlet and jumped out of the building, dodging the attack, but he couldn't calm down. Once again, small ball of fire were heading towards where he was, and he had to react. Promotion. Bishop Issei promoted himself to bishop and activated a large magic shield to block the huge rain of fire that was falling on him. Does anyone know who the hell is attacking us? The boy shouted, trying to calm down and find answers. I don't know, but you must be alert. No matter who or what is attacking, replied the security, looking for answers. It's true, we don't know who. No, it's not true, was what Slifer said when he felt the presence that attacks them, which made him somewhat tense. This presence is hers, but how? I'm glad to know that it's hers, but at the same time I'm a little afraid of what may happen to hide Issei from now on, because an unbearable life awaits him with her. The family can be very cruel sometimes, Slifer thought to himself with a worried smile. What's going on? Issei shouted, as Slifer suddenly went silent and wasn't responding. At that, a figure descended in front of him. It was the figure of a woman wrapped in one of those brown traveler's robes with blonde hair, which showed nothing but the nose and mouth of her opponent, who smiled at seeing Issei. Partner, she was the one who attacked us. We must defend ourselves, said Draig in an annoyed tone. Boost, boost, boost. Fine, Issei replied as he began to launch dragon shoots at him. But his enemy deflected them very easily with his hands, which worried Issei, and he launched stronger attacks at him. Double hit, but she just bent down Matrix style and the beams passed over her. Which surprised Issei more, because this opponent was faster and stronger than he thought. It made Issei look like just another rookie, so he decided to face her hand to hand. Now the roles were reversed. Now it was Issei who dodged the attacks that the hooded woman launched, because most of them were light-based attacks, which would weaken Issei, who still possessed demonic characteristics. But while he evaded the attacks, he began to charge energy to launch his counterattack. Boost, boost, boost. Welsh Dragon over Booster Balance Breaker Scale Male. Okay, now it's my turn to attack, Issei said with his armor on, which surprised the hooded girl a lot, since it was something she didn't expect. Issei lunged at the girl more confidently, but he got a surprise, as his blow was blocked by the hooded girl's fist, who grimaced in an effort to stop the boy's blow. I can't believe it, she stopped a direct hit. You can tell she's strong. We better not underestimate her anymore, partner, argued Draig, amazed by the opponent's power. The hooded woman showed a big smile and began to show a powerful aura, but what shocked Issei the most was the color of the aura. I don't think so, he has a golden aura, Issei exclaimed in amazement. What kind of being are you, that you have an aura of that magnitude? Issei questioned. Now if you're in trouble, a golden aura only means one thing, a god, commented Slifer, who had been very quiet during the fight. A god? Draig exclaimed in amazement. A god? Issei said, not knowing what was happening. At that, they both recoiled from the impact. And then the hooded woman finally spoke in a way that frightened Issei. Wow, you are Strongonian, exclaimed the hooded woman in a loud voice. What? Issei asked. What the hell are you talking about? I don't even know you? Issei replied, annoyed. True, you don't know me, but don't worry, Oniai-chan, you'll know me and love me like your cute and adorable little sister. Saying this, he spread out some enormous golden wings and took flight. They are the wings of the winged dragon of Ra. Already in the sky, huge ball of energy appeared that transformed into huge drills that dived towards Issei, who quickly invoked magic circles to block the attacks. While the circles stopped the energy drills, Issei used the armor's thrusters to approach the mysterious girl. But when she saw him up close, she created a spear of light and shot it towards Issei, who blocked it. but was stopped by her, who lunged at Issei, and they began by having a hand-to-hand fight, but that was not what surprised Issei, but the fact that she blocked his blows without any problem. So while they continued exchanging blows that both blocked, Issei decided to know why she could fight so freely and easily, that she must know who wanted to kill him, so he decided to attack his opponent harder. And in one of the blows that he put to hit the stomach part of his enemy, the girl's hood began to burn in flames, then removed the hood and the trench coat that covered it, revealing a girl of about 16 years old, with blonde hair, red eyes, a complexion of an athlete, and what confused Issei the most was the fact that she wore the Kuo Academy uniform, because in his perverted stage he got to know all the girls in the academy and she was not familiar to him. However, while Issei debated in his thoughts about this girl, she formed a ball of fire in her hands and threw it behind her, then expanded her wings and took flight until she was in the path of the sun that dazzled Issei, but he could notice that the girl's wings began to shine more intensely, so that behind the girl a magic circle was formed. Around the circle spears of golden light were formed that shot out towards the boy, who was trying to dodge them quickly, and when he had the chance he approached the girl, and when he was about to hit her, a ball of fire that seemingly came out of nowhere hit him repeatedly, making him fall fully on the ground, while the girl laughed through her teeth, then created stone monoliths that attacked Issei, who, unable to recover, was used by the stone monoliths as a volleyball. "You're funny, Oni-chan, but when will you stop playing and fight for real?" said the girl from the sky, laughing, amused by the scene where Issei was mistreated. Issei was slammed into the ground repeatedly by the stone monoliths, and when they saw that he wouldn't budge, they took to the ground and lifted a stone slab and with it tried to crush him, which he tried to prevent from being crushed by pushing the stone slab with his legs and arms. "I think I'm in serious trouble. Listen, gentlemen, a little help," Issei said with difficulty due to the weight of the plate and the pressure of 6 giant stone monoliths. "I know, partner, but it's very strong. I don't know what to do. Maybe we should try the Juggernaut Drive," exclaimed Draig worriedly. "Juggernaut Drive? What the heck is that?" Issei asked, besieged by the pressure of being crushed. "Stop playing. If you don't use my power you won't get out alive. Remember that girl has the aura and the power of a god, so if you want to live, listen to my instructions and you will get out of this place alive. The only way to face them is to fight fire with fire, so use my power and defeat her," Slifer claimed before the stubbornness of his companions. "Okay, you're the boss promotion king," Issei shouted desperately. The jewels on his armor, except for the jewel on his left arm, turned bright gold, and a golden aura surrounded him, and the expulsion of power disintegrated the 6 monoliths and the plate that was crushing him. Issei stood up and shook off some dust as he looked firmly at the girl, who was still floating in the air and couldn't stop smiling. "So you're finally going to fight for real, huh?" the girl said, laughing beautifully. The girl unleashed more power and lunged at Issei, who began gathering power from both of his sources. Boost, 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 and his golden aura increased in size, causing the ground beneath him to form a large crater, and he put himself in a battle stance to face his strange new acquaintance hand to hand. Once they clashed fists, the shock wave was enormous that pushed them a few steps back, to then confront each other in a very close fight. But what Issei did not expect was the fact that she was quite strong, and apparently she was enjoying it, so it was a tough battle in which both exchanged strong blows and attacks of great power, that if not for the protected area they would be in serious trouble due to destroying almost the entire school. This fight and the girl's carefree attitude was starting to bother Issei, something that was reflected in the sky that was clouding and darkening due to Issei's fury. Both of them accumulated large amounts of energy and launched their most powerful attacks that clashed for several minutes, reaching a critical point, causing a strong explosion, for several seconds, showing an Issei who was kneeling with his hands on the ground and panting from the great effort. He looked up and saw the girl, who was sitting on the ground very tired from the fight, but what scared him was the fact that her body was expelling a faint aura, which put him on alert. He stood up and, in a Bellata pose, "But stop, don't attack her, she will make herself present now," said Slifer, stopping an impulsive Issei. "What?" Issei said, very annoyed. "He can attack us." "True, but Issei won't do it. She's not like that. It seems she was just testing us," Slifer responded somewhat tensely. "Slifer, do you know her?" asked Draig, still upset by the situation they were in. "Something like that, but it's better for her to introduce herself," Slifer said with a worried voice. Issei looked at the girl who was standing up, and from that aura a golden yellow ray was released in the sky, which transformed into a gigantic golden dragon as bright as the sun. Issei was amazed by what he saw, when suddenly a red-gold aura surrounded him and he was surprised by what was happening, and from his aura a ray of light came out that took the form of Slifer, who was above Issei. I see that you chose a powerful boy as a carrier, but I am surprised that he hasn't mastered all your power yet, dear brother, exclaimed the golden dragon. Things are complicated when your holder is a reincarnated demon, Slifer replied harshly. I see that you're still a bitter guy. I still don't understand why we are brothers, replied the golden dragon. Shut your mouth, you don't know anything about this boy, he's someone with a lot of power, Slifer shouted angrily, which was noticed in the sky with a loud bang. And then they say that women are the dramatic ones. But well, Issei looked at him curiously. By the way, young man, what is your name? The golden dragon asked. You're supposed to introduce yourself first when you want to know someone else's name, Slifer replied in an annoyed tone of voice. The dragon began to laugh. Okay, I'll introduce myself. She took flight and part of the sky cleared and the sun shone brightly, which she took advantage of and said her name. I am the dragon goddess of the sun, who dominates fire and the stars. My name is Are, the goddess of the sun, loved and beloved since eternity by all humans, the most beautiful and desired dragon by all dragons, said the dragon goddess proudly. Can you stop chattling and focus on what really matters? It seems you never change, dear sister. So stop talking, Slifer scolded, annoyed by his sister's vanity. How dare you interrupt my presentation? Don't you know that it's rude to interrupt a lady? Ra responded angrily against Slifer. It's obvious they love each other a lot, said Draig, breaking the silence. Excuse me, said Issei, approaching the blonde girl who was looking at him smiling. My name is Hayate. Issei, who are you? Asked the boy in front of the girl. Hello, my name is Shina Mashido. Nice to meet you, Onii-chan, replied the girl bowing. By the way, why do you call me Onii-chan? We are not brothers, and we don't even know each other, Issei commented, surprised. Well, that's true, but Ra told me that when I met the carriers of his brothers they would be like my older brothers. That's why you're my Onii-chan, the girl replied, hugging Issei like a younger sister. Wow, I didn't know that. Slifer never told me he had a sister or that I would have a sister, Issei said, surprised. Shina Mashiro disappeared from the protected area and they continued talking about how they had both become dragon god carriers and trying to get to know each other a little better. The talk was so entertaining that they realized by the sound of the bell that lunchtime was over, so they both decided to finish the talk for later. Well, this is my cell phone number. If you need anything, call me, and if I can help you, I will gladly do so, Issei said, handing over a piece of paper with the cell phone number. Thank you very much, Onii-chan, the girl thanked as she walked back to her class. Issei went straight back to his classroom, but he still received suspicious looks from the girls, since his declaration of no longer being a pervert was news that spread throughout the school, which he didn't like. Once in the classroom he ran into his friends Matsuda and Motohama, who had a look of regret. Guys, Issei wanted to say but was interrupted. No, Issei, we are sorry for forcing you to do something you don't want to do. Maybe you wanted to do it before, but now you don't and we understand, that's how we feel, Matsuda said with a regretful expression. True, we hope you forgive us and we can remain friends, Motohama agreed, smiling and adjusting his glasses. Guys, Issei smiled. Of course it will be a pleasure to have friends as good as you, the boy replied. By the way, Issei, why didn't you tell us? Motohama said, smiling. That's right, now we know why you changed, she's the one to blame, Matsuda mentioned. Hey guys, what the heck are you talking about? Issei asked, confused, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. Before I could continue, the history teacher entered the classroom. Well, go back to your seats, I have something to tell you, said the teacher, leaving her things on the desk. This seemed very strange to the whole class. Okay, now that everyone is seated, I must tell you that we will have a new student in the class, said the teacher. What? Everyone in the class shouted. Enough with the noise, I want you to behave, understood? Before introducing her I have to give you some warnings from the director. The teacher read the warnings. For his part, Issei was tired from the confrontation he had with the bearer of Ra, so he was not in the mood to see new students, who might end up hating him. Don't get angry, dude, she's just another student, don't let it affect you, mentioned Draig, surprised by Issei's attitude. I just hope it doesn't bother me, mentioned Issei, who rested his head on his hands with his eyes closed. Come on, it's not something you should get angry about, answered the security. At that moment the new girl entered the classroom and everyone saw her. True, Buto, I think you'll have problems, Slifer laughed when he saw the new girl. Hey guys, the new girl introduced herself, but Issei listened to her with his eyes closed. How strange, his voice sounds familiar, Issei said to himself. My name is Amano Yuma. It's a pleasure to meet you, said the girl with a small bow. So Amano Yuma. 1 second, Issei opened his eyes suddenly and fixed his gaze on the new girl and his surprise and realized that it was her, his familiar. At that moment the girl saw him and threw herself into his arms. I knew it, you're in this school, Ihun, shouted the girl, who ran full of joy towards the dragon boy. Yuma hugged the boy, who was in shock in his seat, causing both of them to fall to the ground, with a shocked Issei. Just a second, you know him, Murayama cried out in amazement. Of course I know him, he said, the girl laughing and full of happiness and hugging him tighter. Is my boyfriend, of course I know him. What? The roar was heard by every student in the class. Yuma laughed very happily because she was reunited with her boyfriend, but Issei only understood that his life was going to become more complicated than it needed to be.